you smell what The Rock is cooking? The Rock says, The Rock says, The Rock says, The Rock says. The Rock says, know your damn role. Know your role. The Rock says, 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 know your damn role.
Cut my damn music. Hello and welcome to the MJ Take on Sports Fan Entertainment live stream. And today we're going to talk about every team that I've not already talked about as it pertains to the 2017 NFL Draft. Really quickly, though, okay, because I have a new microphone. I'm going to have to check to make sure that the audio is good with this new microphone. It should be. There's no reason that it should not be. So give me about 5 seconds to check this audio. And it's pretty damn good. All right, so with that said, this is the way it's going to work today. I've already talked about 4 teams: the Tennessee Titans, the Philadelphia Eagles, the Oakland Raiders, and the Cleveland Browns. I will not talk about those 4 teams already. There are already videos on for each and every single one of those teams on my channel. If you want to hear about those teams, go to one of those videos, okay? That's number 1. Number 2, again, we've gotten great support on this patreon.com/SFE. And because of that, I've been able to invest more in this channel. But just in case you haven't already donated and you're interested in becoming a patron and getting access to the weekly MJ Take podcast, go to www.patreon.com/SFE, become a $4 patron, and you will have access to that, and you'll help the SFE vision. I have this new fancy microphone, so thank y'all for that. And with that said, we are going to go in alphabetical order today. And if you're watching this on playback, okay, you're watching this after the live stream, there will be timestamps in the description box and the comment section, as long as you watch it like 30 minutes after it's been uploaded, because I do have to sit back and then watch myself and then write the timestamps, and that takes some time. So if you're watching this right after it uploaded, it probably won't be available yet. But if you're watching it past that 30 minutes threshold, timestamps will be in the description box below, as well as in the comments below. Once I'm done talking about each team, and we will talk about each team other than the ones I've already aforementioned, I will open it up to some questions, and then we'll be out of here. I want to be out of here by 9 p.m. Central. So with that said, let us begin with the first team, the team that begins with an A, the Arizona Cardinals, who selected inside linebacker Hassan Reddick out of Temple with their first round pick. Let me take a drink real quick. And I like this pick by the Arizona Cardinals. As I talked about in my first round grades, this is a guy that will add some versatility to the linebacker core, a guy who can pass rush, but he'll be playing primarily inside for them. I think he's going to do a very good job in this Cardinals defense. And what I like about what I see what the Cardinals are doing right now, even though the defense is really their strong suit, you can say, you can look at their team and say, okay, which half of their team has more talent, offense or defense? You would say defense. Even though we could say that, though, last season they didn't do that well defensively some games, but defense has more talent right now. But despite this being the fact, They're still loading up that defense. They took linebacker Hassan Reddick with their first pick and then Budda Baker, free safety, with their second pick. And as the offense goes through a transition in the upcoming years, and it will go through a transition, at least you will have that defense impact. I mean, I'm talking about the Cardinals are going to need a new quarterback, a new tight end or two, a new wide receiver or two in the next 2 years. I mean, there are some big changes that need to go down on this offense. I even looked at, even on the offensive line, like Mike Iupati may be done in a couple of years as well, one of their guards. So this offense is going to be transitioning soon. They already have their running back of the future, possibly their left tackle, DJ Humphries, depending on how you like him. But this Cardinals offense is going to be going through transition in the upcoming years, but at least this defense will be set. I mean, you're talking about having Hassan Reddick, Chandler Jones, and Marcus Golden all in your linebacking core. That's an impressive linebacking core, one of the best in the league. So I liked that first pick. The second pick, Budda Baker out of Washington. I understood this pick, and I like this pick. They lost Tony Jefferson in free agency. They lost DJ Schweringer in free agency. They replaced them with Budda Baker, who to me was a first-round prospect. Late first round, but first-round prospect to me. He goes in the early second. They traded up for him. I understood why. I like the pick. Defense, which is fine, but be prepared as this offense goes through a hell of a transition for the upcoming years. I think I have some. Nope. Am I good? Okay, I'm good. Third round. Wide receiver Chad Williams out of Grambling State. Now, I understand taking a wide receiver here. I'm not going to lie to you. I don't know who Chad Williams is. I didn't see this guy mocked in the first 3 rounds. I never mocked him personally in the first 3 rounds. And I always like to go through different mocks and big boards when I'm assembling my own 3-round mock. So that does concern me. Really quick, and I'm going to do this with some guys that I do not know. Let's look up what they say on NFL Draft Profile about Chad Williams, what kind of wide receiver he is. Okay, so this is a guy that's 6'1", 204 pounds. He did not do anything at the combine. Was he invited to the combine? I'm not sure. He has some legal troubles, charged with marijuana possession and possession of firearms after LSU campus police checked out a parked vehicle in which he was sitting. Wow. You want this guy and Robert Clowndiche in the same locker room? Robert Clowndiche? That concerns me. Plays bigger than his size, hung 13 catches for 152 yards against Arizona early in the season. Weaknesses, route speed is below average, takes too long to get to the top of his routes, blah, blah, blah. Now, they projected him for round 5 or 6, and that makes sense to me because, again, I didn't see this guy mocked. I didn't see this guy anywhere near round 3. And they took him around 3, so I don't love that pick. Again, I understand taking a wide receiver perhaps would be great, but I don't love that. From there, in round 3, not round 3, in day 3, they took guard Dorian Johnson out of They took offensive guard Dorian Johnson out of Pittsburgh. I understand this pick. I like this pick. This is a guy that I actually saw mocked in round 3, so that makes sense to me. I like that. They took Will Holden, the offensive tackle out of Vanderbilt, in round 5. I like Will Holden, actually. I think he has some nice starting potential in the future, so I like that pick. They took running back T.J. Logan, also in the 5th round, 179th pick overall. And T.J. Logan is all right. I don't think he's ever going to have a very good role in the league. So that, to me, is like, I don't love that pick. But they did need a backup running back to me, so I understand that. I think Andre Ellington is still under contract, I want to say, but maybe not. So I understand taking a running back, but I'm not sure he'll ever be anything. And then safety, Rudy Ford, who they took in the 6th round. If they need a strong safety, and I think he is one, that makes sense, and they do. So, all right. So overall, all right draft for the Cardinals. I'm not in love with it. I love the first 2 picks, and I think Dorian Johnson and Will Holden, the offensive lineman they took in day 3, could be something. But I think when you compare it relative to the other drafts in the NFL, it's about average. It's good, like you're going to get some good players out of it, but I'm not sure your draft would be better than the average team's draft. All right, move on to the Atlanta Falcons. All right, they took linebacker / defensive end to Carson McKinley and he's going to play defensive end for them. They took him in the first round, 26th overall pick, and I love Carson McKinley. I had him ranked in the late teens, around 18 or 19 on my big board, and they took him at 26. They traded up for him. I understand why he's going to fit well in their 4-3 defense. Although 3-4 would be his ideal fit, I grant you that, but I think in 4-3 he will do well there, and then he has tremendous upside. He has great effort on a play-to-play basis. I think he's going to do great things in this Dan Quinn defense opposite of Vic Beasley. They needed a guy to pair with Vic Beasley, and they got one here. They come back in the third round, and they select Duke Riley, the linebacker out of LSU. Last year, they had a great pick when they took linebacker Deion Jones out of LSU, so they go back to the LSU linebacking core, and they select Duke Riley, and this is a guy that is kind of similar to Deion Jones, has some similarities, but also has some differences. I would say he's a little more physical, I think, personally on field, and I think his instincts aren't quite as good as Deion Jones, so there's something different there, and they needed a linebacker. They need another linebacker on this linebacking core, so I understand this pick, and I love this pick. They're going defense. They know, hey, our defense isn't that good, so let's go defense. Now, I would caution the Falcons here. I'm starting to see they did not select a wide receiver. To me, they need a wide receiver. And I know this is blasphemous to say. How dare you say that the best offense in the league last year needs a wide receiver? I think they need a wide receiver and a tight end. Because even though last year, Mohamed Sanu and Taylor Gabriel and Austin Hooper, they were all right, man, they're going to regress next year. First of all, they weren't even great. Like, I don't think either one of those guys surpassed 700 receiving yards. What happened was there were just so many of them. So the Atlanta Falcons had one great wide receiver in Julio Jones, okay, and they had like 5 or 6 guys other than Julio Jones who are all So when you have like 5 guys out there who are all one of them is going to get open. Matt Ryan's going to find them, and then we think, oh, okay, now everyone's good. I think Mohamed Sanu really hasn't improved, and I think Taylor Gabriel's really improved. Like, some people are like, oh, the Cleveland Browns are so foolish because they let go of put Taylor Gabriel back on the Browns. He ain't gonna do nothing. Okay, that was all. Okay, Taylor Gabriel, now you're the third wide receiver. You have Julio Jones and Mohamed Sanu drawing more coverage than you. He's gonna get open more often now, and he's able to do something. If you put Taylor Gabriel back on the Browns, he doesn't do anything. So don't tell me that this guy's improved, that he's so much better. BS. I call BS on that. Anyway, we're not here to talk about Taylor Gabriel. So I would have liked to see the Falcons take a wide receiver in this draft. They didn't. That's fine. 4th round, they took guard Sean Harlow out of Oregon State. They did need a guard, so I understand that pick. 5th round, they took Demonte Kazee, cornerback out of San Diego State. I like that pick, actually. He's a guy that I saw in the 4th or 5th round. He went in the 5th round. They took running back Brian Hill out of Wyoming. I don't love the running back pick here. It doesn't make sense to me, but it's the 5th round. Who cares? And then they took tight end Eric Saubert. I think that's Drake, tight end. And this is a guy that actually I do know something about this guy. I think he was at the combine, and I think this guy kind of impressed me a little bit. And I think they need another tight end. Austin Hooper really doesn't impress me too much. So I like this pick as well, but I would have liked them to see them take a wide receiver, because I think this year it's going to prove that, man, Mohamed Sanu, Taylor Gabriel, they're not that good. They're going to struggle at times. If Julio Jones gets injured, good luck with them. We'll see how that works out for them. But overall, I would say a good draft for the Falcons, but like the Cardinals, I'm not sure it's much of a better draft than the average. I'm not sure the value that they're going to get from this draft will be better than average. The good thing for them, though, is that they're already talented everywhere. They just won the Super Bowl, so they didn't need a very valuable draft relative to the NFL. They just need to improve at certain spots, and they improved at defensive end and linebacker, so good for them. But I'm not sure, other than those two, if they really got much here. And Duke Riley will be decent, but not great. So you're probably looking at only one very good player out of this entire draft, and that's a little concerning for me down the road, but they'll still be good for the next 2, 3, 4 years, whatever. Baltimore Ravens. And now Ozzie Newsome is back. I don't know where he's been the last couple of years, but he's back now. I've not been impressed with what Ozzie Newsome has been doing lately, the past couple of years in the NFL draft. This year he's gotten back to what he's been doing for a decade, or pretty much at this point, in terms of just drafting well. right? Because I don't think he's been drafting well lately. I think they've been drafting like a bunch of guys that don't end up doing anything. Like last year, Bronson Kafusi and Willie Henry, and Tavon Young did something, but not much. They drafted Brashard Perriman a couple years ago. He hasn't done anything. They've been drafting a lot of guys lately. None of them have been too successful. To me, this draft, they got back to being successful as they took first-round cornerback Marlon Humphrey out of Alabama. And he was my second-rated cornerback in this draft class. Now, there's one thing he needs to improve, and it's really just one thing. All right, whenever he's going deep, okay, whenever a wide receiver is bringing him deep, he needs to turn his head around and locate the football better, right? He doesn't turn his head around, and then when he does, he really doesn't locate the football very well. Outside of that, man, this guy's pretty freaking good. He's physical in the run game. He stays with receivers. He just needs to get his head around quickly. And he has nice size, like 6'1". So I like that. I like this pick for the Baltimore Ravens. Round 2, they take Tyus Bowser, the linebacker out of Houston. Now, there is some chatter they could play him inside, but I prefer him outside. Either way, I like this pick. I think he was a value here, a guy that's been trending up lately in NFL draft circles. He has nice upside, so I like that pick. Then third round, they take defensive end Chris Wormley out of Michigan. He'll play 3-4 defensive end for them. And they took Willie Henry last year, who I also believe is a defensive tackle for Michigan. So that's interesting. But anyway, they go back to the pool. It was all right to me. Not too impressive, but he was a value here. So that makes sense to me. And then they take Tim Williams with their next third-round pick. A guy who was talked about being possibly a top 5 draft pick last April, right? And everyone's like, way too early mock draft. Didn't go that high, obviously. Went all the way down to round 3. If you can just keep this guy's guns away from him or whatever the hell's wrong with him, like apparently he got caught with some guns or some ridiculousness like that, keep that stuff away from him. This is a guy that in a 3-4 defense, man, this guy could come off the edge, bend the edge, and get to the quarterback man. So now you have a pair of outside linebackers here in Tyus Bowser and Tim Williams who could get after the quarterback. And you still have Terrell Suggs on your football team. And is Doomerville still there? I'm not sure if he retired or not, but either way, I like this pairing. I like this duo there. We move on to the 4th round. They take Nico Siragusa. So we have another goose, okay, in the NFL. And I'm not really sure. I don't know too much about this guy, but I saw him in the 4th round mocked plenty of times. So it's a value here that makes sense to me. And their need at guard exists, right? They lost Kelechi Osemele a couple years ago. In fact, it was last year. And they didn't really fill that void to me, so perhaps he can do that. So they went back to guard, though. They took Jermaine Elamunor out of Texas A&M, so they double dip at guard. Not sure if I love that. I may have looked at tackle, right? Ricky Wagner left in free agency, so I'm not sure why they didn't go tackle, but okay. And then they took Chuck Clark, the defensive back out of Virginia Tech in the 6th round. And they say defensive back on here. I'm not sure if he plays free safety or corner, whatever. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not going to tell you I know about this guy. I don't know about this guy. But it's a 6th round pick. Really, who cares? So Baltimore Ravens draft. I like this draft. And, you know, of all the drafts that we looked at right now, and it's only been 2 thus far, this is the 3rd. I like this one the best. I think the Ravens did a good job here, and I can see now they could develop these guys. Marlon Humphrey, Tyus Bowser, Chris Wormley, Tim Williams into some defensive studs. You know, to me, the Ravens are missing studs right now. You know, as soon as Ed Reed and Ray Lewis went out the door, they haven't been able to really go back to the playoffs, except for once back in 2014, NFL season 2015. They were actually in the playoffs, January 2015. They're missing those guys. They need to rebuild their defense again. And I also would look for a running back because remember, Ray Rice, okay, you can say whatever you want about him, but when he was playing for the Ravens, when he was slinging that rock, okay, when he was carrying that ball, man, he was catching balls out of the backfield and whatnot, that's when the Ravens made like 5 straight playoff appearances. And if you go back to each one of those years, he ran for like over 1,000 yards. So there's a correlation there. They miss Ray Rice. They need to find a new running back to me, and they didn't take one in this draft. You know, and that concerns me. Why would you not take a running back in this draft? But hey, their defense will be better. Okay, fine. But when we look forward to the Ravens this coming season, to me, the running backs are below average. They could be the worst in the league. I don't care about Kenneth Dixon and whoever else they have. I don't care. Their wide receivers stink, honestly. Brashard Perriman has nice potential, but come on. He can't stay healthy, and he's just not very good. Mike Wallace is old. He had a nice season last season, but it was just a flurry in the wind. I don't think he's going to do much of anything this year, unless Joe Flacco continues to just force feed him, right? So because Mike Wallace is the number one receiver on this roster, he's going to get force fed. So perhaps he'll get over 900 receiving yards again. But if he was on the Patriots, he may not make the team. They'll just say, why are you on here? Just get out. So that's my problem with the Ravens right now. You're telling me, hey, we have below average running backs and below average wide receivers. And honestly, we have a below average quarterback. Joe Flacco is freaking good in the playoffs, but let's call it what it is. In the regular season, he's below average, not far below average, right? He's about 20, maybe but at most 16, no higher than 16. He's either average or below average. So we have a below to maybe average quarterback. We have below average running backs. We have below average wide receivers. And our offensive line is okay. And you're asking me to buy into you? I mean, defensively, you could have something. Now you have Eric Weddle and Tony Jefferson in the safety positions. But Terrell Suggs, obviously, age is going to start catching up to him. But now you have two, nice linebackers behind it, but they're rookies. So are these rookies going to make a huge impact? I'm not sure. That's why some people are questioning, hey, why don't you love the Ravens right now? This is my problem with the Ravens right now. I think you're looking at a team that has below average quarterback play, below average running back play, below average wide receiver play, and you're asking me to buy into you? I don't think so. We move on now to the next team, the Buffalo Bills. And the Bills, to me, so they first moved down from number 10 to number 27, okay? They traded with the Kansas City Chiefs. And at first I didn't love this, but when I sat down and thought about this more, I liked it more, right? It made sense. They needed to do this to me, actually, because they're not going to make the playoffs to me this year. I mean, I don't think there's any way the Bills make the playoffs. And Bills fans, you can believe so. That's fine. I don't think they make the playoffs this year. Now you're set up for nice success in 2018 and beyond. So I actually like this trade down. Tre'Davious White, I liked. In fact, I wish the Tennessee freaking Titans took this guy instead of Adoree Jackson at 18, because to me, Tre'Davious White would have been a value at 18 as opposed to Adoree Jackson. My God. He's a nice cover corner. He can cover the slide. He can cover outside. Has some special teams ability to him as well. Solid corner, Tre'Davious White. I like him a lot. Second round, you came back and you took a 37th. Excuse me, man. I should have ate before this. They took a 37th overall wide receiver, Zay Jones, out of East Carolina. And, overall, I'm actually not that high on this pick, actually. I'm not the biggest Zay Jones fan. I think he's all right. I think he'll be all right. But I actually preferred Chris Godwin over him, and Chris Godwin went in the freaking third round, so obviously NFL teams do not feel the same, but that's just a small preference that I had. But I think Zay Jones will be fine. Will he be your number one wide receiver down the road? Because that could be the case. I mean, he could be your number one, but that doesn't mean he should be. I don't think he's going to be wide receiver one worthy. But as the number two, he could be pretty freaking good. So this year, I think he'll have a nice role in this offense. Probably no more than 700 receiving yards, but it'll be nice. Maybe no more than 800. 700 actually you can get. Tyrod Taylor does not surpass 3,500 passing yards. Maybe just barely. So maybe Zay Jones only like 600 or 700 this year. But either way, he'll be fine for them this year. Now, down the road, if you expect him to be your number one and a good number one, you're going to be in trouble. To me, I don't love his long-term potential. I don't think he has much upside. I just don't see it. And even though he ran a 4.40 at the combine, I just did not see that speed on film, so I'm sticking to by the film. If he can't pass cornerbacks playing for East Carolina, if he can't, blow past cornerbacks, blow past safeties in the lower tiers of competition that they were facing, he's not going to do that in the NFL. So I don't want to hear about his 4.4 speed. But he's a solid catcher of the football overall. I mean, he can have some drops and whatnot. So I like him as a number two, but not as a number one. In the second round, they come back, they trade back up, they take guard/tackle Deion Dawkins out of Temple, and I really like Deion Dawkins. And this is a guy that I think could really be a nice player for them. Now, I'm not sure where they're planning to play him. He could play guard, he could play tackle. I'd like him at right tackle for them. They should still have their left tackle. What's that guy's name? Cordy Glenn. I think they still have Cordy Glenn. I have to check that. But, I think Deion Dawkins is a good pick here. I like that pick. Fifth round, they take linebacker Matt Milano out of Boston College. This guy's a nice sleeper, man. I think this guy can get after the quarterback. They should be running a 4-3 now, the Buffalo Bills, though. So I'm not sure how I love him in a 4-3. He'd probably have to play strong side, maybe even weak side. But Yeah, I'm not sure about that. I would have loved him in a 3-4 better, but overall, I think it's a good pick. They took Nathan Peterman out of Pittsburgh in the 5th round. And, this is the guy that we're already looking at and saying, oh, watch this guy. He's going to do something. I don't think he's going to do anything. But if you want to stick around waiting for Nathan Peterman, that's fine. The Saints are still sticking around waiting for Garrett Grayson, right, to do something. The Raiders they took Connor Cook last year. I mean, there is an occasional Dak Prescott. There is an occasional Tom Brady. But they're occasional, right? We know their names because it doesn't happen often. In fact, it happens let's say once out of every 4 years. So I'm not going to believe that Nathan Peterman is that guy. I didn't see anything on film to indicate that. So if you're expecting Nathan Peterman to be your quarterback of the future, I think you are being foolish, my friends. If you want a quarterback next year, hey, there's going to be plenty to pick from. I'm projecting. So just wait for that. And then they took Tanner Vallejo, linebacker out of Boise State. Now, actually, I have heard of this guy. I think he's more a guy that's just a good college player than a good NFL player. I don't love how his trades translate to the next level, but it's a decent pick. It's a 6th round. Overall, though, it's a decent class for the Bills. In fact, even a pretty good class because I can legitimately see 3 starters from this class in Tre'Davious White, Zay Jones, and Deion Dawkins. And then Nathan Peterman, I think he's going to be a backup, but he'll be a backup for you for 4+ years. So at least you have a 5th round pick that will be on your roster. And then Milano and Vallejo, maybe one of those guys can stick. So I think it's a decent draft for the Bills. And I like it right there with the Baltimore Ravens so far in terms of the drafts that I've recapped on this program. We move on to the Carolina Panthers, who took running back Christian McCaffrey out of Stanford with their first pick. And you know what? Again, I don't love this pick. And I can't believe the transformation that took place. Right back in January, I was saying Christian McCaffrey is a top, I should not have ate before this. Christian McCaffrey is a top 20 pick. Right? That's what I said. And I felt anywhere from 15 to 20 would be a good range for him. Then all of a sudden, people were like, oh, he's barely a 1st rounder, to then joining me in that range of 15 to 20, to then surpassing me all the way to the top 10. Now, I stayed where I was. Look, I like Christian McCaffrey. Some people don't believe he's an every down back. Look, I saw times at the goal line situations on a 3rd and 1 or 4th and 1, even though he's not going to just out-physical guys and just bruise his way in there, at reading, the defense, finding the hole and hitting it. He has good running back vision, and to me, that's valuable. And then knowing that, hey, on 3rd down, we can bring this guy out to the slot or run a hell of a halfback wheel or something like that, and it's going to be effective. So I love this. I mean, I love Christian McCaffrey, the player, but at this pick with this value, I don't see the value here. You do need a running back, so I buy that, but I still prefer Dalvin Cook to Christian McCaffrey. I don't care about the off-field issues. Well, not that I don't care about it, but I don't know exactly to what extent the NFL teams are reading and seeing. I can't tell you that, but I like Dalvin Cook more than Christian McCaffrey. I do not love Joe Mixon more than Christian McCaffrey, though. I will say that. Everyone loves Joe Mixon lately, and that's fine. But me personally, Joe Mixon's good, but I think Christian McCaffrey's better, more versatile, whatever. So he will be good for them to a certain extent. Cam Newton, don't just whip this football at him, whatever 60 miles per hour, whatever you throw at, and expect him to come down with it. I mean, he will, but Doc, just float some passes up to him. Let him run under it, and he'll be a little more effective for you. So I think this guy will be good for this football team, but I think he won't quite be of value. We move on to the 2nd round, where they took wide receiver / running back Curtis Samuel out of Ohio State. And I don't love this pick. I really don't like this pick. I think Curtis Samuel is a guy that is never going to be more than like a 1 or 2, maybe 3 trick pony at the NFL. He's going to run go routes, okay? He's going to run maybe like the occasional screen and then something like that. I don't see anything from this guy to indicate he's going to refine his skills and become an all-around NFL receiver. I just don't see that. Now, with that said, Ted Ginn left your team. He's now with the New Orleans Saints. So Curtis Samuel could be your next Ted Ginn. And that would be nice, but I don't think he's as good as Ted Ginn, honestly. And I'm not sure he's ever going to be. Now, he could refine his skills as he commits to the wide receiver position, right? He hasn't done that yet. Now he will. I think they're going to play him at wide receiver. I'd be shocked if they play him at running back. Maybe the occasional stat, but mainly he'll now be playing wide receiver. And you like that. But you also liked that with Devin Funchess. As you told me, hey, we're going to change this guy from a tight end to a wide receiver. And once we commit this guy to wide receiver, he's going to develop, he's going to be good. And that did not prove to be the case with Devin Funchess. So I'm hesitant to say that will be the case with Curtis Samuel, and I'm hesitant to say he will ever develop to be anything other than just a 1 or 2 or 3 trick pony. So I don't love this pick. Although they did need a wide receiver, I don't love this pick. We move on to the second round, their second round pick, 64th pick overall, Taylor Moton, the guard / tackle out of Western Michigan. And props to the Panthers. Despite signing Matt Khalil and the other clown they signed in free agency at their tackle positions, they decided, no, we need tackles. And he could play guard, but honestly, I think he's a tackle. I think they recognize he's a tackle, and hopefully he competes with Matt Khalil. Because I'll tell you right now, even though his brother, Ryan Khalil, is also on the football field with them, it's not going to help him much. Matt Khalil just isn't very good. The Vikings begged this guy, please be a starting left tackle, a franchise left tackle for us. And he couldn't do it. He's just not very good, Matt Khalil, at this point. And they begged him. They took this guy, top 5 in the 2012 NFL draft, and he wasn't anything, and they begged him to be something he couldn't be anything. By the way, the Panthers are scheduled to start Darrell Williams at right tackle. So I like Moton getting involved, and hopefully he can win the job from Matt Khalil, because Matt Khalil, he just isn't very good. Now, what the Panthers were able to do, and I will defend them here, a couple years ago, they took Michael Orr, right? They picked him up in free agency. They didn't take him, but they picked him up in free agency. And they turned this guy from a damn disaster to a decent left tackle. I mean, he still wasn't great, but he was serviceable. However, in the Super Bowl, that proved to bite you as he showed up to be who he truly was. He couldn't stop. It wasn't Von Miller. He couldn't stop DeMarcus Ware on the other side. Mike Rivers couldn't stop Von Miller, and then the Super Bowl was lost. So I would caution you, even if Matt Khalil proves to be all right in the early going, eventually he will go up against a guy that's just so good to the point where he will be exposed and it will be costly. But we move on to Deshaun Hall, who the Panthers took in the 3rd round, defensive end. And I like this guy, man. This is a guy that was opposite of Myles Garrett, and he was able to make plays when Myles Garrett didn't. I like this guy in SEC play. I like this pick. And I like that the Panthers – I like that the Panthers still recognize their need at defensive end, despite the fact that they signed or they re-signed Charles Johnson, I think, and they also traded Coney Ely away. Okay, so they recognize, hey, we need a defensive end. They got a defensive end. I like that pick. We move on to the 5th round. They took cornerback Corn Elder out of Miami. This guy's a serious sleeper dog. And the good thing is last season, some people weren't paying attention to the end of the season, but your current cornerback, James Bradbury, he came along late into the season. You like his starting potential moving forward. Daryl Worley, he was all right, but we still need some, other cornerbacks there. So you get Corn Elder. This guy's a nice sleeper, so I like that pick there. We move on to the 6th round. They take defensive end Alexander Armah out of West Georgia. Don't know this guy, but you double dip at defensive end, and I don't get it. As a 6th rounder, will this guy be able to make the roster on a defensive end depth chart that features Mario Addison, now Deshaun Hall, Charles Johnson, and some other guys as well? I think you guys just signed Julius Peppers as well. Will he be able to make the roster? I'm not sure. Now, you can practice squad him, and that's fine. Just look out for that, though. And then the 7th round, you take kicker Harrison Butler out of Georgia Tech. Graham Gano, was he bad last year? He wasn't great. He missed like the 50-yarder to start the season, but outside of that, I didn't think he was that bad. I'd have to check, but I'm not sure anything about this kicker that you guys took. But if I go back and I check the stats and Graham Gano didn't do that good, it'll make sense to me. So overall, although I don't love this draft early on for the Panthers, I think they may have found some sleepers. Taylor Moton could be a starting left tackle in the NFL. Deshaun Hall will be a nice rotational defensive end to me. And then cornerback Corn Elder could be a nice slot corner down the road. So, and Christian McCaffrey will be a starter. He will be a starting running back for you. So overall, man, I think it's a good draft for the Panthers. Even though I did not sound that hyped about it, I think they could have done better. Ultimately, man, they got starters and players that will be playing for a while. I think it's overall a good draft for the Panthers, actually. We move on to the Chicago Bears, okay, who traded up from the number 3 overall pick to the number 2 overall pick, and they selected quarterback Mitchell Trubisky. Now, I've talked about this a little bit, but I'll talk about it again. I don't mind it. Again, he was my number 1 quarterback on my big board. However, with that said, I don't think he's going to be the best quarterback coming out of this draft anymore because this situation is not going to be good for him early on, at least. So Anyway, they got my number one quarterback on my 2017 NFL draft big board. What does that mean? So of all the quarterbacks on my big board, all the quarterbacks in this draft, I think he was the likeliest to succeed. Okay, so they got the quarterback in this entire draft that I think is likeliest to succeed. That too much. I mean, yes, it's a little bit of a reach. In fact, it's a pretty decent reach, but if he proves to be a starting quarterback, I think they'll be fine with it. There are still so many better players that could have taken here, and players that will make Pro Bowls, some will make Hall of Fame, and you'll say, ha, they passed on Solomon Thomas, a Hall of Famer. But if Mitchell Trubisky can have an Andy Dalton-type career, they'll say, you're right, but we got our quarterback, and they'll justify it. So I think it's fine. We move on to the second round, though. They take tight end Adam Shaheen out of Ashland. And this is a guy that everyone loves, right? You know, he has some nice athleticism. He's been rising up draft boards lately, blah, blah, blah. I don't love this pick. I thought it was a reach. Now, I like the fact that they traded down before they took him, right? They recouped some of their lost draft picks in the Mitchell Trubisky trade. That's fine. But, man, you double-dipped a tight end. We didn't double-dip, but you took a tight end to back up Zach Miller. Right? You still have Zach Miller, and this is a good Zach Miller, not that old Zach Miller that used to play for the Seattle Seahawks that got concussions every single week. This is the good Zach Miller that you have. Did you need a tight end? No, you needed a damn wide receiver. The Chicago Bears are about to trot onto the football field this season an assortment of number 2, number 3, and number 4 wide receivers. They are scheduled to have Cameron Meredith, Kendall Wright, Kevin White, Eddie Royal, and Marcus Wheaton for their wide receiver core. Nothing but really just one number 2 wide receiver. I don't think there's I don't think there's a couple. I think the only number 2 wide receiver there is Cameron Meredith. In terms of number 3 wide receivers, you can say, okay, now Kendall Wright, Marcus Wheaton, and then the other clown, Eddie Royal, who, by the way, can't stay healthy either. And Kevin White, I don't know what he is because he just can't stay on the damn football field. When he's on the football field, is he a number 2? Sure, but he's not on the football field. So the Bears, they have an assortment of number 2 and number 3 wide receivers everywhere. And number 4 wide receivers everywhere. And they take a tight end when they have a good tight end. So that's what I really have a problem with here. I don't understand double dipping a tight end. And just in terms of not taking 2 tight ends, but taking a damn tight end when you have a good tight end. Okay, for this team that has needs offensively, especially at the wide receiver position. Tackle. Why did you start Charles Leno Jr. and Bobby Massey, and they're not great. And I think Bobby Massey's gone now. So who's your right tackle? I don't know. I'll check the depth chart real quick. But I don't love their tackle situation. I don't love their wide receiver situation. And to me, that was an obvious direction to go here, and they went tight end. And maybe he'll be a great tight end. And maybe I'll be wrong on this, but I don't understand going with that fixture. And yes, Bobby Massey is still the starting right tackle, at least on this depth chart. So that's my problem with the Bears there. But anyway, we move on where they fixed some things to me. So they first took safety Adoree Jackson out of Alabama, smart football player, physical football player, multiple positions, makes an impact in the box, can also make an impact as a free safety. I like this pick. They took running back Tariq Cohen out of NC And, taking another running back here doesn't make much sense to me. Yeah, they don't have much behind. Hell, actually, they have a decent amount behind Jordan Howard. So I don't understand this pick. Because they still have Jordan Howard. Jeremy Langford should still be under contract. So they still have him. I mean, to me, that's your 1-2. I don't think you need to go tight end here because, hello, you have tight ends. I mean, yeah, not tight ends. You have wide receivers and offensive tackles that could have been taken. And you took another running back. I don't get it. And then they took in the 5th round, Jordan Morgan, the guard out of Kutztown. I don't know who he is. And your need at guard, I don't think it's there. You have Kyle Long and Josh Sitton, both signed to long-term deals. So I don't understand why you would take a guard here. Why not take a wide receiver? Why not take a cornerback? Why not take an offensive tackle in this draft? Those are your big. If you would have told me before this draft, top 4 needs, I would have told you quarterback. Okay, which they fill. Wide receiver didn't fill. Offensive tackle didn't fill. Cornerback didn't fill. In fact, cornerback would probably be their second biggest need, and they didn't fill it. Okay, so I'm not sure what the Bears are doing. Safety they did fill. Okay, that's nice. But, man, the Bears, and let me tell you right now, there's still a chance they can be good this season. There's only one route, only one path in which this damn Bears team is going to work. And this team is going to have to be a defensive team. That's the only way. And they have the talent to do it. They still have Danny Trevathan on defense, Jarrell Freeman on defense. They still have Eddie Goldman on their defensive line, Akeem Hicks on their defensive line. They signed Prince and Mukamara. And it could be damn good. They still have Akeem Hicks in the secondary at safety. This defense could be pretty freaking good, but, man, the quarterback play will be below average. Even if Trubisky starts, it's going to be below average, even though I like his potential eventually. Running back will be good, but it was good last season. He went 3-13, so it doesn't matter. Wide receiver, it's going to be worse than it was last season because now you don't have Alshon Jeffrey. No one's going to replace his production. Forget about that. The Bears, you're talking about, man, John Fox will be fired. He's gone. I don't care. He's either going to be fired or he's going to retire. Either way, he's gone after this season. Okay, so that stinks. And then Ryan Pace, I think he's gone because I don't think the Bears are going to be better than 5-11. There's a chance they go 7-9, but to me, that I doubt it. Right now, I have them started for like 4-12. So I think the Bears are in trouble. And then you're talking about potentially derailing the career of Mitchell Trubisky from the beginning. Potentially, because his coach will be gone, his GM will be gone. Now, a good quarterback can survive this, as Marcus Mariota went exactly through this situation his rookie year, as he was taken second overall. His coach ended up being fired. His GM ended up being fired, and he still survived today. Is Mitchell Trubisky going to be able to do that like Marcus Mariota? We'll find out, but not in love with this Bears draft. Even though I defend the move of getting Mitchell Trubisky, why would you not take a wide receiver, an offensive tackle, or a cornerback? That does not make sense to me at all. Those were three huge needs, and they didn't even come close to filling it. We move on. Let me take a drink real quick. To the Cincinnati Bengals, who took wide receiver John Ross with their first-round pick. And overall, I like this pick. Okay, I love John Ross. I'm on the record saying this. Look, I don't know what the medical reports say, but this is a guy that, man, his upside is through the roof. And let me tell you about these short wide receivers. I keep telling y'all about this, but y'all don't want to believe me. Now, some of them are busts, okay? Some of them, like Corey Coleman and Tavon Austin and Kendall Wright to a certain extent, are absolute busts. I agree. Some of them, and a lot of them, they go under the radar, and what happens is end up being freaking good. Look at Antonio Brown, look at Doug Baldwin, look at T.Y. Hilton, look at Brandon Cooks. Odell Beckham is 5'11". John Ross is 5'11", okay? So there's a short wide receiver stigma in the NFL, but let me tell you right now, John Ross's potential is a top 5 wide receiver in the NFL. He has the speed to do it, and coming out as a wide receiver prospect, his route running is about pretty damn good, I'd say, for a first-round wide receiver. If I compare him relative to those other guys that I just mentioned, I think he's just as good as a route runner as T.Y. Hilton or Doug Baldwin was coming out, and he has the speed to go along with that. I mean, so look out. With the question for me now is when John Ross is running those deep routes. And by the way, in terms of just running the deep ball, right, John Ross is in that elite company in terms of NFL history to me, because this guy just gets open. You can't stop. Okay, so look out for that as well. But can Andy Dalton throw the ball up and in front of John Ross? That's the question, because Andy Dalton's deep accuracy is not great, and it's never been great. I'll never forget watching him against the Houston Texans wild card weekend in the NFL, and he missed Andy Dalton twice on the deep ball that probably would have won them the game or at least kept them close in the game. I mean, that's ridiculous to me. So I'm looking out for that. I would have preferred, and I said this in my draft, in my round 1 grades, I would have preferred if John Ross went to the Panthers and Christian McCaffrey went to the Bengals. I thought that would have been a better fit for these two, but whatever. This is what happened. I like John Ross's potential, but man, can Andy Dalton get it out of him? We'll see. Second round, they took running back Joe Mixon out of Oklahoma. And look, I'm not the biggest Joe Mixon fan, like some people on here are saying, oh, he's the best running back in this draft. We should have got Joe Mixon. You know, some people on here. Look, he's good. I liked him as a first-round prospect, probably mid to late first round, but first-round prospect. He'll be good for them. And I like the fact that they recognize that running back is a need for us because I'm tired of Jeremy Hill. He had a nice rookie year, and he had a nice junior year, I think. But other than that, he's just too inconsistent for me. I don't care for him. So I like the fact that they recognize running back is a need, and they filled it here. And of here, with this pick, he's a value. Like, this is good value here for Joe Mixon. So I like the pick. I like that they recognize running back as a need, and I like the fact that they're upgrading their offense. I like that pick. We move on to the third round. Joe Willis, defensive end out of Kansas State. And to me, when you're talking about this pick, you have to also talk about their next pick, defensive end Carl Lawson out of Auburn. So they take two defensive ends, one in the third, one in the fourth. And Carl Lawson is a guy that has had injury problems, man. Okay, and hold on real quick. I hate to stop this real quick, but my laptop is about to die. So let me go ahead and plug that in. That way, this live stream is not in. I'll be back momentarily. I got that last warning message. All right, where was I? Okay, so they got two defensive ends, one in Jordan Willis, one in Carl Lawson. Carl Lawson has had injury problems, but when he's on the field, he's talented, and I like his potential. Jordan Willis, I like his potential as well. I was surprised he wasn't taken in the second round, though. That was shocking to me. So I like this pairing, man, and Carlos Dunlap is still there, and he's still pretty good, but he's kind of getting up there in age, maybe hitting 30 soon if he hasn't already, so I like that. And they've needed a defensive end for a while to me ever since Michael Johnson has stopped being the player that he used to be. So I like the picks here, man. We move on to their next fourth-round pick, wide receiver Josh Malone out of Tennessee. And I don't know. I really don't trust Tennessee wide receivers, man. And I hate to go into that stigma. Okay, I hate whenever people and commentators and YouTube commenters, they like to associate a certain school and a certain position and say, okay, any Oregon quarterback stink, any Alabama quarterback stink. I hate, doing that team to position thing, but I think in terms of Tennessee wide receivers, this is the freaking case because Tennessee just does not develop its wide receivers. And being as close as I am to Tennessee, and I'm not too close, but close enough, I can see that to be the case. I can tell you so many damn Tennessee wide receivers like Cordero Patterson, Justin Hunter, Marquez North, and some other guys as well that just did not damn develop. I mean, I don't know who the wide receiver coach has been under Butch Jones, but whoever it is stinks. I mean, they don't do any, they never go near the potential coming out ever. And then you expect these guys to refine their skills at the next level, and they don't. So I'm very, very hesitant when it comes to Tennessee wide receivers because all of them have been so talented. Marquez North, who I want to say was undrafted last year. This guy had so much potential. I remember when I was a Tennessee Vols fan, I was in a past lifetime now, it feels like. When we recruited this guy, I was like, oh my God, this guy's going to be so good. He could be a first rounder down the road, blah, blah, blah. And they just did not develop his damn ass. We look at Justin Hunter. This guy was even pretty freaking good at Tennessee. He had like a 1,000-yard receiving season, came in the NFL, didn't do anything. So I'm very hesitant with these Tennessee wide receivers. So I don't think he's ever going to do anything. That's just my inclination when it comes to Tennessee wide receivers. I don't think they do anything in the NFL under this Butch Jones regime. They just don't develop. So we move on. Defensive tackle Ryan Glasgow out of Michigan. Bengals took him. I don't love him, actually. I don't know. He didn't impress me at the combine. I didn't watch his film, but at the combine, he really did not impress me, this Glasgow guy. He's a little undersized. Maybe a one technique or three technique in a 4-3 defense, which they run. I'm not sure if Andrew Billings is ever going to get healthy. They took him last year, nose tackle out of Baylor. So I understand why they took him, but I just don't love the prospect. But it was the fourth round, so I get the options are low. Wow, they took a kicker. So fifth round, they took a kicker, Jake Elliott out of Memphis. And from what I knew, Zane Gonzalez was the best kicker coming out, but I guess they like this Jake Elliott better. I'll have to look at his statistics, and, we're here. We're not doing anything. Let's look at Jake Elliott's kicking statistics in college. Let me tell you right now, All I'm looking for is 50-plus yards. That's really all I care about. When I'm looking at kickers coming out of college, I want to know how many 50-plus yarders did you kick? How many of them did you make? That's pretty much it. And I also would like to know, okay, yeah, 40-plus, he hit this, and that's great, and that's fine. But I really want to know about 50-plus. So 50-plus, oof, okay, so 2016, he only took 3, and he made 2 of them. I mean, that's not great to me. That's not very impressive. And then in terms of just overall kicking percentages, he ate 80% in 2016, 21 to 26. That's not great. Missed a 40-yarder against Navy, missed a 40-yarder against Western Kentucky. Don't love this pick by the Bengals, man. In the 5th round, this is the type of kicker you're taking. I mean, perhaps in private workouts, you liked what you saw, but I'm always going by in-game footage of kickers because from what I know, kickers always look great in practice and pre-game and post-game, whatever. In the game, they choke. So you want to know how do they perform in-game. And it doesn't look like Jake Elliott performs very well. I don't love this pick. We move on to their next 5th-round pick, J.J. Dillman, the center out of Utah. Don't know much about this guy. Right now, the Bengals' need at center isn't really there. Russell Bodine, he's their current starting center, and he's pretty good. So, I mean, yeah, backup. I mean, I guess that's nice, but okay, that's fine. It's a 5th round. And then 6th round, they take linebacker Jordan Evans out of Oklahoma. Don't know much about this guy, but it's a linebacker. It makes sense to me. It's fine. 6th round, they take Brandon Wilson, running back out of Houston, and running back Houston. Don't know why you take a running back here. You just took Joe Mixon. Now you have Mixon, Hill, Giovanni Bernard. Will this guy make the roster ever? I'm not really sure. Unless if you guys let go of Jeremy Hill this year, you stash this guy on the practice squad, and then maybe next year he comes in and does something. Okay. And then 7th round, they took tight end Mason Schreck out of Buffalo. You know, behind Tyler Eifert last year, they didn't have much. They had this one guy. What was his name? It was such an interesting name this guy had. And he was decent, but he wasn't that impressive. So I understand why they would go with tight end. Let me look at this guy's name real quick because I remember it was a really fascinating, intriguing name. Their backup tight end. Let me just look up that real quick. I don't know. I really like this guy for some reason. I like his name. Oh, yeah, CJ Uzomah. Yeah, that guy. He was okay, but he's not great. So it makes sense to me. So with that said, let me just check the live chat real quick. Make sure we're still streaming and everything. We are. Everything is good. We move on. And we're going a little slow. We should probably speed it up a little bit. To the Cleveland Browns, who I already talked about, right? If you want to hear about my thoughts on the Browns draft, go back and watch that video because I'm not going to talk about it again here. Then we move on to the Dallas Cowboys. Cowboys take defensive end Taco Charlton with their 1st-round pick, 28th pick overall. And I like this pick, man. I liked Taco Charlton. Yes, he's a little inconsistent, but I think he's pretty good. Against the run, I think he's pretty good. He just wasn't susceptible to a lot of runs. They didn't run it to his side often, but when they did, I thought he was pretty freaking good. I like this pick. Chidobe Awuzie, they took in the 2nd round. And I like Uzi. I didn't like him as much as other people were talking about when they started talking about first rounder. I don't know about that, but 2nd round, I buy this, and I liked him better than Adoree Jackson. He has inside, outside versatility, can play in the slot, can play outside. And I like this pick, man. I think it's going to be good for the Cowboys. They take Jordan Lewis in the 3rd round. Now, Jordan Lewis currently has some allegations levied against him. I want to say, is it rape or is it with a gun? I can't remember. Either way, did he check out? I guess he did. If not, they wouldn't be talking about him. They wouldn't have taken him. So it makes sense. But let me tell you, it's a pure cover corner. This guy's talented, man. Just on talent alone, should have went in round 2. At least they get him in round 3. If they clean up his act, good. He'll be good. If not, you're not going to like the headlines that come out of this guy. We move on to the 4th round. Wide receiver Ryan Switzer out of North Carolina. And, you know, I think this is a bit of a reach. What is that? Oh, I just had an ad pop up. Sorry about that. We look at wide receiver Ryan Switzer. Now, he's a guy that at the combine, he impresses you. Why? Because he has nice hands, okay? He has nice route running ability, but he's undersized. And he's only going to have such a role in the NFL. And the role that he's going to play, though, will be Cole Beasley's role, right? So if you're having him, if you're drafting him as an heir apparent to Cole Beasley, then I understand that. But I'm not sure if he's going to do that right out of the gate. So I question the fit. The value I also question a little bit because he's never going to develop to be, much of anything in the NFL. Probably he just is limited in terms of his size and his speed combination. But I get it, and he's going to work hard. And to me, he's going to make the roster, so it's fine. We move on to their 6th-round pick, safety Xavier Woods out of Louisiana Tech. And I wonder if he's a free safety or a strong safety. I hope he's a strong because Byron Jones is currently at free. You don't need a free, but you need a strong. If he is, good. If he's not, I don't love it. And that's all I can really say about that. We move on to the 6th-round Marquez White cornerback out of Florida State. Marquez White, I saw some plays of him, and he wasn't great. We'll see. It's going to be a hell of a depth chart, right? They're going to have Awuzie, Lewis, White, last year's pick of Anthony Brown, and Orlando Scandrick. So this guy may not make the roster, Marquez White, but we'll see. In the 7th round, they took defensive tackle Joey Ivy out of Florida. Don't know this guy. Coming out of Florida, too, I should know this guy, but I really don't know this guy. We'll see what he does. 7th round, they also took Noah Brown, the wide receiver out of Ohio State. To go in the 7th round, wow, that's surprising. This guy might make the roster. And what I like about his fit over Switzer is that he actually has a role guy of the team. His role will be akin or similar to Terrence Williams, who's not great. So if this guy works hard, he could beat out Terrence Williams. So we'll see how that works out. And then 7th round, they also took defensive tackle Jordan Carell out of Colorado. Again, I don't know this guy, but yeah, I don't know this guy. Overall, this Cowboys draft, I think is pretty good. And it could be really good, depending if Awuzie and Lewis prove to be starting corners and Taco Charlton proves to be like a 10-plus side guy. But overall, I think it's definitely a good draft for the Dallas Cowboys, who, man, they know how to draft. Look, the Cowboys, they just know how to draft. They took freaking Zach Martin. They took freaking Travis Frederick. Last year, they took Elliott. They took Dak Prescott. They took Anthony Brown. The Cowboys know how to draft, okay? And that's why they're now ascended back to the, one of the top teams in the NFL. They know how to freaking draft. They don't have many first-round busts. Now, Mo Claiborne, he was one of them. But other than that, they don't have many. They know what they're doing. I'm not going to criticize them too much. Move on to the Broncos. They take with their first pick Garrett Bowles, the offensive tackle out of Utah. And I'm not the biggest Garrett Bowles fan, but I still gave this grade an A if you saw my grades video. Because there's nothing else that they should have done. They had such a huge need at left tackle. They filled it here with Garrett Bowles, and that's fine. I'm not the biggest fan of him. Did I prefer him or Ranting? I did prefer Bowles, so they took my best tackle available. That's fine. But don't be surprised if there's still some players that were taken after him that proved to be better players. I think that's going to be the case. We move on to the 2nd round, where they took defensive end DeMarcus Walker out of Florida State. Pick. I understand it. Some Broncos fans don't like it, but I love it. Look, why were you guys so successful in a couple years ago when you had Shane Ray, DeMarcus Ware, and Von Miller? Because you always had a guy or two guys on the football field who could rush the freaking. That's what you had. It's a very beautiful thing. And when you combine that with the no-fly zone, that is Aqib Talib and Chris Harris, although they're probably going to be done after this season or the next. It's a nice thing to have. It's a dangerous thing to have, and it led you to the freaking Super Bowl, man. So I like that combination. So you lost DeMarcus Ware to retirement. Now you bring in DeMarcus Walker. Shane Ray will start. Von Miller will start. DeMarcus Walker coming off the bench in that rotation is a dangerous rotation, and it works. Getting after the quarterback is huge, especially if you guys have hopes to get back to the AFC Championship game and defeat the New England Patriots. The way you defeat the Patriots, the way you slow down Tom Brady, is you get after him. The Broncos did that back in 2014, 2015, that AFC Championship game. And in order to beat him, they have to do that again. This allows them to be able to potentially do that, but they have to get there first. Who's going to be the quarterback? Who's going to be their running back? We don't know yet. We move on. For Carlos Henderson, they took him the 3rd round, and I really like this pick, man. And Cody Latimer, who you guys took a couple years ago, I want to say in the 1st round of either the 2014 draft or the 2015 draft, let's say 2015. He hasn't been great, so wide receiver was a need to me. They fill it here with Carlos Henderson, who I really liked. The Tennessee Titans, my favorite team, they took Tywan Taylor, wide receiver out of Western Kentucky. a couple picks before Henderson. I wanted Henderson. I thought he was the best wide receiver on the board at this point. I think this guy's going to be good for you guys in a slot role early and then potentially moving outside as Emmanuel Sanders gets old and probably leaves. His contract should be running up soon. So I like this pick a lot. We move on to the next third-round pick, cornerback Brandon Langley out of Lamar. Now, I don't know this guy, honestly, but I like the fact that they took a cornerback because, again, I think next year in 2018, I doubt this no-fly zone will still be together. Someone's gonna have to leave at some point, right? Aqib Talib, Chris Harris, hopefully not Harris. Harris is great. Talib, he may be getting old at this point. I feel like he's been getting old for a while, but he's still freaking good. But at this point, someone's probably going to leave. And Roby, is he ready for outside coverage? Not sure. So I like this pick actually in terms of taking a cornerback. We move on to the 5th round. They took tight end Jake Butt out of Michigan. And I like this pick, but no pun intended. He won't play this year, probably. He tore his ACL, and that hurts. But eventually, man, this guy could be a starting tight end for you. And I do not love their current tight end situation with Virgil Green. I think he's not very good at all. I think he's below average as a tight end in this league. At best average, but I think he's below average. So I like the pick in terms of taking a tight end. Now, I'll tell you right now, though, I do not like that they did not take a running back until the 6th round. So maybe instead of taking that corner in the 3rd, they should have took a running back there in Dante Foreman, who was available. So I'm going to say that right now. We move on to their next 5th round pick. They took a wide receiver, so they double dip at wide receiver. And they take Isaiah McKenzie out of Georgia. Is this the guy that did something stupid? No, that's that Ishmael Zamora out of Baylor. Okay, that's the guy. I'll talk about him momentarily. McKenzie, I don't know much about him. I remember him at the Combine, though. He was okay. He just looked like another guy out there, so he doesn't possess much upside to me, or doesn't really stand out amongst the pack. But if you can come in, catch the football, perhaps you can make the roster. But look at the wide receiver depth chart now. If you include Carlos Henderson, he should make the roster. This Norwood, I think he's still on the roster, but he's not great. So perhaps this McKenzie can beat him out. We move on to the 6th round where they finally take a running back in D'Angelo Henderson. After this, the Broncos signed Jamal Charles, I want to say a couple days ago. So Henderson may not make the roster as they currently have Jamal Charles, CJ Anderson, and some other guys there as well, man. So Devontae Booker, they have Andy Janovich, but he's like a fullback. I mean, their running back core is stacked, but none of them are very good. Jamal Charles could be, but, none of them, at least long-term, is proving to be the starter. Jamal Charles could have a great 1,300-yard season this season, but the next season he's probably done, right? So look out for that. But Henderson, this guy at the Combine, I saw some things from this guy. Maybe this guy could be something, so I'll look out for this guy I like to pick. And then they take Chad Kelly, the quarterback out of Ole Miss in the 7th round, Mr. Irrelevant. Now, let me tell you something. A clown. Okay, I call him Clown Kelly. This boy is an absolute buffoon. Okay, this guy, wow. Have you seen this guy's interviews? I mean, this guy talking about, oh yeah, man, I like Rich Homie Quan, man, and I do this, man, and I do that. He got kicked out of Clemson, right? He got kicked out of Clemson by Dabo Sweeney. He started talking trash about Clemson in a post-game press conference once. Issues upon issues upon issues. He's a clown. He's just a clown. I don't think you want Chad Kelly to be your starting quarterback because he's going to be such a freaking liability. I remember back in 2010 or maybe 2009. Actually, 2010, where Vince Young went missing, right? No one knew where he was, and Jeff Fisher called the cops and this and that. If Chad Kelly ends up being your starter, you're going to have some sort of BS like that. Some sort of BS like that is going to happen with this guy. This guy is a clown. His laundry list of issues is so long. It's ridiculous. So, honestly, I don't love the pick. Ironson as a talent, you look at his arm talent, he's talented. But, man, it's a laundry list. I mean, go back and look. Just do some research on this guy's off-the-field issues. Chad Kelly is an absolute clown. So, overall, though, this is a decent draft for the Broncos. Could end up being pretty good. Probably won't be great. I'm not sure if I see a Pro Bowler here, but I think it's a decent draft. We move on to the Detroit Lions, who took linebacker Jared Davis in the 1st round. And let me tell you something right now. It's a bit of a reach, but I understand why they took him, right? They currently have DeAndre Levy, who retired, actually. Or he didn't retire, or they released him. Something. He ain't there anymore. Stephen Tulloch, he retired. Okay, yeah, he definitely retired. And I think they just released DeAndre Levy now that I think about it. So their linebacking core needed help. They haven't been able to bring a linebacker in there to be good in a while. They drafted Kyle Van Noy back in 2014-15. He stunk. And they really haven't done anything to fix this linebacker core. Now they bring in Jerry Davis, and I think he's going to be a nice piece to this linebacking core. But I think they're still going to need 2 more pieces, right? I think they need to completely revamp this linebacking core in Detroit. We move on to the second round. They take cornerback Jalen Tabor out of Florida. And I like Tabor, man. Tease Tabor. I know he had the slow 40 time, but, man, the guy can play. And when I was going back and watching Adoree Jackson, I started comparing him to guys like Tease Tabor. And Tease Tabor is just such a better cover corner than Adoree Jackson in college, right? Now, traits and how they translate to the next level is very important. So I don't look at Tease Tabor and say, oh, he's a first-round pick. He's going to be a shutdown corner, but he just knows. He has a good nose for the ball. He has a good feel for the game. He has nice cornerback tools and techniques and instincts, and to me, that translates. So I look out for this guy, and I say, hey, he could be a nice number 2 corner in this for the Lions. You currently have Darius Slay, who's your athletic corner, and he's just good overall. Now you juxtapose him with Tease Tabor, a guy who isn't athletic, but has some nice skills as well. So I like that 1-2 punch right there if he proves to start. Maybe he doesn't start, but if he does, I like that. Dynamic. We move on to the third round. Wide receiver Kenny Golladay out of North Illinois. Now, I heard of this guy, but I didn't watch any of this guy. Coming from North Illinois, though, not many players do come out of there, but it's fine. Wide receiver to me was a need, actually. Anquan Bolden, I'm not sure if he's retired, but either way, I don't think he's contracted to your team. Okay, so to me, wide receiver was a need. Even Golden Tate and Marvin Jones, they're all right, but they're going to have games where they don't do anything. And when that happens, you're going to need someone to go to. And your tight end position right now in Eric Ebron, he's inconsistent. Maybe he's not healthy either. So to me, this was a need, but perhaps it's a need you could have addressed earlier because I'm not sure if this guy's going to be good enough for Stafford. You know, you're going to need, I think, 600 yards from this guy. I'm not sure he'll be willing to supply that. We move on to the fourth round. They take linebacker Jalen Reeves-Maybin out of Tennessee. And what do I say earlier? I say, hey, they need to revamp this linebacking core in Detroit. They take 2 linebackers. Good. Reeves-Maybin, another guy that at Tennessee kind of underwhelmed, I would say, but I saw nice potential from him. I think this is a good pick. I like this pick. We move on to the next fourth-round pick. They take tight end Michael Roberts. I just talked about, hey, Eric Ebron has underwhelmed to me, can't stay healthy, blah, blah, blah. Now you take Michael Roberts out of Toledo. Now, I would have preferred you guys taken, I believe Bucky Hodges was available here. He was. I also know for a fact George Kittle was available here. I prefer both of those guys. Maybe even Jordan Leggett was also available. So I don't love Roberts over those other tight ends, but I like the fact that you took a tight end. We move on to their fifth-round pick. Cornerback Jamal Agnew out of San Diego. Don't know this guy. It's another corner to go along with Tease Tabor and Darius Slay and who's the other corners right now? Nevin Lawson and Quandre Diggs. So I like that. I guess it's fine. We move on to their sixth-round pick, defensive end Jeremiah Ledbetter. So you waited all this time to take a defensive end. I don't love that. But Jeremiah Ledbetter, actually, he kind of plays a little defensive tackle as well, if I remember correctly. So there's some versatility there, and I would like that aspect of it. We'll see what he can do, but I think he waited too long to take a defensive end. Sixth round, you guys also take quarterback Brad Kaya out of Miami. And Brad Kaya is a guy that, look, he's going to be a backup quarterback. If you listen to anything that I said before the draft as it pertained to Brad Kaya, or if you were able to listen to any of it, let me regurgitate. Brad Kaya was a guy that I said, look, everyone agrees this guy's a backup pretty much forever. So don't be surprised if he goes 4th, 5th, 6th, or even 7th round and he wins 6th round. He's going to be a backup, period. And you should be fine with that, right? Stafford, currently his backup is that clown last year that was out of Michigan. I can't remember his name, but I don't trust that guy. Brad Kaya I trust more just to hold things down. The problem is with Detroit, sometimes they need a guy that doesn't hold things down, but a guy that can put up 30. He won't do that for you, Brad Kaya, but it's a decent pick. And then the 7th round, they take defensive end Pat O'Connor out of Eastern Michigan. They double dip at defensive end, and that's fine, but to me, it was too late. You should have took a defensive end earlier in this draft. Let me take another drink. Let me look at the chat to see what people are saying. And then we'll be back moving forward. Okay, everyone's here. No problems. People are discussing my Chad Kelly hate. Look, Chad Kelly's a clown. Chad Kelly's a freaking clown, dog. Swag Kelly. Thank you. Somebody remember me of his nickname, Swag Kelly. Man, that guy is a clown. Also known as Machine Gun Kelly. What a baboon. Okay, so we move on to the Green Bay Packers, who traded out of the first round, and then they took cornerback Kevin King. No, Kenny. Is it Kevin King? Yeah, Kevin King out of Washington. I'm looking at UCA today for all these draft picks, and they say Kenny King on here. What a bunch of idiots. So they take Kevin King, the cornerback out of Washington, and look, I'm not the biggest Kevin King fan. I think he's a horrible tackler, one of the worst tacklers I've ever seen. Honestly, he just does slip and slide tackles at wide receivers' feet and ankles. He's a terrible tackler. And as a cover corner, he's not that good. I like his size. He's sitting at over 6'2", I want to say. Decent weight. And he ran like a 4.4 40 at the combine, but he's just not very good either as a cover corner or as a tackler. So I don't love that pick. They come back at the end of the second, and they took an athletic guy in safety Josh Jones out of NC State. Now, the neatest safety really wasn't there. Morgan Burnett still there, but you guys did lose Micah Hyde. You lost Micah Hyde in free agency, who played safety corner, was a hybrid. So perhaps Josh Jones could fit in that type of mold. So I understand this pick now more than I think about it. I like his potential. I loved how he looked at the combine. When I turned on the tape, it didn't really match. So perhaps you can get that potential out of him. But this being the late second round, this would, to me, when you take these high upside guys that showed decent ability on film. Guys like, who else was taken here that I didn't really like? I can't really remember right now. But guys that show potential but really were awful on tape, that's where I say don't take them until like round 3 or round 4. So I like this pick by the Packers. They're taking Josh Jones. 3rd round, they come back and they take defensive tackle Montravius Adams out of Auburn. Nice pick here, man. This guy's been falling down a little bit throughout the process. At one point, I even saw him in the 1st round. I want to say like mid-2016 season. Fell all the way down to round 3 now. And I like this pick. This is a guy that, to me, will be a nice player on this Packers front that, to me, needed more help at 3-4 defensive end. Last year, they took this guy. Can't remember his name because he didn't do anything. I want to see he was out of Northwestern. Damn, what was his name? Can't remember. But either way, he wasn't great. Okay, you saw Mike Daniels, but you need someone opposite of him. Montravius Adams could be that down the road. And then you're still waiting on Kenny Clark to solidify himself as the starting nose tackle for this team. He should do that this season. And you guys, I want to say you guys still have LaTroy Guion in terms of the defensive lineman rotation for the Packers. So you're seeing this defensive line forming, becoming a little bit stronger, and we'll see how that develops down the road. Really quick, let me see what the name of this. Dean Lowry, that was the defensive end that the Packers took last year out of Northwestern. He wasn't great to me, so I understand why you guys would go back to the defensive lineman. Well, look at the 4th round. How about linebacker Vince Beagle out of Wisconsin? And I liked this guy, man. I saw some nice athleticism from this guy on tape. I saw some nice things from this guy. I think he was going to come in and do a good job for the Packers. Now, I was disappointed in the rookie campaign of Kyler Fackrell, who you guys took last year out of Utah State. I thought it was really going to come in and do more for you. He didn't. I was disappointed with that. But overall, I think it's a decent pick here for the Packers. We move on to the end of the 4th round, where the Packers take running back Jamal Williams out of BYU. Now, this guy could be pretty freaking good. I still don't love the fact, though, that the Packers waited this long to take a running back. But let me tell you right now, man, this guy could prove to be the starting running back for the Green Bay Packers. I really like what I saw on film from Jamal Williams, and I'm surprised he lasted this long. I will definitely be looking out for Jamal Williams as a late fantasy prospect because, man, he just probably won't be able to do anything until like week 8, and then from there he's going to like go off for something. But look out for Jamal Williams. We move on to the 5th round, wide receiver D'Angelo Yancey out of Purdue. And wide receiver here, I don't love it. You guys just let go of, I want to say, Jared Abbrederis. I want to say he went to the Lions. You guys still, though, have Devontae Adams and Jordy Nelson and Randall Cobb and Jeff Janis. Last year you drafted that guy out of, was it UCLA or was it Cal? Can't remember. Trevor Davis. Didn't do much, but he's still on the roster. So we'll see if he can make the roster. As a 5th rounder, I want to draft guys that will make the roster. That's a personal preference of mine. So I don't love that. Although next season, though, I want to say someone's losing. Devontae Adams is in a contract year, so they could lose him. But I don't love this pick. We move on to the 5th round where they take another running back. Wow. So they take Aaron Jones, the running back out of UTEP. And actually, I don't mind this double dip at running back because, first of all, Ty Montgomery was playing running back for them last year. So it's not like their running back position is very deep at all. Okay, so you move him, and I've got by him as a wide receiver, right? So that's another wide receiver there. Will D'Angelo Yancey make the roster? I don't know about that. So anyway, back to running back. So Montgomery was playing there, so you don't love that. Now you can move him back to wide receiver, let him play there full time, pretty much. I mean, you can still have him, coming back for like some stupid plays, but mainly, hey, be a damn wide receiver. Now you're gonna have Aaron Jones, you're gonna have Jamal Williams, you're gonna have James Starks. Hey, that's a decent trio to me. A decent, not great, but decent. It could be great if Jamal Williams proves to be great. Aaron Jones is a prospect. Don't know much about him, but just the idea of taking another running back, I'm down with that. Although I am disappointed that the only cornerback this team has added has been Kevin King so far, but whatever. We move on to the offensive tackle they took in the 6th round, Kofi Amichia out of South Florida. I'm very good with names, man. I never even read this guy's name before, but just looking at the name, I know how to pronounce it. I don't know much about this guy. It's the 6th round, so I don't care. But I also don't know why you would take a tackle. You guys took Jason Spriggs last year, didn't get playing time. You guys currently have David Bakhtiari and Brian Bulaga as your starting tackles. So, you can continue to solidify your tackle position, but, it's whatever. It's the 6th round. They take another running back because they take Devontae Mays, running back out of Utah State. Okay, now I have to jump off the bandwagon. Look, running backs, they're nice, but taking 3 in 1 draft, I don't know about that. And then they take wide receiver Malachi Dupre out of LSU. I don't love taking another wide receiver here. I don't love that. If you're going to just go all out and just draft a bunch at one position, why not draft 3 corners? Why not draft 3 corners and 2 outside linebackers? Because to me, those positions are the one that need more depth. Wide receiver, you have depth. Running back, you had 2. Okay, that's not, but you don't need 3. So I don't get that. Why would you take 2 wide receivers? That doesn't make any sense to me for the Packers draft. Again, they're late round picks, 2 of them, but it doesn't make sense to me. Overall, though, this Packers draft, it's all right. But honestly, unless if Jamal Williams can prove to be a very good running back, I'm not sure I think this draft is a little below average. And that's fine because, they're a playoff team, so it's not going to hurt them too much. It's not like they need to catch up to everyone else. But if you're trying to solidify yourselves as being Super Bowl contenders and being right there with New England, I'm not sure you did that in this draft. Trying to catch up to Atlanta, I don't think you did that in this draft. We move on to the Houston Texans. Now, Texans fans, me and you are going to have problems today. Now, if you think I'm going to hate on this draft because I'm a Titans fan and I hate the Texans, you are wrong, my friend. And you can stick around as I praise and laud the Indianapolis Colts draft. Stick around and wait for that. The Texans draft to me was not very good. And mainly because their first pick really wasn't very good. As they traded up from 25 to number 12 and selected quarterback Deshaun Watson. Now, you can go back to my video in January. I've been on the record. I am just not a Deshaun Watson fan. I don't think he's very good. I had him as a 3rd round prospect. I don't think he's very good at all. And I'm willing to bet that in 6 years, he is not a starting quarterback anymore in the NFL. That's my bet. Doesn't have great arm strength. Accuracy, below average, especially for NFL, or as far as the NFL is concerned. He has below average accuracy in terms of the NFL relative to other NFL quarterbacks. I saw him flat out miss people. I saw Mike Williams and Deion Kane and Hunter Renfrow have to adjust to the football at ridiculous lengths in order to come down with some of the footballs Deshaun Watson was throwing. I saw one throw where Deion Kane had to turn around as he had beaten the cornerback, had to turn around and then slide back in the end zone as he caught the football like Michael Jackson doing the damn moonwalk because Deshaun Watson is inaccurate. I don't care that he won a national championship. Who cares? Because if we want to go down the list of quarterbacks that have won a national championship, you'll see that there is literally no correlation between winning national championships and being successful NFL quarterback. If there is any correlation, there's a correlation that suggests that being a winning quarterback in college negatively impacts your pro prospects. As we can go down the list and we can say guys like Vince Young, Matt Leiter, Tim Tebow, AJ McCarron, Greg McElroy, and on and on and on and on. Who was the quarterback that won for LSU? I don't know. I'm sure he wasn't good. So, I mean, honestly, if that's the metric we're using, Carl Dale Jones. And then who did Carl Dale Jones beat? Marcus Mariota. Who the hell is a better pro prospect? Don't tell me about winning a national championship has any correlation. The one that I can think of recently is Jameis Winston. Okay, so now we have one example versus 6 or 7 that I just named. If there's any correlation, the correlation suggests that, hey, there's this one little example of Jameis Winston. This is an outlier, and he's more likely to be in this group. Did Sam Bradford win for Oklahoma? If he did, then okay. But still, man, I don't love this national championship love. There's no correlation, and if there's any correlation, it's a negative correlation. It's a correlation that does not suggest that, okay, this guy's going to be good because he won a national championship. There's either no correlation or it's a negative correlation. Let's go ahead and get that out of the way. I'm so sick of these NFL laymen and these college football fans that tell me, hey, this guy won a national championship. What evidence is there to suggest that means anything other than your just empirical intuition? What evidence is there to say? There's no evidence. So I don't want to hear about that. We move on. Deshaun Watson, again, poor accuracy to me, where he's half the field at the time. So throws too many interceptions for a guy that's probably going to have to be a game manager, right? His stat line is going to read like 20 interceptions to like 12 or 13. 20 touchdowns to like 12 or 13 interceptions this season. I mean, that's a game manager, not a very good one. That's not like an Alex Smith one. That's not like a game manager that I look at and say, oh, I want this type of game managing. So that concerns me as it pertains to this pick. And again, it's not because I hate the Texans. I am about to praise the Indianapolis Colts. I'm about to praise them. You sit back and you watch as I praise them and as I trash you, okay? Because honestly, I don't like this pick. But we move on from there. And from there, they didn't do too bad. Okay, so they picked up inside linebacker Zach Cunningham out of Vanderbilt. Okay, now Zach Cunningham I want to like because I also go to Vanderbilt, right? This is the guy that everyone loved. Oh my God, everyone loved Zach Cunningham. Everyone had these big track Zach signs with his big old head on it, right? He's great. There were some games where I turn on the film and I'm just like, man, this isn't a very good linebacker. He was awful against Tennessee. He was bouncing off of Alvin Kamara like a damn pinball. He's very good in coverage, although he wasn't great athletic at the combine. And at times he can be very good diagnosing some plays and whatnot, but I'm conflicted. But he went late second, so I understand why. And you believe he can be your heir apparent to Brian Cushing, and he certainly can be. So I don't hate this pick. If I were to grade it, I give it like a B. But be careful saying, oh, we got a huge steal in Zach Cunningham. I think he has some work to do. Go watch his game against Tennessee, man. This guy had plenty of chances to bring down Kamara, and he just didn't do so. Took bad angles, and when he was able to get his hands on him, didn't wrap him up and bring him down. And as a linebacker, that's kind of what you have to do. We move on to the third round, running back Dante Foreman out of Texas. And look, I remember back in January, Foreman was getting first-round hype. I said, this guy's a third-rounder. And he went third round. Good. So you guys take him in the third round. That's fine. Now, Lamar Miller last year didn't do that great. He had like 4 yards of carry. Alfred Blue, like same thing. So you believe that Foreman could end up being a starting running back for you, and I could see that. He has to be better holding onto the football. Had like anywhere from 4 to 6 fumbles this year, lost, which is really bad. Needs to improve that, but I think he had 6 actually. And I don't think I think it was actually 6. Too many for Foreman. And then also he needs to be a little more physical to me. He has a body to do it, but sometimes doesn't do it. His breakaway speed, he's not going to break away from folks, but there's some speed there. So I think it'd be decent, man. I give this pick a nice, I like this pick. I'm not really grading picks, but I think it's a nice pick. We move on, though, to the fourth round. They take Julian Davenport out of Bucknell. I don't know much about this guy, but I can tell you this. Has very long arms, right? Huge, long arms and tackle. Not very strong. I want to say he's under 300 pounds, so he's going to have to go to the strength and conditioning room and work. You don't want to play him this year. You want to play him like next year, maybe 2 years down the road, but he could end up being a starting tackle in this league. But coming from Bucknell, not having a lot of strength to him, not having a lot of weight to him or size to him either, a little concerning. We move on to the next pick in the fourth round. They take defensive tackle Carlos Watkins out of Clemson. And, to me, this is a decent pick. Carlos Watkins is a guy that produced, man, at Clemson, and we can look at some traits of his and say we don't like this, like his explosiveness off the ball isn't great. He could develop like some more moves. His hand usage could be better at times, but I think for the late fourth round to get a guy that had this much production, playing for a big school like this, I like that kind of thing. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, sometimes this can be a little overrated, but I don't know, having a guy that got the production that he got playing for Clemson's defense and just watching games and then just seeing Carlos Watkins doing stuff, getting a guy like that late fourth round, I'm on board with that. And then in the fifth round, they take cornerback Treston Deku out of Oregon State. Kevin Johnson, he actually was decent last year. I like his potential. Jonathan Joseph is getting old, as is Kareem Jackson. So perhaps this guy can get into the mold soon. So that makes sense to me. Then you guys take center Kyle Fuller out of Baylor. Your current center situation is actually okay. So perhaps this guy's going to be a backup, but I saw this guy mocked like round 5 or round 6, so it's a good value, so I understand that. So overall, man, outside of the first pick, I think it's a decent draft. And because Deshaun Watson is going to start early, this draft could appear to be great. Give me 6 years. Go ahead, give me 6 years. I know that's a long time, but I'm telling you right now, 6 years down the road, he ain't going to be starting. I'm just letting you know. He is that prototypical 4-year starter, maybe 3-year starter, maybe 5, and you just realize this guy isn't very good. Get him out of my face. I'm telling you, Deshaun Watson just isn't very good. That's just to me. So just in case you believe that, I hate the Texans, whatever, sit back and watch as I praise the Colts. I loved the Indianapolis Colts draft, 2017 NFL draft. I loved it. It was great. And they currently have their new general manager, Chris Ballard, formerly of the Kansas City Chiefs. This guy is an absolute stud. And I remember last year when the Titans were looking for a general manager, I wanted Chris Ballard. And now I'm finding out why. Let's start with their first round pick as they select safety Malik Hooker out of Ohio State. Now, when we look at Jonathan Allen, we can say that, hey, this guy fell because his shoulders won't last long, right? He's only going to be a starter for like 6 or 7 years, then he's gone forever. Malik Hooker's injury is not that. It was a hernia injury. He's going to miss maybe sometime this season. Then from there, as long as the surgery goes well, he'll be good to go. Why the hell did he fall all the way down to 15? I don't know. Now, I don't love him against the run. Again, he missed like 17 tackles this season. Okay, so even not even against the run, just like in terms of just tackling, like wide receivers catching the ball in front of him having to bring them down, not great at that. So not a great tackler, but in terms of intercepting the football, being a center fielder, covering sideline to sideline, man, getting this guy at 15, wow. Okay, then from there, they take cornerback Quincy Wilson with the 46th pick. Now, I don't care that this guy went in the second round, in the middle of the second round. I wanted this guy over Adoree Jackson. Okay, Quincy Wilson is a starting cornerback in this league, in the NFL, and to me, corner than Adoree Jackson. Okay, so I love that right there. He's better than Tease Tabor. Okay, fine. He only ran like a 4.56 40, but I mean, I saw some nice things on tape from Quincy Wilson. I liked him better than Gary and Conley. I liked him better than Tre'Davious White. I liked him better than Adoree Jackson. I liked him better than Chidobe Awuzie and some other cornerbacks as well. I love this pick, man. You're putting this guy opposite Avonte Davis. That's great. And Davis wasn't great last year. So if he's not great again, don't be surprised if Quincy Wilson ends up being your best quarterback on the roster this season. I'm a big fan of Quincy Wilson. So now you have Quincy Wilson. You have Malik Hooker in your secondary. Your secondary has transformed from being absolutely terrible to, hey, we have a secondary. Then from there, they take defensive end, now outside linebacker Terrell Basham out of Ohio. Wow, in the third round, in the middle of the third round, they're able to select Terrell Basham. You got to be kidding me, man. And this is a team that severely needed outside linebacker help to me. They did sign Jabal Sheard and John Simon in free agency, and that's fine. But who's going to be that 10-plus sack guy? Now, Basham won't be that initially, but down the road, 2-3 years, oh, he could be that for this football team, man. I like him in that type of role. Opposite of Jabal Sheard, they play differently. They would play off each other well to me, in theory. So I like this pick here by the third round, or in the third round by the Colts. And then fourth round, man, offensive tackle Zach Banner out of USC. Never quite reached his potential, but hey, you guys need some more offensive line help. He could play guard to me at the next level, and this pick makes sense to me. And you guys last year took LaRaven Clark out of Texas Tech, and you guys also took Joe Wrights out of North Dakota State. Neither of them proved to be very good. No, it was a Joe Wrights or was it Joe something else? Either way, you guys took Joe something out of North Dakota State. Neither of them were great right tackles, so perhaps Zach Banner can get himself into that discussion. Then in the fourth round, they also took running back Marlon Mack out of South Florida. Like this pick, man. This is a guy that could be a starting running back in the NFL. If you're looking for a Jordan Howard in this year, man, it could be Marlon freaking Mack. And this Colts team needed a damn running back, and they got a damn running back here in Marlon Mack. I'm looking out for this guy, dog. Then they take defensive tackle Grover Stewart out of Albany. Don't know this guy, honestly. Defensive tackle, though, is a need to me, although they did just sign Jonathan Hankins in free agency, and they expect to get Henry Anderson back healthy this season. But it's fine. They need more defensive help anyway. They then double dip at corner as they select cornerback Nate Harrison out of Temple. Double dipping at corner makes sense to me. Vontae Davis, now Quincy Wilson. Your other corners aren't great, although one of them isn't bad. I want to say his name is Patrick Robinson. Do you guys have Patrick Robinson, or was that the Chargers? Either way, taking another cornerback here would make sense to me. So this is a good pick to me. Let me make sure what this guy's name was that I'm thinking of right now. You guys have Daryl Morris also in this quarterback depth chart. That's fine. Who was the cornerback I was thinking of? Rashawn Melvin. I guess he's not here. Okay, never mind. I guess that was another team. So, double dipping at corner makes sense to me, as none of these names at corner other than Vontae Davis frighten me. Rashawn Melvin, Daryl Morris, Telvin Mitchell, Chris Milton, Frankie Williams, who cares? You double dip at corner, good. And then your last pick, linebacker Anthony Walker out of Northwestern. Now, man, I wanted the Titans to take him in the fourth round, or in the third round, but their last pick in the third round. This guy's good. I saw Northwestern, man. He was one of the leaders defensively for a team that always ends up doing pretty well defensively every year. He's one of the reasons why, man. I remember last year y'all took Antonio Morrison out of Florida. He didn't do much this year, but, man, if you can get Morrison and Walker together doing things defensively for you in your linebacking core, this Colts defense, man, just really improved in 2017. We move on to the Jacksonville Jaguars, who take running back Leonard Fournette in the first round. And I like this pick for the Jaguars, man. You want to ease the pressure off of Blake Bortles. Take Leonard Fournette. Makes a lot of sense to me. I have no problem with that. And I'll tell you this right now. Look, it's going to be interesting to see what kind of season he has. Some people are already projecting like 13, 14, 1,500 rushing yards. I don't think so, but it should be over 1,200, I think. Should be, because he's going to get a lot of volume. Just, first of all, release Chris Ivory. Don't even keep him as a backup. Just release him. TJ Young will be a nice backup, right? Nice change of pace guy. Just get rid of Chris Ivory because I don't want y'all to be tempted to even give that guy carries. Let Leonard Fournette be the bell cow. Okay, like this pick. Move on to the second round. Cam Robinson out of Alabama, and look. Can you get whatever left potential this guy has? I think you can, man. There's still a good amount of potential left with Cam Robinson. I see it there. Right tackle is a possibility for him. Guard is a possibility for him. Either way, just find a role, let him stick there, and then he can do a lot of things. But there's still some development that's needed there for Cam Robinson. But hey, at times he can look freaking good. Like he pretty much handled Myles Garrett, right? Which is pretty freaking impressive. But at times he can just end up on his butt, pancaked. And I don't love that. Move on to the third round. They select defensive end Dawon Smoot out of Illinois. Now, I understand why they took a defensive end. Some people don't. But they're saying that they're planning on using Calais Campbell at defensive end. And then Dante Fowler didn't impress me last season. Yannick Ngakoue had 8 sacks, but they were kind of empty sacks if you go back and look at the film. These sacks weren't in the games, nor if you watch the film, was he actually really beating a lot of these offensive tackles all the time. A lot of the time, he would take advantage of a situation where there was a missed assignment. So they were kind of empty sacks. Go back and watch the film on that. So I understand why they took a defensive end here. I have no problem with it. And the thing about the Jaguars is there are positions that you can look at and you can say they're filled. But the problem is, look, we're going 3-13 every year. So obviously these positions aren't really filled if we're doing this every freaking year. Pretty much. Y'all went 5-11 in 2014. You regressed in 2015. Then you regressed and you went 3-13 in 2016. There are problems here, so I don't think any position is off the limits when it comes to this team because y'all just stink every year. Why? We have to figure out why you have to fix it. So we move on to the fourth round where they take wide receiver D.D. Westbrook out of Oklahoma. And D.D., he's a guy that, okay, he can win deep. Okay, he has nice speed to him, that's for sure. I'm not sure if he's ever going to develop to be more than that. Blake Bortles, he can throw the deep ball decently well. Remember, he hit Rashad Perriman back when they were in college. And then Allen Robinson and Allen Hurns, they aren't the best deep threats. So I get this pick. And I like this pick. So I give this pick, I would give it a good grade, but I'm not grading today. We move on to the fifth round. They take linebacker Blair Brown out of Ohio. And, man, linebacker makes sense to me. Again, I think just so many positions here just need to be solidified with more and more talent until they can finally break out of the hell that they are in. And they are in hell, man. They're going 3-13 every year. So it makes sense to me. It's a fine pick, although I have not heard of this guy. And then seventh round, they take cornerback Jalen Myrick. I don't know why he fell this far, man. Maybe there's something wrong with him. Maybe he has like an injury problem or off the field concern because I had this guy pegged for the third round. He falls all the way down to the seventh. I don't know what's up, but man, I like that pick. A lot of value there. And then they took a fullback, Marquez Williams out of Miami. Who cares? Overall, man, a good draft for the Jaguars. And you like the fact that, hey, they could have a Pro Bowler in Fournette. I think he will be. And then Cam Robinson, maybe he could be one. If he can really get that potential out of him, stop getting pancaked from time to time. I like the potential there. Really quick, let me do a quick count of how many teams I've done thus far. 1, 2. Okay, so we're about halfway through. A little more than halfway through because I'm not doing every team, so that's nice. But this is about the time I plan to stop, but whatever. We already got started anyway. All right. Let's move on to the Kansas City Chiefs, who took quarterback Patrick Mahomes with their first-round pick, 10th pick overall. And look, the Chiefs, I like this move. Okay, you move up for Patrick Mahomes. And let me tell you right now, this is one of my bold predictions. And I'm going to make a separate video on this because I think this will be a good video in terms of getting views. I like Patrick Mahomes to be the best quarterback coming out of this draft. I liked Trubisky as the best prospect, but that does not always determine who's going to be the best. What often determines that is what situation you get into. And Mahomes by far has the best situation to me. Texas situation isn't bad, but Deshaun Watson just isn't very good to me. I'm not betting on him to do anything. So Mahomes, man, this guy should be nice down the road. Now, some people are saying, oh, he's not playing for 2 years. Let's see about that. Let me tell you something about the universe. The universe has a funky way of working in the NFL where as soon as you pick up a guy that could start for you down the road or you're planning on starting down the road, there's either going to be an injury to your starter, okay, or he's just going to beat out your starter by midseason. Always. I'm telling you, always. It never happens to where you never see these guys. You're going to see these guys soon. Like, I remember last year, the Jets, they didn't take Christian Hackenberg. They didn't play Christian Hackenberg, but I was shocked that didn't happen. And they were damn close to playing him, but they ended up playing Bryce Petty instead. That's a rare situation where they actually sit. But Jared Goff, they were saying, oh, we're going to bench this guy for a year. They did. Blake Bortles, we're going to bench this guy for a year. They did. Jake Locker, his rookie year, we're going to bench this guy. And they did, but what happened? Matt Hasselbeck got injured. Blaine Gabbert ended up starting for the Jaguars. Christian Ponder ended up starting for the Vikings. Teddy Bridgewater ended up starting for the Vikings. Every time you always hear Derek Carr ended up starting week 1 for the Raiders. You always hear these guys saying, okay, we're not going to play these guys. We're not going to play these guys. The universe has a funky way of working, man, especially if they're a first-round pick. Jimmy Garoppolo didn't play early, but I'm telling you, man, the universe is going to work its magic. Either Alex Smith is going to get injured or he's going to beat out or Mahomes is going to beat him out. One of those, the universe always does this, man. If you think that this first-round quarterback is not playing, I'm telling you, man, you're wrong on that. He's going to be playing eventually this season. Alex Smith will get like a concussion or something, and then in comes Patrick Mahomes. With that said, there are other picks. I don't know much about any of these guys. So, honestly, this is where I'm going to kind of move through this draft. But they took defensive end Tano Pasangong out of Villanova. I think that's how you pronounce it, something like that. He's raw. At the combine, I saw that rawness. His combine was okay, but I wasn't in love with it. And I don't know why you would take an outside linebacker here. Maybe he could play 3-4 defensive end. But either way, if you play 3-4 defensive end, I would understand it more. You guys currently have Chris Jones, Joaquin Nunez, Roches, and pretty much no one else. So I don't understand that. If he's playing outside linebacker, I don't get that. As D Ford finally came along last season, you still have Tamba Hali and Justin Houston, although they're getting old, but you still have them. And Houston's on a huge deal. You just can't afford to get rid of him yet. So if he's playing outside linebacker, I don't love this pick. If he's playing defensive end, I'm fine with this pick. We move on to the third round. They take running back Kareem Hunt out of Toledo. And there were some running backs that I would have preferred at this point, like a Jamal Williams. But overall, Hunt has some nice ability to him. And you guys needed a running back, right? Spencer Ware is not great. We cannot expect Spencer Ware to lead us to the promised land, so why not take Kareem Hunt? Fourth round, they take Jehu Chesson out of Michigan, guy that really wasn't able to produce much at Michigan. Same goes for his partner, Amara Darboh, who was drafted by a team that I can't remember because I haven't got to them yet, but we'll see what he does. Personally, I'm not sure he's going to do anything for at least 2 years. He's just not ready to go right now, but maybe you can develop him. Okay, fifth round, you guys take Ukeme Eligwe out of Georgia Southern, and he's a linebacker. And you guys need a linebacker to me. An inside linebacker, I think that's what he plays. That should be what he plays. It makes sense to me. And then sixth round, you guys take Leon McQuay III out of USC. Safety makes sense, right? You guys still haven't found to me a nice running mate and a nice partner to Eric Berry. Perhaps Leon McQuay III could be that for you. We move on to the Los Angeles Chargers. Now, I will tell you guys this right now. Chase Oliver, who I saw in the chat earlier, I'm not sure if he's still here, but Chase Oliver, one of my good friends, he's going to do a Los Angeles Chargers draft recap on this channel. So you guys can stick around for that because he's a Charger fan, so he wanted to talk about it. I said, hey, why not? He's good. He can do it. Great. But I will still talk about it because why not? But I'll talk about it a little bit quicker. So we have wide receiver Mike Williams out of Clemson. Don't love the pick. And the more I think about it, the more I'm conflicted, but I still don't love it. So Mike Williams is a guy that, man, I just don't believe he's adding much value to this football team. So when you think about it this way, okay, Tyrell Williams had 900-something receiving yards, maybe even broke 1,000 last year, okay? He's going to go down, okay? His yardage is going to go down. Mike Williams, he's probably going to have like 700 to me. Keenan Allen, if he's healthy, and he's probably going to be at least healthier than he was last season because he didn't play last season. So he's going to be healthier to a certain extent. You're going to get some games out of Keenan Allen most likely. You still have Travis Benjamin, who I want to say missed some games. If he is healthy, you're going to get more production out of him, presumably. How much value was added to this football team? I don't think any value. You know, I mean, you can argue that Mike Williams getting 1,000 yards is easier than Tyrell Williams getting 1,000 yards. So that's the value that we added, but it's still 1,000 yards. You know, so I don't get this pick. I really don't. Now, perhaps 2 years down the road, this pick will make a lot of sense as Keenan Allen is gone, as Tyrell Williams is gone, as Travis Benjamin stinks, and yeah, okay. But now Phillip Rivers may be gone, and you're going to need, for Mike Williams to have a lot of success, you need a quarterback who doesn't care and just throws the football up to him anyway, because he's not going to be open. Okay, you just need a quarterback that just says, I don't care, I'm throwing it up to him anyway, and then he'll come down with it. That's Mike Williams' game. That's who he is. Phillip Rivers is that. Who's going to be your next quarterback? Will he be that? Josh Rosen, will he be that? I don't know. I don't love this pick, man. Other than that, though, they cleaned things up as they took 2 offensive guards, one in Forrest Lamp in the second round, and then one in Dan Feeney in the third round. Love that duo, man. What a duo. Now, I would have maybe not taken Feeney just because I still think Orlando Franklin can be good. I know he wasn't great last season, and he's dealt with injuries. As everyone on this damn Chargers offensive line, pretty much the entire team. But he was a damn good guard for Denver. So I don't love that. But, hey, either way, he's out the door now, or he's going to be eventually. You're going to have Feeney and Lamp, and they're going to be good. I would look at playing Lamp, though, at right tackle. He played left tackle at Western Kentucky. Can he play right tackle? Because Joseph Barksdale, I don't love. I remember I read the stat back in January. I think he allowed 8 or 9 sacks, maybe even 10 sacks this season, which is just bad. Although he did play well in 2015, he played awful in 2016. So I might look at right tackle and say, Lamp, want to play right tackle Feeney, want to play whatever guard position Franklin isn't playing, and then still play Franklin. I think that might be the best lineup for the Chargers. But hey, either way, I'm fine with these picks. And then in the 4th round, they take safety Rashawn Jenkins out of Miami. And, you know, these Miami safeties lately, they all come down in a hurry, but they all whiff a lot. They missed a lot of tackles. But Jenkins, we'll see. I wasn't really impressed with what I saw from him, but he has some starting potential. I'll give you that. Then they take safety / cornerback Desmond King out of Iowa. I'll be intrigued to see where they play him. This is a guy that won the defensive back award for the best defensive back in college back in 2015, went back to college in 2016 and stunk relatively. I mean, he was still a very good college corner, but he was nowhere near where he was in 2015, and that pushed him down draft boards. He's decent, right? He's not great. Some people still like him as a first-round prospect, first-round talent. No, he's not that good. The problem is, to me, if for some godly reason Jason Verrett stays healthy, and Casey Hayward stays healthy, King may have a hard time getting a lot of playing time, but we'll see. I'm intrigued. And then if you play him at free safety, that's fine too. And then we move on to the offensive tackle pick that they took in the 6th round, Sam Tevi out of Utah. Offensive tackle. Yeah, again, as I said earlier, hey, I'm looking at Joseph Barksdale saying, hey, can we replace this guy? Now, you waited to the 6th round to do it, so I don't love that. He probably won't do anything. That's just reality of the fact, but maybe he does, so I'm fine with that. And then 7th round, they take defensive end Isaac Rochelle out of Notre Dame. And you guys have not extended Melvin Ingram, I want to say. So I understand that. This picks makes sense to me, just in case Melvin Ingram leaves next year. Maybe this guy can develop to be a nice defensive end for us, so it's fine. Los Angeles Rams. Now, this Rams draft, I don't love, man. And, man, the Rams are really tempting God because y'all are about to stink again, okay? To me, you needed a nice draft. You didn't get it. Now, Sean McVay could be a damn good coach. And you hope that, man, this guy's going to get a lot out of our offense, but your defense isn't going to get any better. Some of those pieces over there, it's about time they just either regress or they, Yeah, it's about time a lot of these guys regress. Like Robert Quinn, he hasn't been that impressive lately the past couple of years. I'm concerned about him. Tremaine Johnson had like 2 or 3 very good years in a row now. He's probably going to have like a down year for once. You have some guys like Marcus Joyner and Marcus Robertson and TJ McDonald who you like. But, man, I'm concerned about the Rams right now. So they take Gerald Everett, the tight end out of South Alabama in the second round. And, this guy's all right. He may actually end up being pretty good. But will he add enough value to this team? At best, he'll be a 500-yard tight end in this rookie season, so I don't love that just in terms of that. Then they take Cooper Kupp, who I like, but to a certain extent. If you're asking Cooper Kupp to come in and be your first or second wide receiver, to me, you're in trouble. And they're coming in and they're asking him, hey, Cooper Kupp, can you be our first or second wide receiver? That's problematic to me. I don't want Cooper Kupp at my number 1 or number 2 wide receiver spot, and that's probably where he's going to have to play early. They took him in the top of the third. Last year they took Pharaoh Cooper, right, who really didn't do much of anything, and he's not going to develop into anything, Pharaoh Cooper. So, this Rams, they're currently starting Robert Woods as their best wide receiver. Why should I believe that Todd Gurley's going to do better this season? Why? I mean, he'll probably do somewhat better because he was just so awful last year. I mean, honestly, he was awful. I know his offensive line wasn't very good, but when you average like 3.3 yards per carry, you kind of have to look at yourself a little bit, dog. That's bad. Really bad. Awful. Okay, awful. And even if you go back and you look at his rookie season, what did he do so well? He was able to get past the initial line of scrimmage, right? Get past the trenches, and then he was already gone. Then he just had like 50 yards of excess, runaway yardage. This year, he didn't really do much of that. And his yards after contact in his rookie season wasn't great. So maybe this guy just isn't that good, and his rookie campaign was just fool's gold. We'll see. Rams, though, I'm not happy about the Rams right now. We move on to their second third-round pick, is they select John Johnson out of Boston College. And I actually like this pick. I like John Johnson from what I saw from him. I only saw a little, but I saw enough to where I'm intrigued by this guy, and I like this pick. They take wide receiver Josh Reynolds out of Texas A&M. And Reynolds, really, I know it's the 4th round, but this guy wasn't very good to me at all, Texas A&M. Now, you double dip at wide receiver, and I get it because your wide receiver position stinks. Okay, it stinks. It's the worst in the league. I think it's the worst in the league. I'd have to go back and check, but I think it's the worst. I think it's the worst. I don't think anyone's a threat to get 1,000 yards. I don't think anyone's a threat to get 800. Maybe someone has to get 800, but yeesh. Anyway, Reynolds, I don't love him. From what I saw from him in the combine, he wasn't that impressive, but maybe he ends up being pretty good. They take linebacker Samson Ebuka out of Eastern Washington. Man, I get my African pronunciations down, dog. Linebacker, and that makes sense to me, right? You lost James Laurinaitis a couple, I want to say like one off season ago, and you didn't miss him. I mean, he's not great anymore, but you missed his veteran leadership, and your linebacking core to me was a little underwhelming. I like Ogletree is still pretty good, and Mark Barron does come down and do some things, but this pick makes sense to me. You guys take defensive tackle Tanzel Smart out of Tulane. This may be your best pick in terms of value, in terms of making sense. I really like Tanzel Smart in the 6th round, and then 7th round, you guys take you have another 6th round pick. You guys take fullback Sam Rogers out of Virginia Tech. It's a fullback. Who cares? 7th round, you guys take Ejuan Price, or maybe Ewan Price out of Pittsburgh, linebacker out of Pittsburgh. So you double dip at linebacker, and that's fine. But really, they did not take an offensive lineman in this draft. That's bad. Okay? I don't know how the Rams did not take one offensive lineman in this draft. Now, you did sign Andrew Whitworth in free agency to be a left tackle for 3 years. It's a 3-year deal. He'll probably retire after 1 or 2, but it's a 3-year deal. Okay. You're looking to move Greg Robinson probably to right tackle or maybe into guard, because Rob Havenstein, to me, he's a better right tackle than Greg Robinson will be. We'll see about that, though. I would have taken a guard at least, and maybe even a tackle. So I'm shocked that the Rams are not taking off his lineman in this draft. To me, that's the biggest need that they missed out on. But the biggest thing that will determine their future is, how is Jared Goff? Is he good? Is he not? Does he stink? Does he suck? We're going to find out next year for sure. We move on to the Miami Dolphins, who take defensive end Charles Harris out of Missouri with their first-round pick, 22nd overall. Charles Harris is a guy that I like, although I did prefer Taco Charlton and Takaris McKinley over him, and I think they'll be better than him. That's just what I think. Harris isn't bad. He has some nice moves to him. I think his upside is somewhat limited, but I think it'll be good for them down the road. I like the pick. We move on to the second round where they take linebacker Raekwon McMillan out of Ohio State. And I like the fact that they're going defensive in this draft. I like the double dip here defensively, and then they're going to go back in round 3. I'm looking at that now. Raekwon went exactly where he should. In fact, I was mocking Raekwon to the Miami Dolphins for months. It seemed like a perfect fit. They needed help in the linebacking core. I know they signed Lawrence Timmons. I don't care. They needed help with the linebacking core, and they got it here with Raekwon McMillan. In the third round, they take cornerback Cordrea Tankersley, and at the end of the third round, man, this is good value. This is good value for Tankersley. This is exactly where he probably should have gone, maybe a little earlier. And then you guys currently have Byron Maxwell, who rejuvenated his career last year. You guys also have Xavier Howard, who you guys took last year out of Baylor. Wasn't great, but had some nice moments. You solidify your cornerback position here with Cordrea Tankersley. You have to look out, though, because maybe Howard just proves to be a bust. And then maybe Maxwell goes back to his stinky version. So I like the fact that you guys took cornerback. And you see, hey, they took all phases of defense. They took defensive line, linebacker, cornerback, all 3 phases. They improved. Now, offensively, to me, there is still need at guard that they now go to in the 5th round. We'll see if they regret passing on Forrest Lamp in the 1st round, though, as I had back before the draft. And it's going to be interesting to see with this team. Ryan Tannehill, who is he? It looked like last year Adam Gase was able to mask some of his flaws. They're going to go forward with Ryan Tannehill. His contract situation, yet I want to say that they did at this point. They must have. He was drafted in 2012. Yeah, they must have extended him at this point. So he's under contract. I want to say 6 years, $90 million. I think I remember the deal now. But, we'll see moving forward. So 5th round, they take guard Isaac Asiata out of Utah. And I'm always reluctant to believe that 5th rounders and beyond are ever going to do anything. But, hey, at least you got a guard here. You needed a guard. And actually, if you look at the data, the positions that are most likely to do anything around 5, 6, or 7 are offensive guards, offensive tackles. Tight ends also, surprisingly. So if you go with one of those positions late, it makes sense to me, and I like it. 5th round, they also go with Davon Godjow. How do you pronounce his name? Let me look at it again. Davon Godjow, I guess that's how you pronounce it, defensive tackle out of LSU. And defensive tackle. Makes sense. And Ndamukong Suh starting right now. Jordan, what was that guy's name? You guys took him out of Oklahoma a couple years ago. Jordan Phillips has not been great, right? You guys drafted him, expecting him to be a nice player next to Ndamukong Suh. He hasn't been. You guys had Earl Mitchell. I want to say you released him or he went on elsewhere. I really think he went on elsewhere. I'll have to check that real quick. But going with defensive tackle makes sense to me here for the Miami Dolphins. Who is going to step up and start next to Ndamukong Suh and make an impact for this football team? Perhaps it could be Godjow, or how you pronounce it, Godjoe, how you pronounce this name. I'm not really sure how you pronounce this name. Earl Mitchell currently is not on the roster. So, yeah, he's moved on to greener pastures, potentially. We'll see about that. Has he even been signed? Let's look that up real quick, and then we'll move on. Earl Mitchell, who, by the way, was not great. I'm not saying this guy's great at all, but that's been a need for this team for a while. For the San Francisco 49ers, that's right. That's where he went. He's not great. You guys get now Davon Godjow out of LSU, and I think this will be a nice pick for you guys. We move on. Their next pick, another defensive tackle, Vincent Taylor out of Oklahoma State. Wow, I had this guy mocked for the 3rd or 4th round, and he went all the way down to the 6th. So you double dip a defensive tackle. I probably wouldn't have done that, but it's fine. I mean, if you love this Godjow, then why double dipping? Because Suh will play 90% of your snaps, at least 80%. So perhaps you can, double these guys a little bit, switch them in and out or something. But it's going to be tough for both these guys to get playing time. But it's day 3, so I guess who cares, right? And then 7th round, they take Isaiah Ford, wide receiver out of Virginia Tech. Leonte Carroo, last year you guys took him, wide receiver out of Rutgers. Didn't do much. And I haven't been impressed with the progression of Devontae Parker. I thought this guy was going to be 1,000+ wide receiver last year, maybe an 11. He didn't get there. So I'm intrigued. This wide receiver position for the Dolphins, they need to solidify themselves. Jarvis Landry is an upcoming free agent. This is his contract year. So it's going to be interesting on the offensive side of the football. How long can Adam Gase mask this team's flaws? We move on to the Minnesota Vikings, who select running back Dalvin Cook with their first pick, which was in the 2nd round. Great pick. I mean, honestly, are you kidding me? And I went back and I watched Dalvin Cook film because I'm just like, man, was I drunk the first time I watched him or something, or is this guy good? This guy's freaking good. Okay, so I don't know why all these teams passed on this guy. Now, apparently he has some issues. Like, okay, he hangs out with the wrong crowd. He's a bit of a baboon or something like that. But, man, are you kidding me? I was watching Dalvin Cook bouncing around against Michigan. This guy's great. He should be great. So I'm very intrigued by that pick. We'll see what he can do for Minnesota. But he should be a starting running back for them soon. The thing is, though, with these 2nd rounders, sometimes these teams are hesitant to play them early. So perhaps he's doomed by that. And then I also remember, my God, last year when this clown, this Mike Zimmer clown, he didn't play Laquan Treadwell, who, look, record last year, I loved Laquan Treadwell. I thought he was worth a top 10 pick. I went back and I watched Laquan Treadwell film again, and that guy's good. Look, maybe he just can't learn the playbook or whatever, but I went back and I watched Laquan Treadwell film, and that guy is just good. He's just good. So I think he's better than Mike Williams as a prospect. So maybe they just don't want to play rookies or something like that. We'll see what they do next year with him. If they do this same BS with Dalvin Cook, they just bringing in the talented guys and they're not playing them, it's a damn shame. Because I think Laquan Treadwell is freaking good, and I think Dalvin Cook will be freaking good if they just give him the damn time and give him some damn run. We'll see what they do with that situation. We move on to their other picks. So 3rd round, they take center Pat Elflein. Is it Elflein or Elflein? Elflein out of Ohio State. Center, Joe Berger is supposed to be the starter there at center, and he's been good. So I don't get that this early. Don't love that, but hey, maybe you hate Joe Berger. I don't know. We move on to the 4th round. They take defensive tackle Jaleel Johnson out of Ohio State, and I like this pick, man. And Sharp Floyd has had some problems lately. Doesn't appear he'll probably even be on this team next year. It's sad to say, but it looks like it's the case. Jaleel Johnson could take his place. We look at the other 4th round pick, Ben Gideon, linebacker out of Michigan. And I like this pick. I like Gideon around this point. He went at this point, and they needed some help with the linebacking core, so it makes sense to me. Wide receiver Rodney Adams out of South Florida. This is fine. I mean, your wide receiver position does need help, but I'm not sure if it needs help in the form of 5th round picks. You need like a 1st rounder or nothing. Maybe 2nd rounder, 1st or 2nd rounder or nothing. But 5th rounder, good luck, going up the depth chart, because unless they really hate Treadwell, and they may, it's going to be tough. We move on to the other 5th round pick. They take guard Danny Isidora out of Miami, and guard makes sense to me. Guard makes sense to me for this football team right now, looking at their depth chart, or not looking at it, just thinking about it in my head. It makes sense to me. I like this pick. We move on to their 6th round. They take tight end Bucky Hodges, and I'm very glad that the Vikings took a tight end. Kyle Rudolph is all right, but to me, they've needed some jolt to their tight end group for a while now, other than Kyle Rudolph, and they could get it here in Bucky Hodges, who I cannot believe fell to the 6th. I mean, he does need some refinement, but man, this guy is pretty freaking athletic. And at the tight end position, that's nice to have. And you can just beat linebackers just by being athletic sometimes. So I'm interested in this guy. 7th round, they take wide receiver Stacy Coley out of Miami. And I think this guy's better than Rodney Adams. So we'll see who ends up winning there. But I like Coley over Rodney Adams. out of South Florida. Coley made some nice plays for Brad Kaya coming out this past season, so I'm interested in this guy, Stacey Coley, even better than Roddy Adams out of South Florida. We move on to their other draft picks. I don't know why USA Today is not corresponding with me right now. We move on to their other 7th-round picks. We have Ifedi out of Northwestern, and I don't know anything about this guy, but he's a defensive lineman. Do you need to take another defensive lineman? I'm not sure. Does he play defensive end? If he does, I'd understand it. Everson Griffin should be maybe off the team at this point. He hasn't done much. Everson Griffin. Who else did I have? Brian Robeson, who hasn't never really been that impressive to me. So if he's a defensive end, I really like this pick. If he's a defensive tackle, could have done better taking a defensive end. They took another linebacker in Elijah Lee out of Kansas State, but I actually like Elijah Lee. Even though they double dip here, this is a guy that could actually make the team, so I'm fine with that. And then they take cornerback Jack Toto out of NC State. Why wait this long to take a corner, right? Did he re-sign with your football team? I'm not sure. I think he did. So either way, though, I would have taken to take a corner earlier. I know you guys currently have Trey Waynes and Mackenzie Alexander waiting in the wings. But outside of those guys, there's not much. Xavier Rhodes still there, but I may have taken a cornerback earlier because I'm afraid about Terrence Newman's departure, whether it was now or later. So either way, though, overall, pretty good draft here for the Vikings. And then they got good value. And as long as they play these guys, like playing Dalvin Cook, this should be a good draft for them. So we're going to have the quickest draft recap of all time. As we have the New England Patriots, who had 4 draft picks. And this is the interesting thing, though. I want to say this. It's like to say that, hey, draft. You got to build through the draft. Draft wins championships. Building through the draft wins championships. That's what we all love to say. Then why the hell aren't the Patriots drafting? And if you go back and you think, what kind of good draft picks have they had in the past decade? Maybe not decade. Let's say for the past 5 years. They haven't had many. So this is why I'm a little hesitant to say that building the draft wins championship, because think about it. They won the Super Bowl with a running back, LeGarrette Blount, picked off a free agency. Wide receivers, Julian Edelman, did they draft him? So correct me if I'm wrong. They had Danny Amendola as well. They had Malcolm Mitchell, who they did draft, but he didn't play that big of a role. Gronk was not playing. Martellus Bennett, free agency. Quarterback, they drafted Tom Brady. Defensively, linebackers are Landon Roberts, Dante Hightower. They drafted. Cornerbacks, Malcolm Butler. I think they either drafted him or they picked him up as an undrafted free agent. Logan Ryan, they drafted. Devin McCourty, they drafted. So it's kind of up and down, but it's interesting, right? So they don't draft. And they didn't draft this year, right? They had 4 picks this year. So they trade back. And they select defensive end Derek Rivers out of Youngstown State. So for a first draft pick in the middle of the 3rd round, this is a damn good draft pick. This guy can end up being a starting defensive end for this football team. I can't believe he fell all the way this far. Huge sleeper to me coming out of Youngstown State. Love this pick. Offensive tackle Antonio Garcia out of Troy. This guy could be a starting tackle in the NFL, starting guard in the NFL. So I love that pick. Patriots, despite not drafting many picks, they drafted well. Then in the 4th round, they take Dietrich Wise, defensive end out of Arkansas. And don't know much about this guy. And from what I saw, I never really saw this guy mocked this high, so that concerns me a little bit. He also played with Jeremiah Ledbetter, who whenever I watched Arkansas, I saw him making plays, not this Wise guy. So we'll see about that. And then the 6th round, they take offensive tackle Connor McDermott. And I like his measurables, like his length. Never really maxed out his potential at UCLA, so still some untapped potential there. But I think the Patriots are looking forward and saying, okay, Nate Solder is getting old. We currently have we've drafted Joe Thuney last year, who we like. But we have some holes in our offensive line that are either about to come up or have come up. And we think these guys can fit there. They have 4 draft picks, man. I think the Patriots end up doing a good job. But it's just interesting to me that a team And we always say to ourselves, build up the draft, build up the draft, build up the draft. They didn't build up the draft. So that's at least this is not a draft that indicates that it's going to be integral for their team moving forward because there's only 4 draft picks. This is interesting. So we move on to the New Orleans Saints, who first take cornerback Marshon Lattimore out of Ohio State. Now, what a draft pick. I mean, what a draft pick here by the New Orleans Saints. I had this guy ranked number 7 on my big board for a good reason. Maybe even number 6 now that I think about it. He's as long as he's healthy, he could be a great cornerback in the NFL. A shutdown cornerback. He has the technique for it. He has athleticism for it. He has the head for it. Only thing that's the question here is the durability. And, I mean, that's pretty much it. And then you could argue that, hey, he didn't get the ball thrown at him a lot in college, but that's not really his fault. So, man, I love Marshon Lattimore, though. Problem with this. The Saints take Ryan Ramczyk, the offensive tackle out of Wisconsin, with their second first-round pick. First of all, really, this is not even, first of all, this is the only thing. Why would you draft offense here? And why would you draft offensive tackle? A couple years ago, I want to say 2015, y'all drafted Andres Pete with this intention. With the same intention you have for Ryan Ramczyk. This guy's going to be our starting right tackle or left tackle in the future. And we need to think about that. And Andres Pete has not lived up to expectations. And you go back and you say, man, I wish we drafted damn defense because we keep letting up 40-plus points. We let up 40-plus points to the Falcons. We let up 40-plus. We were up or against the Falcons, and then we let them come back. I mean, it's ridiculous. The defensive issues and struggles and problems that we have. It's absurd. The point totals that the Saints have every year. And all you have to do is one thing, draft damn defense. Now, they had planned to do that. Reuben Foster was available at 31. So they picked up the phone and they called him and they said, we're about to draft you. Then, up and they took him before you could. And then y'all panicked to me. Or maybe you just went straight to your big board. And you just said, Ryan Ramczyk's the best one. We're taking him. And he is of value here. But, man, I mean, how can you continue to pass on defense? I mean, it's the only problem. It's the only real problem with this football team. And it blows my mind. It's like the addict, right? The addict that keeps smoking or drinking or whatever. And all you have to do is just stop. Just find a new habit, a better habit. Just stop. And then just keep drafting the offensive players. I don't get it. It's so clear the way to fix this team, drafting damn defense, and they refuse. And then when they draft damn defense, like they drafted Stephon Anthony, now he stinks. They drafted Sheldon Rankins last year. He didn't play. So, half the season. So, the Saints, they're wasting the final years of Drew Brees, and it's sad. From there, they take Marcus Williams, the free safety out of Utah, and the Saints run a bunch of 3 safety sets. So they're going to have Marcus Williams, Von Bell, and Kenny Vaccaro running around like idiots. And first of all, that's one of the problems with their defense because they got to stop running that. That's a bad defense to begin with. It's a bad defense. They wonder why their defense stinks. Yeah, because y'all run 3 safety way too much. Okay, that's one of your first problems. From there, and stop running that because you have Marshon Lattimore now who doesn't need that. And you also have now P.J. Williams, who's coming back healthy. Delvin Breaux, maybe he could be good again. Stop running your 3 safety set. So they take Marcus Williams, and I like him. Marcus Williams, I think this guy's going to be a very good free safety. But the things that they're doing, first of all, they're passing on pass rusher. They're not taking a pass rusher. They refuse to take a pass rusher. I don't understand why. It's the clear problem or one of the clear problems on this football team. They continue to do it. So I don't love that, but Marcus Williams is going to be a good player to me. So we move on to the 3rd round. What do they do? What do they do? Can anyone tell me what they do? They take a damn running back. I mean, my God. Now, I like Alvin Kamara. In fact, I liked him a lot in terms of going in the 3rd round. That's great value. That's great value for Alvin Kamara. But, man, you take a running back before you take a pass rusher, before you take a linebacker, you take this guy. I mean, that doesn't make sense to me. So, Now, Alvin Kamara, he can end up being damn good for this football team, probably in 1 year, because this year he's going to have to be behind Adrian Peterson and or Mark Ingram, because they may trade Mark Ingram to the Eagles, in case you haven't heard that rumor. But and by the way, on that rumor, apparently the Eagles are trying to trade for Mark Ingram, and the Saints will give up this clown Mark Ingram, and then they'll also they will receive Jason Kelce, the center for the Eagles. Why are we trying to get all these offensive players? Why? Now, I understand Max Unger sustained an injury. He has like a foot injury problem. He probably won't play, whatever, but at least early in this season. But my God, I mean, why is Sean Payton so in love with these offensive players? I know offense is great, but it's so clear the problem with this football team, and they just refuse. They just say, no, we won't take a damn defensive player. We won't take defensive players high in the draft, despite this being our obvious need. Is trying to weed off your friend of cocaine. It's so hard to do. They love this. He just sniffing these offensive players, man. It's ridiculous out here with Sean Payton. What the Eagles have been trying to trade whom for months. Linebacker Michael Kendricks. Why don't you trade for Michael Kendricks? Why the hell are you trying to trade for Jason Kelce when you can have Michael Kendricks? Doesn't make any sense to me. So, I mean, honestly, whatever. Okay, we move on. Third round, they take Alex Anzalone. Okay, the linebacker out of Florida. Okay, good. You finally took a linebacker. This guy has nice versatility to me. Weak side linebacker, which you severely need. Good. You finally take one. Good. Then in the third round, they also take defensive end Trey Hendrickson out of FAU. All right, you took a defensive end, but you waited too late to me. I mean, to me, you'll be lucky if one of these guys ends up being a starter. If I had to bet, it would be Anzalone. I like Anzalone. But you could have got much more. I mean, honestly, all five of those picks, or all six of them should have been defense. Every single one of them. Every single damn one of them. Everyone. I don't care. I don't care that, Zach Strief is going to retire in 2 years, or that, hey, Adrian Peterson's going to retire next year. I don't care. Defense. All six picks. All of them. Every single damn one. Every single damn one that's hit on 2 Pro Bowlers, leg up. That should be the motto. It's so clear how to fix this football team, and they refuse to do what's so clear. So that's the problem to me. We move on to the – who are we moving on to? To the New York Giants. Let me take another sip of water. Okay, so overall for this Saints draft, though, I forgot one pick, by the way. They took defensive end Al-Quadin Muhammad out of Miami. Okay, I don't know this guy. I don't care. This Saints draft actually will be pretty good. I know I just ran on it, but it's actually going to be pretty freaking good. I think Lattimore is going to start. Ramchick will start. Williams will start. Kamara will start. 4 starters, definite. Anzalone could freaking start. That's 5 starters. That's 5 starters that the Saints just got out of this draft. The problem is, it's not taking advantage of this window. Of this championship window that Drew Brees is offering you. You're not taking advantage of it, but I think it's actually one of the best drafts. They're going to have 5 starters out of this draft class to me. At least, maybe some of them don't pan out, but at least 3. And that's actually nice when it comes to getting 3 draft starters. That's actually nice. We move on to the New York Giants, okay? They take tight end Evan Ingram out of Ole Miss. And I like Evan Ingram. I tweeted back in September, man, this guy looks like a first rounder. And, man, I like Evan Ingram. Now, he's a guy that compares to Jordan Reed. Some people have questions because he's not quite big enough. They believe for the tight end position, he's going to have to play wide receiver. They believe, but, man, I think you put this guy tight end, you mismatch him against certain linebackers that won't be able to cover him. He's going to find success and good success. So I look out for that, and I say look out for that. He's going to be freaking good in this role. Eli Manning, though, can he produce well enough this season? Because I think Evan Ingram will be looking for a 500-plus yard season. We move on. Their next pick as they select defensive tackle Dalvin Tomlinson out of Alabama. Now, I didn't watch any Dalvin Tomlinson film until last night. So I turn on Dalvin Tomlinson versus Clemson in the national championship game, and he literally did nothing. Now, I'm sure that literally nothing. Now, I'm sure that he's not that awful. But one game that I watched, he was freaking bad. That concerns me. Also, the fact that I saw him mocked really in the third round, not really the second, that also concerns me. And then I'm sure he produces some other games, but when you're on a defensive line with Jonathan Allen and Tim Williams, of course you're going to kind of produce. So I don't love the prospects of Dalvin Tomlinson, but I had to watch more film on him, to be honest. But just the film that I watched against Clemson, he didn't do squat. We move on to Davis Webb, the quarterback out of California. And obviously, I like this pick, man. Eli Manning needed an heir apparent. Now, hopefully, this guy won't be like Ryan Nassib, right? Everyone's forgotten about Ryan Nassib. They drafted him a couple years ago, expecting him to be the heir apparent. He wasn't. And that ends up being the case for a lot of these third, fourth, fifth rounders. Like a couple years ago, the Saints took Garrett Grayson. Say, oh, this guy's going to be our heir apparent. He wasn't. A couple years ago, the Rams took Sean Mannion. He wasn't. A couple years ago, the Packers, they took Brett Hundley. And watch, 2 years from now, the Packers will take another quarterback. So a lot of these guys don't really pan out, but he has nice potential too. Although I don't think he's ever going to be very good in the NFL. It's a decent pick. I like the pick. We move on to the fourth round, where they take running back Wayne Gallman out of Clemson. Gallman's such an interesting prospect because he's not that big. He doesn't play that fast, but he does find success. I'll be rooting him on, but I'm just not sure what kind of impact he'll ever make in the NFL. I don't think he ever is going to be more than like a 500-yard guy, maybe even at best. So, that sucks, but we'll see. At this point, you were kind of screwed. I would have looked to take a running back earlier, like Marlon Mack, Jamal Williams, but they were taken before this pick. I understand, but I maybe would not have taken Davis Webb because I think taking running back there would have been smarter than taking Davis Webb, but that's just me. We move on to the fifth round as the Giants take defensive end Avery Moss out of Youngstown State, a guy that was playing opposite of Derek Rivers, and I didn't see him much. Avery Moss didn't see him making much of an impact whenever Derek Rivers did, so that concerns me, but it's the fifth round, so I really don't care. And then they take in the sixth round offensive tackle Adam Bisnawadi out of Pittsburgh, and this pick makes sense to me. You need a tackle. You got to tackle. Good. We move on to the New York Jets, who take strong safety Jamal Adams out of LSU. This could be the best pick out of the entire draft. Wow. Okay, this guy who is an absolute beast, an absolute star, one of the elite talents to me coming out of this draft. He falls all the way down to the Jets at number 6. You got to be freaking kidding me. Okay, great bite here. But then what do the Jets do? They double dip. They take another safety. They take Marcus May out of Florida. Now, I don't want to trash this pick because I think it's going to be good. And I think he and Jamal Adams would be a nice safety duo. But, man, this is not how you add value to your team. You currently had Calvin Pryor in your safety core. You also had Marcus Gilchrist in your safety core. Now, I felt Gilchrist and Pryor, one of them should be replaced. Both of them, not yet, because you have other needs. But now you're replacing both of them, okay? Unless you're going to run stupid 3 safety sets like New Orleans Saints, which is going to be stupid. Anyway, and Adams can be in the box, but I wouldn't do it. Maybe a couple plays, but I wouldn't have that be my base set, the set that I always turn to. I wouldn't have that. So that concerns me. From there, third round, they took wide receiver Darius Stewart out of Alabama. Will this guy ever really be a wide receiver, consistent wide receiver getting open? I'm not sure. I don't think he's better than the third option for an NFL team. I'm just not sure about that. You could have took Carlos Henderson at the spot. I think this guy would have been better to you. The Broncos took him 2 picks later. So that concerns me, but it's a fine pick. You need a wide receiver. You got a wide receiver, so that's fine. So you double dip a wide receiver. You take Chad Hansen, wide receiver out of California. I'm not a big Chad Hansen fan, honestly. I don't think he's great, but double dipping makes sense to me as you currently only have Eric Decker and this guy that did stuff last year, number 11. What was his name? That African guy. Can't remember his name. Let me pull up his name real quick. I'm not sure if he's African, but he sounds like he's damn African with that last name this guy has. I want to say he had like a Q in his name. What was this guy's name? Who was it? Oh, Quincy Enunwa. Yeah, that's his name. Enunwa. Yeah, I don't love Enunwa. And you signed Quentin Patton, formerly of the San Francisco 49ers, who isn't great. So I understand double dipping, so I'm fine with that ultimately. Round 5, you take tight end, Jordan Leggett. The Jets have the worst tight end position in the NFL. Their best tight end is a tight end who was released by a team that was begging him to be good. That concerns the hell out of me, okay? And this was just last summer, so that's a big problem to me. Jordan Leggett, though, has nice potential, so perhaps he can end up being a nice starting tight end for you down the road, but maybe could only be a number 2 for you. So still don't look at tight end position in New York. They take defensive end Dylan Donahue out of West Georgia. Don't know anything about this guy, but defensive end is still in need for this football team. As long as he's a 3-4 outside linebacker, though, not a 3-4 defensive end. So I have to look into that. But if he's a 3-4 defensive end, I don't like it. Because you still have Wickerson, you still have Richardson, although you look to trade him, you still have him, and Leonard Williams. So you just can't have all of them. We move on to the next pick, 6th round. They take running back Elijah McGuire out of Louisiana Lafayette. Running back here makes sense. You do need a guy to me behind for Tame Powell. So it's fine. We move on to the 6th round. The next 6th round pick, they take cornerback Jeremy Clark out of Michigan. Cornerback makes sense. And then they double dip as they take another cornerback and Derrick Jones out of Mississippi. Now, you waited too long to take corners to me. How dare you take a corner after you take a safety and 2 safeties, right? I mean, that doesn't make sense to me. I think the Jets are kind of tanking. And if you're looking at the headlines coming out of New York lately, talking about rebuild this, rebuild that, I think they know they're tanking. They're calling it rebuild, and that's fine. You can call it that, but they understand that this is going to take a while to fix the mess that we had. And it's so funny because, even back when they went 10-6, I was just like, dude, this roster isn't that good. It's so funny, though, that it didn't matter, and they still somehow won 10 games. So don't be surprised, sometimes when these teams overperform and then when they underperform right after, because eventually talent kind of catches up, and it finally caught up to the damn Jets. Move on to the Oakland Raiders. Okay, so 1st round. Oh, we're not doing them. I already did them. Oakland Raiders already did, so check out that video if you want to hear more about them. Same goes for the Philadelphia Eagles. All right, so those 2 are done. How many more teams do we have? Steelers, 49ers, Seahawks, Tampa Bay Bucks, and the Washington Redskins. So 5 more teams, and then I will answer some questions. I've been here way longer than I had anticipated, but F it, who cares? I'm on summer break. Whatever I'm calling it a summer break, it ain't really that much of a break, as I've talked about. I'm going to be working like 70 hours a week. Actually, maybe now I can afford to do 60 because so many of you have donated and have become a patron to the patreon.com/SFE. You guys have gotten access to that podcast. I'm very appreciative for that. Now, I maybe don't have to work 70 hours a week. Maybe now I can work 60. Okay, maybe some more of you guys become patrons. I can work 50. Just saying. Let me just take a quick break real quick. Yeah, so with that said, we've been going for like 2.5 hours. We got 5 more teams. Let's do this, baby. All right, so we move on to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Why did my freeze? Okay, there it is. I'm back. Okay, there it is. My stream froze for a second. We went to the Pittsburgh Steelers, who took T.J. Watt, the linebacker out of Wisconsin. And I really like this pick, man. This guy has a lot of athleticism, and he had a lot of production at Wisconsin, too. I like that type of combination there. Humble kid, guy that's going to work hard. And to me, they needed more outside linebacker help behind James Harrison and Bud Dupree. Perhaps he can surpass Bud Dupree. Perhaps he can supplant James Harrison once Harrison leaves, probably after the season. Dear God, James Harrison, please leave because you're getting old, dog. Leave. Honestly, he's been great, but, dude, come on, dude. I know he benches like 400. I know he squats like 600. Leave. Okay, you're like 39 years old, man. You're really pushing it here, dog. We move on. I'm just afraid he's going to get like a horrible ACL tear or something like that. We move on to the second round, where the Steelers take wide receiver Juju Smith-Schuster. And this is such an interesting pick. And I'm always fascinated by these teams that have a certain strength, and they look to solidify that strength. Now, as opposed to the New Orleans Saints, who I dread for taking all these offensive players, I would defend the Steelers here a little bit. Because number one, I really like Juju Smith-Schuster in this spot. I think he was just as good as Zay Jones. Honestly, that's just my personal opinion, but I think he's just as good as Zay Jones. And he's a guy that I can see having a nice role in this offense. And the thing with the Steelers, even though the offense is good, it's very sporadically good. They have very high highs and very low lows. There are times where this Steelers offense doesn't do anything. Like, they literally don't do anything. So this pick, I mean, I remember back Kansas City, that playoff game, they just hit a complete wall. They stopped scoring points. That's a playoff game. The Chiefs defense is tough, but they have too many occurrences where they just stop doing stuff offensively. Schuster can help with that. He's a guy that won't take the top off the defense necessarily, but he can help move the chains, be a possession receiver for this football team. And I understand the pick. And then in the third round, they understand that, hey, even though we took offense, we can't keep taking offense. So what do? They come back in the third, and they select cornerback Cameron Sutton out of Tennessee, and I love this pick. He can cover in the slot. He can get a lot of interceptions and turnovers for this football team, and that's what they need. Because they currently have Ross Cockrell and the old boy Artie Burns on the outside. So they didn't need an outside corner. They need a slot corner. Cameron Sutton can be that. He gets his hand on the football, causes turnovers, has ball skills, and has some special teams ability as well. Love this pick by the Steelers. Then they also get running back James Conner in the third round out of Pittsburgh. I like Conner. I'm sure a lot of Steelers fans do too, if they follow Pitt. Now, D'Angelo Williams, I want to say he's still in the contract, but either way, he's getting old. So getting another backup running back makes sense. And Le'Veon Bell, although we do like him, he hasn't proven to be the most reliable in terms of playing 16 games. He can either get suspended or injured. So it sucks, but it's the case. So it makes sense to me. Now, this pick I don't love as they take Joshua Dobbs in the fourth round. Now, Dobbs, I was watching Dobbs, and at first, if you go back to my combine videos on the quarterbacks, Dobbs, I didn't think he was a great thrower of the football. But as I sat down and watched the tape, and I was really watching tape on some other teams like against him, though, he actually has some nice ability to him. And I think he's a really, really good runner of the football. Like, he is one of those guys that has so much value as a runner. Like, he can legitimately move the chains with his legs time after time and time and time. Now, you can't have a starting quarterback that does that, but as a backup, you say, hey, Ben Roethlisberger is injured. Let's run some wildcat. Let's run some read option and just try to win this game. He can do that really well. So I like that pick for the Steelers. He's going to have to improve like his accuracy and his refinement, his footwork, and all those little quarterback mechanical things. Move on, though, to the fifth round. They take another cornerback in Brian Allen out of Utah. Don't know much about this guy, but it's another cornerback. They double dip a cornerback. Good. They take a long snapper in the sixth. Look, I'm not a fan of taking long snappers at all, honestly, ever. Even if they're the best damn long snapper in the league, I can't believe, and maybe I'm just ignorant, but I can't believe that it's that hard to find a long snapper. I can't believe it. I mean, everyone in college has a long snapper. I cannot believe that you have to draft a long snapper. I can't believe that. I mean, you just can't find an undrafted free agent that can just snap 15 yards. I mean, I really have a tough time with that. And on a consistent basis, it's all you do. Just designate one spot on your roster to that. So it's unfortunate. Perhaps this long snapper has some other abilities to him. Perhaps he could be a tight end or a damn defensive end or something like that, or a guard or a center, but I'm not a fan of taking long snappers, to be honest with you. They take defensive end Keon Adams out of Western Michigan. Don't know much about this guy. I wonder if he's a 3-4 defensive end or an outside linebacker. But either way, I'd be fine with it. I prefer for him to be a 3-4 defensive end because they did not take one in this draft. And they don't really need one. They do have Javon Hargrave and Stephon Tuitt there, so that's fine. Although Hargrave kind of plays nose tackle. So I would have preferred them to take at least one defensive lineman in this draft. So if I look at this draft and I say, what's one thing they should have taken? I say defensive tackle. I also wish they would have taken an inside linebacker, right? You lost Lawrence Timmons in free agency. Who's going to, step up next to him? I'm not so sure about that. But, overall, I think there's a good draft for the Pittsburgh Steelers. And it could end up being a really good draft because, the thing about Juju Smith-Schuster, you're going to see him making plays. You're going to see him doing things every Sunday, moving the chains. So a lot of people are going to love that pick. Sutton's going to make interceptions. Watt's going to make an impact. So I think this could end up being a really good draft for the Steelers. We move on to the San Francisco 49ers, who I did not do. I almost didn't, but I did not do. So let's start with our first pick as they take defensive end Solomon Thomas out of Stanford. Now, some people prefer like a Jonathan Allen to him, prefer Malik McDowell. Look, I'm a Solomon Thomas fan. And what you always have to do is look at the traits of these guys and then you project them. Project them to the next level. Even though Solomon Thomas at times wasn't the most consistent guy and he really only started his second year, his redshirt sophomore year, you can see some nice trajectory with him. Then he ended his college career with a beautiful game, with a masterful game against North Carolina, where not only was he making plays, he made plays that impacted the outcome of the game. He determined the impact of the game or the outcome of the game as he freaking blew up the last play, the 2-point conversion. When Mitchell Trubisky was running around like a clown, he brought him down. Okay, so I look at that and I say, wow, this guy can be something. And I also love the head on this guy's shoulders, man. This guy coming from Stanford, he's really smart already. Listening to him in press conferences and interviews, this guy's going to bring the effort. This guy's going to bring the mentality, the intangibles that you look for a defensive lineman or just any football player, really. Maybe should be a quarterback because his intangibles are so good. I love Solomon Thomas, man. I think this guy's going to be really, really good. I had him as my second best prospect in this entire draft. I'm sorry. We move on to 31. Linebacker Reuben Foster out of I'm looking at USC. I'm looking at USA Today, right? And they have Reuben Foster out of UCLA. And that's what I almost read. USA Today, get your stuff together, dog. My God. Okay, so they take Reuben Foster out of Alabama. I talked about this before. I'll talk about it again. I think he's a baboon. I think Reuben Foster is a baboon. I call him Baboon Foster. He's talented. He can make plays. He will play weak side linebacker for them in their 4-3 defense most likely, as he only weighs about 225 pounds. Despite not looking like that on film, he only weighs about that. But, man, there are things that concern me about this guy's mentality, about this guy's background. I don't like to bring up the Wonderlic, but he had a bad Wonderlic combined with all the other stuff that concerns me. If you have a bad Wonderlic and that's the only thing bad about you off the field, I don't care. But if you have a bad Wonderlic and you have a bunch of other stuff, then that just tells me, okay, you're a baboon, right? So we'll see. If they can keep this guy's head on straight, he could be really good. He's either going to be really good or he's going to be nothing, right? There's no in the middle. He's not just going to be an okay linebacker. He's either going to be great or he's going to be nothing. So he's going to be like Vontaze Burfict, where he's on the field and he's great. But he could have some clown in him, okay? So look out for that. We look out. We look now. Wow, I've been talking for too long. We look now to their third-round picks. They select cornerback Ahkello Witherspoon out of Colorado. I like this pick, man. I like Ahkello Witherspoon out of Colorado. I actually liked it better than Chidobe Awuzie coming out of Colorado. He's a guy that has nice length to me. A guy that I think really slowed down. Really slowed down John Ross when they played him in Washington. A guy that impressed me at the combine with his fluidity in his hips. He's probably going to start for this team because they need a starting cornerback, man. Tremaine Brock, their starting corner last year, he just got released. So they need a starting cornerback. He's probably going to start day one opposite of Rashad Robinson. So we'll see how he does, but I like this pick, man. So we have 3 starters right there. And then we get a little off the rails as they select C.J. Beathard, the quarterback out of Iowa. I don't like C.J. Beathard. Okay, this guy is so mediocre, and his play screams nothing but backup quarterback to me. It's ridiculous. He's a complete backup. and you take this guy with a third-round pick, albeit late third round, maybe like the one of the last picks of the third round. But, man, just taking a backup quarterback, I don't get it. And I understand that you needed to take a quarterback in this draft. But even at this point, Kaya is pretty mediocre too. But I would have preferred Kaya. I would have preferred Dobbs, because I think Dobbs has some potential to where you look at him and say, man, this guy could end up being like Tyrod Taylor. Beathard, I don't know what Beathard could end up being. I don't think anything good. So I don't love this pick by the 49ers, and I think it's going to be a complete waste. As next year as they sign Kirk Cousins and Beathard never plays. So I don't get it. I don't love it. But then they take Joe Williams, the running back out of Utah, and I like this pick, man. I put on his film last night, man. This guy has some nice explosiveness, some nice athleticism. Size is decent as well. 4th round running back, I like that pick. Move on to the 5th round. They select tight end George Kittle out of Iowa. I can't believe this guy went all the way down to the 5th round. I know his production at Iowa wasn't great, but we all saw what he did at the Combine, man. He was probably one of the most impressive tight ends at the Combine. Right behind O.J. Howard and Njoku and Jonnu Smith, I think it was George Kittle with an impressive athleticism, an impressive display, catching the football as well, impressive in drills. In terms of just being on the field with other tight ends, he impressed me. And picking him up in the 5th round, I like that pick a lot, man. So now we're getting back to doing things right. Then they take wide receiver Trent Taylor out of Louisiana Tech. And quite frankly, this guy I don't think has it cut out for the NFL. Now, it's a 5th round pick, so who cares that you blew a 5th round pick, right? No one's going to look at you 2 years from now and say, you blew that 5th round pick. But it's a bad pick. He's 5'8". He runs a 4.6 40. I saw him at the Combine dropping some balls, and he's not impressive physically, not going to have a special teams role. He's not going to make the league. He may not even make the roster this year. I think this pick was wasted. We move on to their next pick. 198th overall, they select defensive tackle DJ Jones out of Ole Miss. And underwhelmed a little bit at Ole Miss, man. I didn't see much of him, and I watched a good amount of Ole Miss, but we'll see what he can do. They also take defensive end Pita. Ooh, this is a tough name. I got to get my Polynesian pronunciation guide out. Pita Toemoda Penu. I think I pronounced that correctly. Let me do it one more time. Pita Taome'openu. All right. Out of Utah. And don't know much about this guy. I want to say I read his profile. And, oh, yeah, he's undersized. This guy's like 243 pounds, 6'1", as a pass rusher mold. Now, he could play strong side linebacker for you. He could. He can also play defensive end. Depends where you put him at. But he has decent potential from what I remember. And then you guys take safety Aaron Colbert out of Miami. This is actually a decent pick. This guy did do some things. I was watching with Sean Jenkins from Miami, another safety from Miami, and I saw this guy making some plays. So 7th round, not bad. Overall, man, very good draft for the 49ers. I think they blew some picks. I think they blew the Beathard pick and the Taylor pick. But outside of that, man, a solid pick, a solid draft. We'll see what Reuben Foster does. I still think he's a bit of a baboon. I wouldn't have taken him until I sat down and talked with him myself, but overall, a decent draft for them. We move on to the Seattle Seahawks, who take defensive tackle Malik McDowell out of Michigan State in the 2nd round. Now, everyone's opinions are split on Malik McDowell. Okay, some people think he's a damn 1st rounder. Okay, if you're talking to Vutz Lombardi, he'll tell you he's like a top 10 draft pick. If you're talking to Louis T, I think Louis T, what did Louis T have? Maybe as a 1st or 2nd round draft pick. If you're talking to Schleg Daddy TV, he'll tell you he's a 4th round draft pick. Okay, so opinions vary on Malik McDowell. What do I think about Mr. Malik McDowell? Now, let me tell you something. He's all right. I mean, I think he was a 2nd rounder, and he went in the 2nd round, so I'm fine with that. If you look at this, and this is what a lot of people look at when evaluating defensive linemen, and that's fine, and I understand why. He is very good at beating the man in front of him when he, shows effort. So there's a guy in front of him, a center, a guard, a right tackle, left tackle. He's going to beat him. But in terms of making an impact, in terms of producing, in terms of doing the things to make a tangible impact, that's where he fails me. I think he lacks some sort of football awareness, a subtleness to his game when rushing the passer that can get him more sacks, more tackles, and more of a tangible impact. He's very good at beating the offensive lineman in front of him. But when it comes to being subtle, you have to be subtle when rushing the passer. You can't just blow up your guard in front of you. I'm coming at you, quarterback. You have to be subtle. Swim around a little bit. Go around the quarterbacks, then come down on them. You have to be subtle when approaching these guys. He lacks subtlety to his game. He lacks awareness to his game. So he doesn't feel the play. Doesn't have great play recognition to me. Feeling the snap, he's decent, could be better. So can they get that out of him? I'm not sure. I'm not sure if he's ever going to be a guy that develops that. It's tough to develop that. It's not natural for him. So that's my problem with Malik McDowell. But in the second round, it's fine. And he has nice upside if you can get that out of him. So I'm fine with the pick. I give this. I'm not grading. I almost give it grades, and then I shut up. But I think it's a decent pick. We move on to their next second round pick. They select center Ethan Pochich. I want to say Pochich is how you pronounce it, out of LSU center. So they currently have Justin Britt starting at center, and he's been decent. Now they drafted him as a tackle. They moved him to center. Perhaps this is an indicator that they want to move him out of that position, and I'd be fine with that because I'm not in love with this idea of playing who are they? George Font anywhere. If you're playing George Font at left tackle, right? I don't know. Don't play him. He stinks. They need to figure out what they're doing with those offensive line because they have Luke Jokel who could play left guard, left tackle. They have Font who could play left tackle, right tackle. They have Justin Britt who could play center, right tackle. Now they have Ethan Pochich who could play center or guard. So they got to figure things out. But now they have another offensive lineman that just throw into this mold and just say land somewhere. All right, so they take Keel Griffin out of UCF. And this is a guy that I remember the combine was okay. Didn't really stand out, but they did have a needed corner, so I get that, and I'm fine with that. We move on to Delano Hill, who the Seahawks took in the third round, safety out of Michigan. And safety makes sense to me. You know, if Earl Thomas or Cam Chancellor retire soon, probably Thomas is more likely to. Chancellor just, keeps complaining about money. Then this guy could get playing time. Other than that, though, he won't. So look out for that. Or injuries, of course. So I think I would have waited to take another safety, though. That's just me. They take defensive tackle Nazir Jones out of North Carolina. So throwing more bodies at defensive tackle. That's interesting. I remember last year they drafted Jerron Reed out of Alabama, who didn't do much. Now they draft Malik McDowell, and they also draft Nazir Jones. We'll see who can stand out. Because no one has stood out, I'm fine with this pick. And Michael Bennett plays defensive end and defensive tackle, so you can call him whatever you want. I would say that he does play more defensive tackle, though. So we'll see how this situation develops, though. Perhaps I wouldn't have taken another defensive tackle this early. We look at wide receiver. All right, wide receiver Amara Darboh, who the Seahawks take in round 3. And I talked about this when I was talking about Jehu Chesson, who they took, who the Chiefs took. Michigan, these Michigan wide receivers didn't really develop. They didn't have a very prolific passing game at Michigan, either this year with Wilton Spade or last year with Jake Rudock. I can't remember his name earlier when I was talking about the Lions, but I was talking about Jake Rudock. So we'll see with this guy. He has some nice potential. The combine, he was actually decent. I saw some upside with this guy, but can they get it out of him? We'll see. Fourth round, they double dip at safety. They take Tedrick Thompson out of Colorado. And, it's another safety, man. I don't know if I love that. I would have taken a linebacker by this point. I would have taken another offensive lineman at this point. Maybe even a running back at this point. So maybe not a running back, actually, but at least to me, an offensive lineman, another one. Because, again, your offensive line stinks. Let's just call it what it is. Russell Wilson, every week, running for his damn life. I think he was sacked over 50 times last year. It's ridiculous. You have to improve. Double dip. And they waited too long to do it to me. I see in the 6th round they took one, but I don't love it. So double dipping at safety now, I don't love it. And this was the philosophy of the Seahawks draft. We're going to trade back, and just accumulate all these draft picks. And let me tell you about the Seahawks, man. Let's be honest. They built a great foundation from 2010, maybe 2009 to 2012 or 2013, where they took Russell Wilson and Earl Thomas and Cam Chancellor and Richard Sherman and even more guys than that. Bobby Wagner. Who was the pick that everyone hated? Cliff. Was it not Cliff Averill. They took this guy everyone hated. Bruce Irvin. But they haven't been drafting well lately. And they keep trading out of the first round, expecting them to have the same success they had with those Richard Sherman and Cam Chancellor picks in the past. And it's not been working out for them. To me, the Seahawks need to stop trading down and trade up and get a guy that has less uncertainty, get a guy who is more likely to be a good player, to be a Pro Bowler, and to make an impact. I think they're hurting themselves by keep trading back. So Tedrick Thompson, I don't know this guy, but I would not have taken this guy, period. And then, are you kidding me? They take another safety as they take Mike Tyson, safety out of Cincinnati. Now, I'm sure one of these guys, they're going to put a corner, right? There's no way they just took 3 safeties, right? Maybe they did. I don't love the pick. Perhaps one of these guys are playing a corner. I'll look in the chat to see if anyone says that they are, but I don't love that. We move on to the next pick. The Seahawks now take offensive lineman Justin Sr. out of Mississippi State. And I like this pick because you need an offensive lineman, but you waited a little bit too long. Relying on 6-rounders to fill needs is a very dangerous game that will not work out, to be quite honest with you. We move on to the 7th round. They take wide receiver David Moore and running back Christopher Carson. Carson actually is decent. I remember this Carson guy. David Moore, I don't know anything about, but I doubt either one of these guys will make the roster, to be quite honest with you, because they've had so many draft picks the last couple of years. It's going to be hard for these draft picks to say, oh, well, I'm a 6th-round draft pick. I should make the roster. Well, we have like 3 others. So, we don't care. We'll see. Overall, this Seahawks draft, it's okay, but, man, I think it's one of the I don't think it's a very good draft relative to the rest of the NFL. I think the rest of the NFL got more with their draft picks, got more value, got more impact. I think this is one of the bottom 10, maybe even bottom 5 drafts in the NFL. Perhaps Malik McDowell will be a great defensive tackle. Perhaps they develop Amara Darboh. But I do not love this draft by the Seattle Seahawks, to be honest with you. I think it's another draft in their drafts lately that have not been very good. Now we move on to a draft that I really did like. And we're almost done here, guys. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers. What a draft. What a draft by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Right next to the not the Atlanta Falcons, right next to the Indianapolis Colts. Man, what a draft. They pick up O.J. Howard with the 19th overall pick. This guy's going to be a Pro Bowl tight end. And let me tell you, this is so obvious to people if they did any research, but you always hear about O.J. Howard doesn't have great production. Oh, he doesn't have great production coming out of college. I dare you. I ask of you, go back and look at the best tight ends in this league and look at their production in college and tell me it's so much better than O.J. Howard. Look at Tyler Eifert. Look at Travis Kelce. Look at Delaney Walker. Look at Rob Gronkowski. Look at Martellus Bennett. Look at all these tight ends and tell me, look at Jimmy Graham and tell me that they had great production in college. They didn't. No one has great production coming out of college at the tight end position. The one guy that did, Greg Olsen, had decent production, and Eric Ebron. And we saw what Ebron has become. He's not bad, but he's not great. When you're looking at tight ends, the only thing you need to look at, honestly, traits. That's it. What kind of traits do you have? And when everyone at the damn Senior Bowl, every reporter, every coach, everybody says, man, that O.J. Howard is the best damn player on this football field, you got something. You have to recognize the fact that the NFL utilizes the tight end position way more than college, infinitely more than college, okay? And the traits of these guys is what you have to look at in terms of translating them to the next level. O.J. Howard has terrific traits. Great athleticism, 6'6", and 250 pounds. An absolute stud. Now, he has to develop his route tree. Okay, that's going to take like a year, maybe like an offseason, whatever. And some other things, but he's a damn good blocker. He is a great freaking athlete, and he's a better freaking prospect than Rob Gronkowski and Jimmy Graham and Travis Kelce and Tyler Eifert and Delaney Walker and Eric Ebron. Maybe Ebron is just as good as a prospect, but I'd personally put O.J. Howard. And Greg Olsen, he's a better damn prospect. You know, we get so critical of these guys because, everyone's like lauding these guys, and I want to be the one guy that hates on the pick or whatever. Don't forget retrospect. Look back in retrospect and ask yourself, was Jimmy Graham a great college tight end? Was Travis Kelce a great college tight end? And they're freaking good. So if O.J. Howard, relative to those guys, is a much better prospect, you have to look out for this guy's potential. Now, he still may not reach it, but he's likelier than they were. Okay, so that's one of the things that I look at. Anyway, so that's a great damn pick. Then they move to the second round, and they select strong safety Justin Evans out of Texas A&M. This is a guy that has some versatility. Right, he returns some kick returns in Texas A&M. He played a little slot corner, played a little free safety. He will come down and he will hit people, despite not having great size, but he'll hit people. He has to relax a little bit when doing that. He's a guy that, to me, is too often looking for the big hit. Won't really use very good technique, won't wrap around very well and bring guys down, but I like his versatility, and they needed a strong safety to me. I know they signed J.J. Wilcox at free agency, but he's only a short-term fixture to me, so I like this pick. Then in the third round, are you kidding me? They pick up Chris Godwin. They pick up Chris Godwin in the third round. In the middle of the third round, I think he's better than Zay Jones. Now, Zay Jones will probably now have the better career, right? Because Zay Jones will have to become the number 2 wide receiver this freaking year. And then next year, if they let go of Sammy Watkins, and it's looking like they will, he's going to have to be their best receiver. So probably from now on, Zay Jones will have the better career, and that's fine. But as a prospect, I like Chris Godwin better. If they switch roles, I think Chris Godwin will be the 1,000-yard receiver in Buffalo. Okay, Chris Godwin, he has that potential that I saw last season. He has to clean up some stuff, but I like his fit next to Jameis Winston, man. The current Penn State quarterback, he's a nice guy, but he's not a very good quarterback. I don't think he utilized Chris Godwin very well. And these Penn State wide receivers, some people don't like them, but Allen Robinson broke that mold to me. So I'm done criticizing Penn State wide receivers. Their next pick, they take linebacker Kendall Beckwith out of LSU, and some people love this pick. I think it's okay. Look, he's a guy that's not very athletic, but he has nice instincts. Okay, nice linebacker instincts, and he can wrap guys up. My question is, where does he fit for your linebacking core? Because you currently have Quan Alexander in the middle, and to me, Beckwith is a middle linebacker. In a 4-3, he's an MLB. I think that's his role. If you want to play him as strong or weak, I mean, I'm not sure he's going to be very effective in that role, especially not weak, because he cannot cover. He's not a very good coverage linebacker to me. He wasn't great in coverage in the college. He's definitely not been great in the NFL when he starts going up against Rob Gronkowski and Jimmy Graham and Delaney Walker and O.J. Howard. So in practice. So I don't love that. I don't know where he's going to fit. He's either going to have to play strong or be a backup. And he'll be great on special teams, but could have got a little more value to me. We move on to the next pick, 5th round. Running back Jeremy McNichols out of Boise State. And I like McNichols, and I would have loved him for almost any other team than this, only because I think he's so similar to Charles Sims. Yeah, I'm not sure what you're getting out of McNichols that you're not going to get out of Charles Sims. Charles Sims is a guy that is a very good receiving back. Jeremy McNichols is a guy that's a very good receiving back. That's it. And there's a role for that. There's a role for that in the NFL, but how will you get on the field now? There's a better receiving back in front of you, presumably better. I mean, maybe he beats out Charles Sims, but McNichols, in terms of just running the ball, I don't see much value there. But in terms of receiving back, I see value there. I mean, he's going to have some time get on the field, though, behind Charles Sims. And then we move on to the 7th round. I love this draft pick. They select Stevie Tuikolovatu out of USC. Okay, I'm telling you, I could pronounce these Polynesian names, bro. Stevie Tuikolovatu, Stevie T, out of USC. And look, this guy will stop the run. Okay, and I don't know why these NFL teams are devaluing nose tackles, 0, 1, and 3 techniques in the NFL now. Well, I understand why, right? The NFL has become a passing league. Okay, so we're not looking for nose tackles. We're not looking for 1 techniques anymore. Look out for Stevie T, okay? This guy's going to stop the run. Now, it's still going to be tougher to make the roster because having a guy that's really got 1 or 2 down player at this point is tough to make the roster. Won't make an impact on special teams, obviously, but I like Stevie T. I like him. I don't know what to tell you. Well, he can actually make an impact on special teams in terms of, like, maybe field goal blocks or something like that. Not really blocking himself, but being able to push guys in front of him to allow other guys to block. All right, so overall, man, I love this draft by the Bucs. I think that they had one of the best drafts in this entire class. Once I'm done with the Redskins, I'm going to go back and see which drafts I'd call the best and the worst, and then that'll be it. Actually, no, I wanted to do that in my podcast. I'll save that for my podcast. I have to leave something for my podcasters. We move on to the last draft, the Washington Redskins. Now they start with their 17th overall pick, selecting defensive end Jonathan Allen out of Alabama. Now, I like this pick, but I'm starting to not love it because we've gone from saying Jonathan Allen will play 10 years to saying he'll play 6 or 7. Okay, now we're in a little uncertainty there because if you get 6 great years out of somebody, how valuable is that? I think it's decently valuable. So, I mean, I'll still take that, but it'll hurt a little bit in 6 years if he's not playing anymore. So we'll look out for that. But look, this guy's talented. And I never bought into, oh, he's better than Solomon Thomas. He's a top 5 pick in the draft. Top 10, okay. He's going to have some struggles. He did not test well at the combine, did not have a great 40 time, which isn't that important for defensive linemen, but it just shows overall athleticism. And he wasn't very strong either. So he doesn't have great explosiveness nor strength in terms of combine. Now, he has some explosiveness off the ball, line of scrimmage in the trenches. So he'll be good. He'll be good. The question is for how long. Then the 2nd round, they take outside linebacker Ryan Anderson out of Alabama. Ooh, this guy's tough. This guy's physical. They take another Alabama player. That's what you're going to get from them. My problem here is he's not very athletic. And, what does he offer you that's different than Preston Smith and Ryan Kerrigan? They're all like bigger guys, not that athletic, not that explosive, that will never get 10-plus sacks. I thought last year Preston Smith would end up getting 10-plus sacks, but he didn't. He disappointed to me as the sophomore campaign. So we'll see, but I think he's a good football player. I think he's going to prove to be a good football player, but I don't think you really filled your pass rushing need entirely. The good thing is, though, Allen's going to get at the quarterback. Okay, so you're going to get some of that on your defensive line for once. I mean, you guys haven't had defensive linemen getting sacked other than Chris Baker, who's now gone. So you'll like that. But Ryan Anderson, he'll be good, but the question is to what extent. We move on to their 3rd round pick. They select cornerback Fabian Moreau out of UCLA. And this guy's athletic, man. This guy's athletic. He can get after it. I like that. I also like his potential. And I like the fact that they went cornerback because I'm not a big Bashaud Breeland fan. I liked him before the year. And look, he was asked, yo, Doc, we got Josh Norman. Be our number 2 corner. That's all we want. And he stunk, honestly. He was bad. Right? He was terrible against the Pittsburgh Steelers. I thought he was mediocre throughout the entire season. And, yeah. So now I'm off the Bashaud Breeland train. I really liked him before last season. But last season, when he was asked to take a lesser role, he didn't show up. It didn't make sense to me, but that was the case. So Moreau, I like taking him. Kendall Fuller, you still have him. He didn't do much to me last year. Maybe he didn't play because I didn't notice him. We'll see how that develops, but the cornerback room getting stronger. 4th round, you take running back Samaje Perine out of Oklahoma. And I like this pick. I like Perine. He's going to end up starting. Matt Jones, is he still there? I don't know. I don't care. Fat Rob, who cares? Look, this is one of those situations where I tell you, this 4th rounder is destined to start. Kind of like Patrick Mahomes is destined to start. This guy is destined to start. Whenever there's a running back situation, none of them are very good, at least right out of the gate. These 4th rounders like Jamal Williams, who the Packers took, Joe Williams for the 49ers, they're destined to start. I'm telling you right now, Carlos Hyde is going to get injured. Joe Williams will play. Fat Rob's either going to get injured or whatever, and then Perine will play. And then James Starks will get injured or something, and Jamal Williams will play. The universe has a funky way of getting these rookies out there. I don't know why, but that's what the universe always does. We move on to the 4th round. Their second 4th round pick. They take safety Monte Nicholson out of Michigan State. Don't know this guy. Safety, which they needed. They signed DJ Schweringer, but only to I think it was a 3-year deal, actually. 3-year, $9 million, a cheap deal. I want to say, maybe it was a 1-year deal, but I want to say 3. So it makes sense to me, though. I'm fine with it. They also take Jeremy Sprinkle, tight end out of Arkansas. And they needed some more tight end help. So this pick makes sense to me. But at this point, I'm surprised they had not gone with a wide receiver. Actually, the wide receivers are decent. I would have went guard at this point. Guard is a position that I really would have went by this point if I was the Washington Redskins. So I'm surprised I haven't gone there yet. We move on to their 6th round pick. They take a center in Chase Roullier. I'm not sure how you pronounce this name. Maybe it's just Rollier, but it looks like it's French. So I want to say Roullier out of Wyoming, but either way, I don't know who he is. But he's a center, and Corey Lichtensteiger, he is getting kind of up there in age, so it makes sense, but I would have took a guard. Maybe this guy can't play guard. We move on to 6th round. Their next 6th round pick, they take wide receiver Robert Davis out of Georgia Southern. And, I like that they took a wide receiver finally. I don't know this guy, but I like that they took a wide receiver. Then in the 7th round, they double dip a safety. They take Josh Harvey Clemens. Again, I would have took a guard, but it's fine, whatever. Maybe another defensive tackle. You lost Chris Baker. And even when you had Chris Baker, I felt you had a need at defensive end, 3-4 defensive end, right? You didn't have a guy opposite of Baker that can consistently make plays for your team. So I would have double-dipped that defensive tackle, but whatever. And then they take defensive back Josh Holsey out of Auburn. Don't know anything about this guy. Defensive back, maybe he's a safety, maybe he's a corner. Sure. Okay. So there you go. That is a recap for each and every team in the NFL. Now, we've been here for over 3 hours, and it's funny because I really don't care. It's like time has gone by pretty freaking fast. It's good because I have time these days, but I probably won't have time soon. So this is the best time to do it. Now, I will open it up to you all in the comments. If you have any questions for me, I won't be here long because my voice is getting a little tired. So, yeah, I won't be here long. But if you have any comments, questions, concerns, comment them down below. And real quick, again, I hate to keep shoving this down y'all's throat. But if you'd like to check out the MJ Take podcast, head to www.patreon.com/SFE to subscribe to the podcast. Remember, guys, it really helps me out. I'm not begging for crap, but it really helps me out. And again, okay, I froze for a second. Sorry about that. At least on my screen, I did. Again, it really helps me out. Look at this. This is a microphone that I bought yesterday, okay? And it's allowing me to help improve my channel. I am currently going through renovations for this channel, improving this channel in all the ways that I would like to. So that's what I'm currently doing. Subscribing to the podcast, that really helps me. It helps me afford crap like this. It helps me this channel. Again, I'm starting the sportsfanentertainment.com website. I'm making gaming videos, as I've showed you guys. I'm also working on a bunch of stuff, man. I'm just working on a bunch of stuff. So if you'd like to check that out, the podcast will be lit. If you enjoyed this type of live stream where I just, whatever, I'm just going raw, you're going to enjoy the podcast. It'll be even better. And what I'm going to do is I will upload part of my first podcast, and I'm freezing. Apparently I'm freezing, which is great. Okay, whatever. Wow, thanks, YouTube. Okay, apparently, what was I saying? Damn it, I lost my damn train of thought. I was just talking about a bunch of crap. I've been talking for too long. Anyway, yeah. So the Patreon. Okay, so the podcast, I go raw, and I will upload a portion of the podcast whenever I record it. I want to decide. I think I'm going to do it Wednesday. So Wednesday, I'm planning on making the first podcast, and I will upload probably like 15 minutes of that podcast to YouTube just to give you guys a taste of what that looks like. And some people are asking for the place where you can, I don't really want to call it donating, because donating, that sounds so, charity-like. It's not really charity. You're kind of just paying for my podcast. I mean, that's kind of what you call it. But it helps the channel, right? So I'm conflicted with that. But either way, if you would like to donate or, contribute, whatever you want to call it, and get the $4 an hour podcast, $4 an hour. I can't talk. The $4 a month. Okay, so $4 a month podcast, go there. It supports the channel, allows me to buy more crap like this and other stuff that helps this channel. So, again, I have big plans. So I'm going to start the website soon, and I really want to hire some writers full-time. I want to hire some YouTubers full-time to help out on this channel as well. I need to find an Adam Schefter. I think the important thing for a website that covers sports, you have to have like an Adam Schefter or a guy that like really is behind the operation, that just devotes all his damn time to it. I need to find that guy, but that guy has to be paid. Okay, that guy has to be paid. And again, if you become a patron and you contribute and you subscribe to the podcast, it helps out a lot. So with that said, enough of my crap. Let's talk about y'all's, as we have some questions in the comments. Let's start with Michael Henry, who asks, who is the best wide receiver in this class? To me, it is Corey Davis, who the Titans picked up with the 5th overall pick. I believe that before the draft. I believe that after the draft. And I also like to look at, not in terms of just who's the best prospect anymore, but now changing the conversation to saying, hey, who is going to be the one that has the most impact, right? Who is going to have the most success now? Because situation changes things. And that answer is still Corey Davis, because Corey Davis is with Marcus Mariota, and he is going to be asked to be the number 1 wide receiver soon. So he was the best prospect, and I think he's going to prove to be the best player. A situation where that is not the case would be Patrick Mahomes. So I had Patrick Mahomes as my second best quarterback prospect. In other words, I think he's the second most likely to succeed. But now, after the draft, he's gone to Kansas City. Mitchell Trubisky went to Chicago. John Fox is going to get fired. Ryan Pace is going to get fired. Evans is going to get fired in Chicago. So I now like Patrick Mahomes to be the best quarterback out of this draft. So sometimes the best prospect, I can agree to the best prospect, but after the draft, I'll tell you, this guy won't be the best anymore, because now he's in this poor situation. This guy's in this better situation. Look out for this guy. All right, from there, some other questions. Did I do the Bills? Yes. You're going to have to, if you want to go right now, you can. You're going to have to go back, use some intuition, okay? And you have to go back to a certain point in the video and find your team before I have the chance to watch this. So right after I'm done with this live stream. I'm going to watch my own video, and I'm going to make timestamps. But right now, I can't do that, obviously. So think about the alphabet, right? This is one of the things I learned about computer science, right? We learned searching algorithms. So think about the alphabet. You have A through Z. I went alphabetical order. You know, Buffalo's the second, B is the second letter in the alphabet, and they're like the fourth or fifth team in alphabetical order, maybe like the third even, but I think like the fourth or fifth. So go to about the fourth or fifth out of 26 in the video. So that'd be like go 20%. Whatever 20% of 3 hours is, that's where you need to go. So I'll tell you right now, that's about 40. Go to 40 minutes of this video, go to that moment and watch, right? And then hope you're there, right? You may be, you may not be, but that's it, man. I'm pretty freaking good. That's pretty good math by me. But that's about where you want to go. Just use your intuition and reason as to where your team's going to be if you want to go back and watch your own team, because I can't do that right now. Nemesis is Brace asks, what do you do for a living? Well, number one, I'm a college student, a full-time college student. Let me tell y'all something about Vanderbilt. I don't want to complain. And it's not really complaining because I enjoy my time there. If I didn't, I'd leave. The thing about Vanderbilt is if you're at least in the School of Engineering, which I am, you cannot have a full-time job if you want to succeed. You cannot. And I don't know anyone that has one. Now, I know some guys that have part-time jobs. I know plenty of people that have part-time. But full-time, no. You will be so screwed because there are literally nights where you have to go from, like, I want to say 5 p.m. to 5 a.m. I'm not even – and this is in the middle of the semester where you have, okay, I have digital logic homework to do from 5 to 8. I have a programming assignment to work on from 8 to 1 because programming assignments take a freaking while. You have to develop an algorithm. You have to write pseudocode. You have to implement the pseudocode. You have to test. You have to debug. You have to test. You have to debug. You have to comment out your code, and then you have to submit it. And then, okay, from 1 to 5, I have calculus homework because I have a damn calculus quiz tomorrow. I have to work these problems to prepare for that calculus quiz. And by the way, I have an exam tomorrow. I also have digital logic lab. Okay, I have to create a circuit for a vending machine that has to work tomorrow afternoon during lab, or my lab partner is going to be pissed. So there are so many things that you have to do. You cannot, at least in the School of Engineering, you cannot have a full-time job. So during the school year, I have YouTube as my part-time job, and it's a decent part-time job. I make enough to justify it being a part-time job. I don't make nearly enough to justify it being a full-time job, but part-time, yeah, I make enough to justify that. So that's what I do during the school year. Outside the school year, I have been a security guard. Right now, I'm deciding if I want to go back. I probably will, because there I can get overtime. I'll probably work 60 or 70 hours a week, and it's not that hard to do, and I do a damn good job at it. So, yeah, that answers that question. We move on to what is Adoree Jackson's ceiling in your opinion? It's Deion Sanders. You know, almost everyone's ceiling is extremely high. The question is, can you get there? Is it an attainable ceiling, or is it just a ceiling? Right? My ceiling. You want to know what my ceiling is? Or maybe I'm being cocky or confident, whatever. My ceiling is the equivalent of the CEO of ESPN. That's my ceiling. If I grow SFE, I can grow. That's the height. It could. That's the ceiling. It could. Now, will it? I don't know. I'm going to try my ass off, and he will try his ass off, buddy. At the end of the day, maybe we won't get there. We'll see. What other questions do we have? Should the Titans target Darren Carrington next year? So, this is the guy I was thinking about. I was thinking like a couple of days ago in the shower. I was thinking, so Marcus Mariota, what kind of weapons did he have? Because no one's made the NFL. And I was thinking about this because Colt Lyerla, the old tight end for Oregon, he actually got arrested a couple months ago, and he escaped from jail. He escaped from jail a couple days ago. And I'm like, hey, he was one of those weapons. Who else was a weapon? And I thought about Darren Carrington. I'm like, what happened to this guy? Do I want them to target him next year? Right now, we don't have a needed wide receiver, so I would say no, but I will see. It's too far away. All right, I'm just reading through the comments right now. My God. Someone said subscribe to my Pornhub. All right. What are your thoughts on Artie Burns, man? He had a nice end to the season. I think he's going to be a good corner. We'll see if he'll be their number one or their number two. He's their number two right now. But I like this guy. Alan Houston asked, where did it go? I just had it up. And then there it goes. I think he asked Martavis Bryant. Something about Martavis Bryant. Golly, where did it go? I have to find it again. Martavis Bryant, breakout year MJ. Now, we'll see. I mean, they just drafted Juju Smith-Schuster. I think that tells you, man, they're not relying on Martavis Bryant. If he plays, it should be somewhat of a breakout. But didn't he almost break 1,000 yards a couple years ago anyway? I don't think he's going to do better than that. So I don't think it's going to be much of a breakout. It'll just be a bounce back or a comeback, but I'm not sure about a breakout. Okay, he had 765 in 2015. Perhaps he'll get 900, but with Antonio Brown still getting like 12 or 1,300. Ladarius Green, if he's healthy, getting about 500. Or let's just say the tight end position in general, they should all combine. Jesse James and Ladarius Green should combine for at least 700, maybe even 800, actually. With Le'Veon Bell getting a good amount of receptions, maybe James Conner as well, maybe D'Angelo Williams. I doubt he gets over 900, maybe 1,000, but no more than 1,000, really. Like just over 1,000. No more than he's not going to get over 1,100. Why did Desmond King fall so far? Because and Adam McGuire asked this, because he's not that good, right? He's not that impressive physically, athletically. He doesn't offer much upside. And he's a guy that had a great 2015 campaign, but 2016 just wasn't that impressive anymore. So that's why he fell. Is Mahomes going to become Brett Favre under Andy Reid? He could, but I don't think Andy Reid would like that. I think Andy Reid will tame him to a certain extent. So if you want to ask if he'll become Donovan McNabb, we can have a conversation. Brett Favre, not really. Man, I should really come out with this Adoree Jackson video, because some of y'all really Adoree Jackson fans in here. I can't believe it. I can't believe all these Adoree Jackson fans. Yeah, it's so funny looking at these college football fans, right? I mean, look, you love college football and that's fine. What you have to recognize is that the transition from college to the NFL involves a lot of components. And it's not always going to be, okay, this guy good in college equals this guy good in the NFL. You have to look at traits. And, Adoree Jackson, even relative to other corners in college, wasn't that good. Pro Football Focus came out with a statistic. The top 10 NFL draft cornerbacks. They had Tre'Davious White, Marlon Humphrey, and some other guys. Adoree Jackson had the highest touchdown percentage allowed, had the highest passer rating allowed. So even as a college corner, he wasn't even that good relative to his NFL draft peers. Relative to the average college corner, yeah, he was good. He came down with 5 interceptions, off of some deflections and some other stuff, and we say, okay, he's good. And he wins the award. But you have to look at the individual traits and say, why did he give up the highest touchdown percentage? Why did he give up the highest passer rating? Why was he targeted 204 times? Why do quarterbacks keep throwing to this guy? And, he had 5 interceptions, but look at this. Last year, he was targeted a crap ton. He didn't get many interceptions, and if you look at his interception percentage, it's not that high relative to his NFL draft peers. You have to look at these things, and if you look at these things, you see, man, there are problems here with Adoree Jackson. Michael Henry asked, could Taywan Taylor be 1,000-yard receiver eventually? Eventually, sure. I'm not expecting much from him in his rookie year. I was having a discussion. I asked on Twitter, hey, what are some of y'all's stat projections for Corey Davis this year? And some people were saying, he has to have 1,100 yards minimum. Look, some of y'all are going to be disappointed, because the fact of the matter is it's tough for rookie wide receivers to come in and make a huge impact. It's a tough position to transition. Very tough. Julio Jones had about 900. Now, Roddy White was opposite of him, but he had about 900. Sammy Watkins had about 900. AJ Green had over 1,000, just barely, but had over 1,000, okay. But he was the number 2 overall pick. Or was it number 2, number 3? Maybe it was number 4. Number 4. Like, no, I thought Julio Jones was number 4. Maybe AJ Green was number 3. I have to go back and check. Maybe number 3 actually AJ Green. So it's tough. I have Corey Davis for about 850, maybe 900, and then Taylon Taylor 400, maybe 450. So that's what I'm looking at. Could the Eagles trade? No, Brian Loaf just asked, do you think if the Eagles trade for Mark Ingram, they compete for the NFC East? I think they're going to compete regardless. Now, I'll tell you right now, I currently have them scheduled for about 9-7, maybe 10-6. They could be as good as 12-4. The question is, how much will Carson Wentz develop? Because he will need to develop. Let me see what his official stat line was last season, touchdown interception ratio. Off the top of my head, I want to say it was like 20 to like 11, maybe even more interceptions than that, maybe like 20 to 16. Let me check. He had 16 touchdowns to how many interceptions, ESPN? Do you really have to hide the interceptions from me? 16 to 14, not great. You know, this number is going to have to be for them to make the playoffs, especially the run game won't be great even with Mark Ingram. He has to get at least 26 touchdown, like 26 to 16 or better. 26 to 14, 26 to 12, 30 to 12. So what kind of leap will he make? We'll see. Obviously, he has way better weaponry. He will be better than this 16 to 14. The question is how much better. We'll see. I like their potential, but I'm having a tough time. I'm already thinking ahead. I'm having a tough time saying, okay, they're going to be better than the Cowboys. They're going to be better than the Giants. I'm having a tough time. But with the Giants, man, Eli Manning will determine that team, and he concerns the hell out of me. Asked, why do the Rams not want me to be happy, MJ? Well, you got to ask them. Look, the Rams, they're in trouble. Oh, man, and the biggest trouble they're in, number one, their offense stinks. And then number two, wow, their quarterback. If this guy is not good, then you're talking about he wasted a couple years, 2-3 years. We'll see how bad he is this year, assuming he's bad. First, let's assume he's bad. If he's bad, we'll see how bad he is. If he's, let's put numbers. If he's 16 touchdown to 20 interception bad, he's gone. He should be. If he's 18 touchdown to 14 interception bad, he's probably going to stick around for another year, and you'll be kind of in trouble. So we'll see. Slump in the building. He asked, which running back will have the best rookie season? Now, this is an interesting discussion. So I like to subscribe to this Matt Kelly. Do y'all know Matt Kelly of Roto World? What do they call it? Underground. They call it Roto, something ridiculous. But basically, Roto World's fantasy football podcast. He's so interesting. Sometimes he gets so pissed off, and I disagree with him from time to time. But he was saying Leonard Fournette is a worse running back in terms of fantasy than Leonard Fournette. I don't buy into that. Now, Christian McCaffrey may have more yards from scrimmage, but in fact, I will predict he will have more yards from scrimmage. I will predict that. But Leonard Fournette will outpace McCaffrey by about 200 rushing yards, and I think that's what people will look at. He also have more rushing touchdowns, and I think that's what people will look at. So I will say this. McCaffrey will have more yards from scrimmage, maybe more fantasy points, but I think Fournette will have the better year. And I noticed that my webcam is freezing, but I'm not sure how to fix that, so we're just going to continue. We move on. I think it's because my internet connection at home is ass. We move on to, was Evan Ingram a reach? Asked Chase Mikuski. And I saw your comment earlier today, Chase. You asked, oh, are you gone or have you left YouTube or something like that? And I just took a couple of days off to basically relax for a bit. My God. Okay, so he was not a reach to me. I had him over David Njoku, and I had him ranked in the 20s, in the early 20s on my big board. So I liked Evan Ingram, man. I think he's going to be a very good tight end at the next level. So he wasn't a reach to me. Damien Gaming asks, do you think Mike Zimmer may not be able to coach in the future due to health problems he had his eye as well as his kidney stones? I honestly have no idea, but I have heard some rumblings about that, so I am a little concerned about that, as you should be too if you're a Vikings fan. I believe you are, judging by your picture. Haroon M asks, am I the first person to notice that Sidney Jones rhymes with kidney stones? Well, you noticed that before me, man. Chase said, good luck with your exam. I don't need luck because I'm done with my exams, so it's cool. And my exams were so interesting this time. I'm not trying to be too personal here, but F it. So this is so fascinating to me. I don't know how the hell this happened. So I took digital logic this year, right? Which basically, if you don't know what that means, good, because you saved yourself of nonsense in this lifetime. Essentially, it's a bunch of zeros and ones, and you learn about the intricacies behind how machines work logically. So creating, like I said earlier, like a vending machine or a other state machines, and the logic, the digital logic that goes on behind those sort of things, if that makes any sense, which it may not. So apparently, I got a 100 on my final exam, which is BS. And I'll tell you why it's BS. Number one, I felt good about that exam. I'll tell you right now, I felt good about that exam. But there was one question I didn't answer. And it's not because I was lazy or something like that. Like it wasn't a multiple choice exam. It's a free response exam. It's a written exam, essentially. So I had to either write something that made sense or write nothing at all. And I literally cannot write nothing at all. It was an expression that I had no idea how to reduce. I don't know how to reduce this expression. It was a Boolean expression. Which basically means it has like A, B, C, D plus AB plus AB plus AC plus ACD plus AD naught plus A naught, D naught, D naught, D naught plus AB naught equals this. Prove it. And I'm like, I don't know how, because there are no literals that have been reduced in this equation. So I don't know how I'm not doing it. And apparently I got a 100. Now I'm going to take that grade. I'm going to take that grade and I won't say nothing. But what? That's some BS. I think no one could answer that question. I think they said, okay, we're throwing this question out because no one could answer this because the question made no sense. I don't know what they were at. I mean, I know what they were asking, but I'm not sure how the hell that could have been solved because that doesn't make any sense to me. Okay. Anyway, beyond my junk, Nemesis. Wait, how do you say this name? Nemesis breaks, or is it? Yeah, that's what. Or is it names is breaks? Huh? It could be names is breaks, or it's Nemesis breaks. But I will say Nemesis. Yeah, it's Nemesis because there's an E. Duh. Sorry. Nemesis breaks asks, what section of engineering are you going for? Computer science, which under normal conditions would not be engineering, but Vanderbilt, for some reason, loves to throw the computer science into the School of Engineering, despite the fact that there's another department called the Arts and Sciences, of which it would make more sense to throw computer science into for the most part. I mean, computer engineering and computer science overlap a lot, so I understand why you'd like to throw them in the same category, but whatever. It makes things more difficult for me, and it pisses me off. But I succeed regardless. Chase Mikuski asks, how do you feel about the comparison of Evan Ingram to Jordan Reed? And I like the comparison. I made the comparison. Now, maybe he won't be that good, but he could be. So look out for that. That's who he compares to. Michael Henry asks, what would it take for Adoree Jackson to be a great pick? So we're still talking about Adoree. And I understand why. Because it's a big pick, and I hate the pick. So everyone wants to know my opinion. Look, and this is going to be the problem. Because we as human beings, as NFL fans in general, but really just as human beings in general, we cannot agree on things. So because we don't agree on things, we are already going to head into this season and seasons beyond with different definitions as to what is a good season for Adoree Jackson and defining what makes this Adoree Jackson pick a good pick. What levels of play must he reach? And can we evaluate him all the same and say, okay, we all agree he's hit that level of play. So essentially, this is what I'm trying to say. If that makes any sense, it probably doesn't. Let's say Adoree Jackson has 2 touchdowns this year. He has a pick six, he has a kick return. Some will say just based off of that, he had a good year. Now, if you combine that with coverage that wasn't great, to me, I'm going to say he had a bad year. But to you, you may have thought his coverage was good because it's just so anecdotal. There's not a very tangible thing to look at and say, okay, good coverage, bad coverage, unless we sit down and watch every play, which we won't. You know, if we look back and we say, for example, Jason McCourty this year, I thought he had a decent year. Some people think McCourty was awful this year. We can't even agree on that. The only thing that will determine if Adoree Jackson was really a good pick or not for everyone to be on the same page is if either A, he just ends up being like a Pro Bowler or solid enough to where everyone can agree he's solid, or B, he's just not on this team in 4 years. And that's really it. I mean, if he's on this team and he's starting 4 years from now, some people will tell me he's a good pick, even though in coverage he still may not be great. He could be below average relative to other NFL corners in coverage. And I'm going to look at that. I'm going to say, look at Tre'Davious White, who's above average relative to other corners. And then people will tell me, well, no, he's better. And I'll tell you why. He'll be like, well, he has more interceptions. I'll be like, well, look at this. It'll be like, well, I don't care. He has more interceptions. So, you know, this is the problem. And I'm prepared to face it. It's just the way things are. But to be a great pick, literally, and it's hard to define what exactly this is. It's so vague, but he has to be good in coverage. And, well, to be a great pick, he has to be great in coverage because we did take him with the 18th pick. But to be a good pick, he has to be good in coverage. That's literally all I care about. I want to see him in coverage. I don't want to talk about special teams. He'll make an impact on special teams, and I won't care. Because to me, we literally just should have signed Cordero Patterson, right? We get all the money in the damn world. We're not near the damn cap space, okay? Sign Cordero Patterson. Because then, boom, you have a great special team. You have the best special teams man in the league. And he was just going to whoever paid him the most. So you have someone dedicated to that. Then you can, you know, go get your cover corner in the draft. So to me, it just depends how he is in coverage. And relative to other NFL draft corners, he wasn't great in coverage. He wasn't good in coverage relative to other NFL draft corners. So that's my problem. McWren asks, is Derrick Henry happy in Tennessee? I think so. Look, I know he missed the the OTAs or whatever we call them. I'm not sure what they're called at this moment, but whatever he missed them, okay? And that stinks. But, you know, to me, I still think he loves Tennessee. I still think he's a competitive football player. I don't think that's the problem. And he's back, so whatever. I'm like 19 minutes behind, so I should probably catch up at this point. Let me skip a good amount of comments. And if you have work tomorrow, man, feel free to go to sleep, man. Feel free to go to sleep. I don't have work tomorrow. I don't have nothing tomorrow. Yeah. Vampa asks, if Mahomes does play like you predict, does he play well? Yeah, I think he'd be really good. He could be Derek Carr, man. Honestly, he could be. He could be Derek Carr. Oh, my gosh. Jeremiah, for my thoughts on Obi Melifonwu and Gary Conley, check out my Raiders draft recap. Even though I did half-ass those, those two I did know, and I told you my real take on those. Man. Again, Bay Area raised asks, what time did you talk about the Niners? You have to use your intuition. Now, I'll tell you right now, I stopped doing draft recaps, I want to say 3 hours. So intuitively, I will tell you it will be at 2:30. I would go, no. I think it's even later than that. Just go to 2:30 and then see, okay, he's on the Seahawks, so it's after this, or it's before this. Or see that, hey, he's on the New York Giants, so it's after this. So you have to use your intuition. Because I haven't gone back and gone through the timestamps yet. Chase asks, who is your favorite Vanderbilt player in the NFL? Well, the problem is not many Vanderbilt players in the NFL, but I had to go with Casey Hayward, who's been an absolute beast for the San Diego Chargers this season. And, man, this guy was great for the Packers. I don't know why they let him go, and now their secondary stinks. That was a huge mistake to me. I don't know what the hell they were thinking. But I'm not trying to get in trouble with the Vanderbilt powers that be, and there are Vanderbilt powers that be. Let me tell you, man. Actually, I'm not going to say nothing. But we need to relax on our academic requirements for football players if we want to improve our football team, because they're way too high. I know plenty of football players that were with me in like the School of Engineering, and they had to quit because they just did not have time for this crap. And it stinks, but it's the case. And it sucks. It sucks. It's a whole messed up situation. I don't know how Stanford does it. I think the way Stanford does it is they just get literally the smartest players in the whole damn country go there. So I think that's the problem. It works for them. It's a problem for us. But either way, whatever. Rex Smith asks, who do you think is going number one in the 2018 draft? Too early. Go to my too early mock draft. No, I'll tell you. I have Sam Darnold going number one. But look out for Josh Allen. It could easily be Josh Allen. It could easily be Arden Key. It could easily be what's that other guy's name? Josh Rosen or Mason Rudolph. Maybe even no, not Lamar Jackson. I don't think he's going number one. I really doubt it. Okay, this is what I don't understand. And look, I'm not one to complain about hate, but this is what I don't understand. So, Brady Jones, I'm going to call you out for a second. I don't hate you, bro. Look, I don't hate anybody. Anyone that knows me, I don't hate people. But this is what I don't understand. So, Brady Jones asked this. He says, okay, MJ hated the Taylor Lewan pick, hated the Jack Conklin pick. Why would we listen to you? Okay, just asking just a simple question. Why are you here? The only way you're here right now live is if you subscribe to this channel, or if in your home or recommended you saw the live and you clicked on it. But you literally read Sports Fan Entertainment. You said, or you thought, this guy's trash because he trashed the Jack Conklin pick, and he trashed the Jack Conklin, or he trashed the Jack Conklin pick, and he trashed the Taylor Lewan pick. He stinks. And you're still here. You know, that doesn't make sense to me. But to answer your question, I will tell you this. And it's something that you and people of your ilk failed to recognize. So I'll educate you a little bit. Because people like you don't actually listen. If you go back to my Taylor Lewan video, it's actually a great video. I could not have been less wrong. Or no, I could not have been more wrong. Wait, what am I trying to say? I could not have been less wrong or more right about what I said. Because what did I say? I said that, in fact, no, let's do this. I want to do this. Let's go to this Taylor Lewan video. Now, for some of you that haven't watched this, this will be fun for you. Because this was back a couple years ago. This was 3 years ago, so I was 17. Wow, I was 17 and my voice was that high? Dear God. Okay, anyway, this was 3 years ago. Okay, I'm going to screen share this. I'm going to turn up my audio. Listen to my thoughts on Jack Conklin when the Titans selected him. Okay, this was me 3 years ago, struggling in the YouTube ghettos with not many subscribers. This is what I said.
In my life as a Tennessee Titans fan, I've actually never been more pissed off in my life.
Now listen.
It's just, I've never have I been more pissed off. I can't even believe what has just transpired. It's unbelievable to me. It's unfathomable. It's unconscionable. It's unbelievable. It's ridiculous. It's preposterous. It's egregious. It's offensive. It's bullshit! Okay, you took a tackle. I'm high on Taylor Lewan. I had him ranked as the number 8 player on my big board. Okay.
Wait, what did I just say? What did I just say? Let's replay that. Let's replay what I just said.
A tackle. I'm high on Taylor Lewan. I had him ranked as the number 8 player on my big board. Okay?
Whoa! So I had Taylor Lewan as my 8th rated player on my big board, and I said I'm high on Taylor Lewan. Okay, interesting. Let's keep listening.
But he's going to come in to this team. He's going to sit on the bench. He's going to sit on the bench for a year at least. And I've never heard of that before in my entire life. I've never heard of an 11th overall pick or higher that it sits on the bench for a year. Ever in my fucking life have I heard of a tap that is taken with the 11th overall pick who sits for a year. I've never heard of that shit before in my fucking life. Ever. And yet, Rustin Wester and Ken Wisenhunt felt as if it was the right thing to do. What? When you have Johnny Manziel and Teddy Bridgewater and Derek Carr, hell, Aaron Donald, Darquez Denard, all on the board, or you can trade back. I'm begging you, please trade back. And yet, they take Taylor Lewan to come in here to sit on the bench and to start in 2015. And I don't want to hear, oh, well, they were going to need a tackle in 2015. Oh, really? Then why don't they get a tackle in 2015? If you're going to need a tackle...
Okay, let me go ahead and skip forward, though, to something a little more important here. All right, this is very important what I say here.
They're not doing shit this year, guys. That's it. They're not doing shit. They're building for the future. This is a rebuilding effort in Tennessee, which is not what they told us it would be. They are rebuilding, and it is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard in my fucking entire life, and yet that's what they're doing. Please, for the grace of God Almighty, please take Derek Carr, because Jake Walker's so injury prone, there's going to be an ant on the field week 1 that he's going to trip over, and then boom, he tore his ACL, and we're going to need a quarterback. So please, God, okay? Derek Carr has to fall to us. Texas can't take him. There's no way the Texans can take him. There's no way. There's no way. And the Raiders, maybe, Buccaneers, maybe. Please get us a quarterback, because Jake Locker will trip over every insect on the field. James Carter TV, piss the fuck off. God damn it. At least we're going to something. Hey, Marcus Mariota. Hey. Marcus Mariota, what the Tennessee Titans? We're going to be drafting you next year. Oh, hey, Brent Hundley out of UCLA. We're going to be drafting you next year. Jameis Winston? Oh, Winston, where are you at? Oh, yeah, that's right. You're stealing crab legs. Fucking ridiculous. Taylor Lewan. God damn it.
Hey, so what the hell did I say? What the hell did I say? I said a couple things. Number one, Taylor Lewan was my number 8 prospect on my big board. This indicates that I think this guy's pretty freaking good, okay? That he could be a Pro Bowler at the next level. So don't tell me that I did not like Taylor Lewan. But I said that because he's going to sit for a year and we are literally going to get no production out of our first-round pick, we are now going to suck. Because I wanted us severely to draft a quarterback because at that time, I knew Jake Locker stunk. Could I have been better? I sat there, I stood there, and I begged them to do what? To take Derek Carr. I wish they listened to me. Do you have any idea if they would have listened to me? Now, luckily, what did they do? They got Marcus Mariota. And what did I do in this video? I demonstrated them knocking on the door 1 year before they took Marcus Mariota. I demonstrated knocking on the door and saying, hey, Marcus Mariota, we're drafting you next year. I did that. So if you wonder why you should listen to me because I made that video on Taylor Lewan, go back and watch that video on Taylor Lewan because you'll find out real quick why you should listen to me. If I'm wrong, you're damn right I'm wrong. I was wrong about the Texans being a very good team this year. I was wrong about, Jack Conklin. I said he was going to be okay, and he was very freaking good. I was wrong about that. I was wrong about Laquan Treadwell. But what I hate is when I'm literally right about something and someone tells me that I'm wrong about it. When I literally could not have been more right. I literally stood there and said, please, for the love of God, take Derek Carr because we need him and because Jake Walker will get injured. Bing and boom, I literally said we were coming off a 7-9 season at the time, and I said we are going to suck next year. We went 2-14, and I literally said Marcus Mariota. This was 1 year. This was 1 year. I said Marcus Mariota, we're drafting you next year because the Titans are going to stink, and they will be in search of a quarterback next year. I could not have been more right. The only thing wrong with that video is when I said that we should have took Johnny Manziel. But at the time, my thought process was we just need anyone at quarterback because Jake Locker stinks. Okay? And that was my sense at the time. So with that said, we're going to do some more questions, and then we will leave. How is the chat reacting to this? Someone told me to go to hell. Woo! Oh boy, oh boy. Oh, I love y'all. Oh yeah, someone said I was wrong about Ezekiel Elliott. Yeah, I was wrong about Ezekiel Elliott. Okay, how did this Jake Morrison I don't care. I mean, he called me the N-word and told me to go back to Africa, but this is what blows my mind. Like, the only way you're here is if you're subscribed to this channel. I mean, there's literally no other way to be here. I've never in my life been somewhere watching somebody that I've hated and said, hey, let me remain here and hate on them. Like that whole dynamic just surprised me. I mean, I literally don't mind. I know I just went off on this other guy who actually didn't really hate. I mean, he hated on me a little bit, but not as bad as Morris it is. But it's just the other guy, I get it. Look, the other guy, I understand the problem. As human beings, we only hear a lot of times. We only hear what we want to hear. Or we have selective hearing. So you all you know is that I made a Taylor Lewan rant and you say I hated that pick. And you say, okay, you hated that pick, and then you register that and then that's it. But the other type of hater, the troll, it's just like, why? It's so pointless. It's such a waste of time. It's so ridiculous. It's so absurd. Who cares? I mean, it's so sad. I'm not even going to entertain it anymore. I just find it ridiculous. Yeah, look how many tabs I have open. It's ridiculous. I always have so many tabs open. Oh yeah, Taylor Lewan did not sit for a year, but if they had it, he would have. I mean, they had it their way, and that's what I told you again. That goes back to my theorem. I should name this theorem. What's a good name for this? The first round pick. No, I'll name this theorem. But basically, my theorem that if you take someone in the first round at a certain position, they're gonna freaking play. Because and that position isn't very strong, they're gonna play. Because that's just the way the universe works. Like your starter's gonna get injured. As soon as you draft this guy, your starter's gonna get injured. He's gonna play. He's gonna play. Either you're gonna play him or someone's gonna get injured and you're gonna play. So I need to name this theorem. I think there's something behind this theorem. Ricky Legends asked me to talk about Arizona. What about Arizona? Ricky Legends, this guy's so interesting. You're also somebody that at times will be so upset. I think you came at me. You were saying, I remember everything, people. I may not reply to all the comments, but if I've proven anything, I have a pretty freaking good memory. If I can tell you that the last year the fucking Green Bay Packers drafted Dean Lowry in the 4th round out of Northwestern, I think I have a pretty good freaking memory. So the comments, I remember Key Legends, you came at me. You're like, your mock drafts are so awful. Look, you're obviously a fan of me because you're here, but just why? It doesn't make sense to me. I don't know. I don't get it. I appreciate your subscription, but I don't know what exactly you want me to talk about in terms of Arizona. I mean, what exactly about Arizona? Okay. Someone asked, how does one join SFE? Right now, well, it depends in what capacity you're referring to. Now, I would assume, and it's a smart assumption, that I'm just reading these comments. They're so funny to me. I would assume, and it's a smart assumption, that you would like to make videos for SFE. And right now, I'm not looking for video creators. Right now. It's becoming to the point where I have a pretty good staff in terms of that. Now, I'll be looking for writers soon as I launch the Sports Fan Entertainment website. That should be up and running maybe mid-June, maybe early June, maybe next week. I don't know. Whenever I actually finally sit down and have the funds for this crap. Yay. So look out for that. Michael Henry asks, is it possible for the Texans to suck this year? And this is another theorem that I have. And more fans need to recognize this. Everyone has the potential to stink. Everyone. Maybe the only team that doesn't is the Patriots, because even when Brady was injured, they did go 11-5. They're the one team that you can say, okay, they don't have the potential. But I think every single team has the potential to stink. I need to call this theorem something else. What can I name this theorem? Something creative, not just like every team can stink theorem. Let's just call it. How about this? Yeah, we don't need to name it exactly what the definition is. How about the MJ theorem? The MJ stink theorem. Every team has the potential to stink. The Arizona Cardinals roster last year was so freaking good. That thing was good, okay? And they relatively stunk. I mean, they went 7-9, which wasn't, I mean, that's just about under average, but they underwhelmed tremendously. Hell, even last year, who was really bad that should not have been? I would look at the Chargers underwhelmed. The Ravens were really bad 2 years ago. The Cowboys really bad 2 years ago. The Chargers really bad 2 years ago. None of those really should have been. Any team can underwhelm. Any team. The MJ stink theorem. Any team can stink. I'm prepared for the Titans to stink. I don't think they will, but I'm prepared. You got to be prepared. You know, if you predict your team to have a certain win amount, let's say, let's attribute a number that to that. Let's say 10 wins, right? Right now, the Titans scheduled for 10 wins. I'm prepared for anything +3, -5. I think that's a good metric. Maybe even worse than that, you know, if injuries take a toll. So any team can stink. That's my theorem. Any team can stink. Now, you're still probably not likely to stink, but any team can stink. So just look out for that. Okay, so Ricky Legends want me to draft grade the Cardinals. I mean, I didn't love the Chad Williams pick. I mean, he could be good, but I just didn't know much about him. But I love the Hassan Reddick and the Buda Baker. I would have taken maybe a wide. No, you guys took a wide receiver. It's a damn good draft. I would have taken a defensive end. That's what I would have taken, a defensive end, because I don't love Robert Clowndiche. So I don't love that. But if I were to grade the Cardinals draft, I give it like a B+, maybe. Yeah, B+. Who do they draft in the later rounds? I can't remember. Let me check real quick. I don't think I loved it, though, because I don't remember loving it. Who they drafted late. Oh, no, they did find Will Holden and Dorian Johnson. So it could be an A-. It could be. But I'll give it a B+. I think it's a B+ draft for the Cardinals. I think it's just better than the average draft. And relative to the NFL, I think they made a step forward. Now, their offense will still have to rebuild to a certain extent. They're going to need a new quarterback, new wide receiver or two, new tight end or two. But defensively, this should be good. All right, someone said the guy that did the SFE power rankings should go. Now, here's the thing. Here's my philosophy as it pertains to this. Couple things. Now, there are times when I would look at Anthony's power rankings and I would say, yeah, these I disagree with this, I disagree with that. Like, for example, I think the Falcons are the second best team in the NFL right now. I think Patriots are number 1, Falcons are number 2. Number 3, I'm not really sure. Maybe the Packers or something. But I think he had like the Falcons at 8 or something like that. But here's where I would defend him. We don't have anything definitive, anything tangible to go off of. And at the end of the day, y'all keep watching his videos, man. I mean, that power ranking he just uploaded got over 2,000 views, or it's about to. So y'all can say you hate him, but that boy's getting ratings. So I have a hard time saying, oh, this is the guy I should get rid of, when of all the other people I bring on this channel, he's the one that gets the most views. Well, he's here. So that's what I have to say about that. Killian Jensen asks, why do other analysts love the Mike Williams pick? I mean, because they look at this and they say, okay, he's a good fit with Phillip Rivers. And I agree. But the way I view things is this draft pick that you have, whatever draft pick it is, how much value is he adding to your team? And I just don't believe that the Mike Williams pick adds value to their team. I don't think there's much of a difference there in terms of value of the passing game for me to say, okay, this is a good pick for this football team, because you haven't moved forward relative to the rest of the NFL. Because you have a Titans that had a huge need at wide receiver. They take a wide receiver. There's a lot of value there. They make a large leap forward. The Chargers don't have a huge need. There's not much improvement their passing game could have. And Mike Williams isn't much better than Tyrell Williams or Travis Benjamin. So even if he beats them out, the value added will be minute. So their relative jump, their jump is very small relative to the Titans' jump. It's really small. And if all these other teams keep jumping to a larger extent than the Chargers have, you've made a relative move forward. Every single team, this is the thing. This is the way you have to view the draft to me. And I don't want to get too complicated, but we're having this conversation, so why not? Every team drafts, duh, right? So every team can make the argument, just empirically, that we improved. Right, because we had 80 players on our roster. We went into the draft. We added players. We improved, but it's not just about improving. Everyone's improving, and because we are in this confined space where we still have to face each other, you have to improve relative to the rest of the NFL. So I look at the Chargers and I look at that pick of Mike Williams. Does that Mike Williams pick help them improve relative to the rest of the NFL? And that answer to me is no. Yeah, and real facts, that's what I'm saying. Like, they actually improved. Like last year, the Browns had more talent than they had the year before. The problem is they didn't improve relative to the rest of the NFL. They still didn't reach a point to where their roster is comparable to the rest of the NFL. So despite the fact that, you added 5 wide receivers, despite the fact that, you added this and you added that after the draft, your relative improvement, it wasn't good enough. So it's all about that to me. You always have to look at the draft and the off season, and there's still so much uncertainty. Like, for example, I'm probably going to pick the Giants to be 10-6 or something next year. They could stink. Eli Manning could decide, hey, I suck, and then they go 4-12, and now I'm wrong. And everyone says, you're wrong. You don't know what you're talking about. No, there was reason to believe that the Giants were going to be 10-6. I mean, even though that's not what happened, there was reason to believe that. Yeah, to me, that doesn't make it a wrong prediction. I mean, it was wrong. There's a difference between making a wrong prediction or having a wrong projection versus being wrong to predict something, being wrong to project something. So, for instance, I can predict that. What's a good example? I can predict that if I jump outside or jump off a 4-story building, jump off the top of a 4-story building, I can predict that I will live. Now, the odds will tell you that prediction is most likely wrong, that I only have a 5% chance of surviving. I jump off, I survive. Okay? So should I now say, oh yeah, those projections were wrong, I survived? I mean, they were wrong, but they weren't wrong to project that. If we did it again, I would probably die. So there's a difference between a wrong prediction or a wrong projection and being wrong to predict or to project something. You can have a thought process, have it be a good thought process, and then it just not proved to be the case. So anyway, that's just my thoughts on that. And Killian Jensen asks, does Mike Williams have the best Julio Jones potential out of the wide receivers? I don't think so. I think the one that has the best potential would be John Ross, followed by Corey Davis. To me, potential in terms of wide receivers or potential just anywhere, I think it's first defined, or it should be, by athleticism. You know, the freak athletes, if they are able to refine their skills, have better technique, whatever, they're able to me, have higher ceilings. You know, they could just be so dominant to where you can't stop them. So if John Ross proves to be with this 4.22 speed, he just blows past everybody. No one can stop him. With that upside, if he hits that upside, if he hits that potential. Corey Davis, with his inside and outside ability, you know, his ability to catch stuff inside, catch stuff outside, go deep, go short, shallow, turn a 5-yard pass into an 80-yard touchdown, that potential is higher to me. So I don't think he has higher potential at all. The only potential that you look at for him and you say, okay, I like that, is his size. So his size is going to win him some stuff, and he'll win with that, but I don't think his potential is higher than Ross or Corey Davis at all. And Antonio Carletti asked, can John Ross do anything besides run go routes? Absolutely. Absolutely. This guy can run slants. He can run screens. He can run corner routes, can run curls, comebacks. He actually can run a lot. I think he's a better route runner, more developed route runner than people give him credit for. And I think he's going to have success. It's just that people look at him, say he's fast, say he's short, and then put him into that short wide receiver mold. And yeah, and he's not even that short because, again, he's the same size as Odell Beckham, same height at least. Now, you can argue that injuries will derail John Ross, and that's fine. I don't have the medicals to back that up. But yeah. All right, I'm looking through the comments. And someone asked, how long have I been live streaming for over 4 hours? And this is only going to last 2, but I realized that, hey, I don't have anything to do anyway. So who cares? Let me develop a better bond with my subscribers. If you're watching this on playback, wow. I'm shocked you lasted this long, my friend. I thank you, though, for that. So, Versatile Genius asks, what's the difference? I'm not sure what difference you're referring to. Magic Toaster asks, what do you think of La'el Collins possibly moving to right tackle? He could be a good right tackle. I think his play at left guard has been a little overrated. You can look at individual plays where he's like run some guards over or run some tackles over and say it was so good, but you know, on a consistent basis, he could be better. And right tackle should be a better fit for him because coming out, he was a tackle. So I like that move, actually. I was not on board with starting Chaz Green at the right tackle position. Now, who's moving into guard? I'm not sure. You guys lost. I think you guys lost Ronald Leary in free agency. So I'll need to pull up the Cowboys depth chart real quick. See who is going to be slotting in a guard. I mean, you guys obviously have Zach Martin at one guard position, right guard position. So the question is, who's going to move in at left guard now that La'el Collins is gone? Ronald Leary, I'm pretty sure he left. I mean, I'm going to check that right now, but I'm almost 100% sure that he left. And my being really slow right now, obviously because I'm live streaming. But I'll tell you that I like the move. La'el Collins should have success at the right tackle position, I would say. You know, some people disagree with my Mike Williams assessment. Again, we'll see. Someone actually brought up, hey, he'll be better than Alshon Jeffrey. And, you know, the interesting thing there, thinking when it comes to prospects in general, like if I were to ask myself, who's a better prospect coming out, Mike Williams or Alshon Jeffrey? To me, it's Mike Williams, although it's not that, it's pretty close, but it's Mike Williams. So that should indicate in an ideal circumstance that Alshon Jeffrey will be better know that Mike Williams would be better than Alshon Jeffrey, but that just may not prove to be the case. So there's a lot of variables, a lot of components when looking at these prospects and looking at how they'll translate to the next level. But ultimately, we'll see. And Magic Toaster, thank you for telling me. Jonathan Cooper will be the left guard. And I don't love that because Cooper's been bouncing around the league. He was on the first drafted by the Cardinals, then traded to the Patriots. And then I want to say he went somewhere else. I want to say, but now he's with Dallas. I don't think he's a starting guard in this league. The Cardinals begged him to be. The Patriots begged him to be, and he wasn't. So I don't know how I feel about that. Okay, Highness X Highness X asks, what do you think about the Kaepernick situation? Now, here's the thing about Colin Kaepernick. He should be signed to a team. And let me be clear. Although being clear actually here won't help me politically. But I'm not one to, okay, I got to watch what I'm saying here. I'm not one to look at certain situations and try to find a racial connection and pull the race card like some people like to do. I always love to give situations the benefit of the doubt. I think that's a smart way to go about everything. I'm black myself, and I could always go around looking at certain missed opportunities and certain mistreatments and then go to the race card. But I think, look, people deserve the benefit of the doubt. I mean, to cast people and to say, oh, yeah, this was a racist thing or they're racist or they're prejudiced, I think that's just such a black cloud that I really don't want to put on anybody. So I never go there. And I think that's one of the reasons why I've been, sort of successful in my life. I mean, I haven't been that successful. I mean, before a 20-year-old, in the realm of possibilities for a 20-year-old, I've been pretty successful for a 20-year-old. Okay, so with that in mind, I don't like to go to race. Well, now, this isn't exactly a race issue. It's not like he's not signed because he's black. It's just he's not signed because he was doing stuff because he was standing up for black rights and black people. Not really black rights, just black people and the grievances and that he feels that the black community and other people face, the lack of equality in this country and other things like that. If you look at his stats last year, just the stats alone, he had 16 touchdowns to 4 interceptions. That's pretty freaking good. Now, if you look at the film, there are things that concern you, but guys like Alex Smith last year threw less touchdowns than Colin Kaepernick. And Kaepernick played, I want to say maybe anywhere from 10 to 12 games. He should have a job. He should have a job. But the circumstance and the thing that he did in terms of like kneeling before the games, it's typecast him, and it sucks, but it's a situation. Now you can disagree with why he did it, whatever. I find that with the Colin Kaepernick protest, I always agree. I don't always agree, but I tend to agree with protests in general. I think it's a good practice. I think it keeps the everything in check in terms of you being able to voice your rights, to voice your concerns, and to help to make a difference. So I like the idea of protest. I understand why it's a right that we have. I understand the grievances that he had. I think a lot of the grievances that he had were real and were important. My problem with him is, what exactly do you want to be done about it? Because he didn't really offer results. He didn't really offer tangible things to say, I want this done, that done, that done. He just said, okay, there are pressures in this country against, black people and African Americans and other people as well, and I'm not happy with that. Okay, what do you want us to do about it? You can protest, you can say this and say that. Okay, what are your solutions? And you can't just say, I want it to stop. You have to offer tangible, real solutions, or nothing is going to get done. That was my grievance with Colin Kaepernick. You can say this needs to be done. You can say, okay, this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong. Okay, what should be done about it? I don't know. This stuff, I'm not happy with this stuff. Well, then nothing's going to get done. So don't just protest. Say this needs to be the solution. You know, that's one thing that I think. And some people don't like that he kneeled in front of like the during the national anthem. Look, protests are always supposed to be what's a good word? Impactful. If I protest in my house, no one cares. That's why people protest in the street. They stop traffic. A lot of people will be saying, oh, why do you have to do this? You don't have to stop traffic. You don't have to kneel. That's disrespectful to the flag. You have to do something. You have to make an impact if you're going to protest, or you're not going to be heard. You can protest in your own church if you want, but that's not going to make an impact. You have to be public. You have to be seen. You have to be understood. That's just a protest. So I understand that to some is disrespectful to America, to the flag, and whatnot. But to me, as long as it's not, too offensive, protests should be impactful, or they're not going to make a difference. This guy in the chat is really upset. This Danny Mendoza, he really is a Mike Williams fan. Maybe he'll be great. Maybe he'll be great. So Cole, how you pronounce this? Malsitsky. Any info on joining the team in other ways? I'm just a fan of what you have going on here. I love the passion you bring forth, man. Like I said, half these dudes just want a reaction from you. I will make videos on this soon. Again, I'm going to make a website sometime soon. There will be roles attributed to that. But other than that, there's no really roles available right now. But man, this is such a beautiful thing. The fact that I could have momentarily an opportunity to create jobs and roles for people, that's beautiful. Man, that's something that I look at, and that gets me excited. So I'm looking at that definitely. Once the Sports Fan Entertainment website starts up, I'll definitely let y'all know about opportunities there. And again, I want to pay people. I don't want to just have people contributing for free, screwing people over. No, I want to be paying people. I want to put money in people's pockets. Man, I want to pay people. Like I look at, currently the situation on my channel. Anyone that collaborates with my channel has the option that some people don't want, which it's fine. Anything you make on my channel, any video that I upload, you get 80%. Now I take 20% because there has to be some sort of premium because I am adding value. But you get 80% of it, and that's not enough. That's just not enough. These people need to be paid a flat rate. These people then need to be paid on top of that 80% or whatever they are, maybe a little less if they're getting a flat rate. They deserve that, and it sucks right now that I can't give that to them. I think it's just so unfortunate. But the way things are headed, we'll be there soon enough. And I'll be able to put some jobs out on this market, hire some people, and we'll get stuff done. We'll work and we'll get stuff done, and people will be compensated for what they deserve. Because I don't need money, dog. If someone gave me, people want millions of dollars, whatever. I just want, if you gave me, college is hell. So I can maybe use a good amount of money. I was about to say like 2K. When I was thinking about it, no, I need more than 2K because freaking college, $64,000 a year college I go to, $64,000 a year. Now, the good thing is I set myself up in high school. I got grants, I got scholarships, and I almost, covered it all, but there's still a good amount. And if you go to my Patreon, you're able to set certain goals of certain money that you want. I have two goals. One, $200 a month. That just stops me from working too much overtime. Second, $1,000. I don't need more than $1,000 a month. If I'm making $1,000 a month, I'm happy. That's it. I'm done. I'm freaking happy. Now, that's for now. I'm not saying, no, that's just from YouTube though. Let me be clear. That's just from YouTube because 2 years from now, I'll be either a software engineer, web developer, consultant, software consultant, or something. I'll be making plenty of money. I won't care about money by then. But for this moment, it would be nice to have like $1,000 a month. I mean, that's like the ideal situation. Why am I getting into numbers? It's so controversial. Anytime you start talking about money, it's always so controversial. But I really don't think anyone would be pissed off by me saying, yeah, I would like to have $1,000 a month from YouTube. I don't think that's too much to ask for. Some people want damn $10,000 a month. They want $100,000 a freaking year. I don't care about that because I already know in 2 years I'll be fine. And but right now, that number would be nice. So again, this is the time of year. This is the time of program where I have to piss some of y'all off again. And I have to say it again. But if you'd like to support the SFE vision, okay, that would be much appreciated. You get a free podcast. Well, it's not free, technically. Technically it is, actually. But either way, you get a podcast for $4 a month on patreon.com/SFE. It supports my channel. It supports the SFE vision as I create a competitor to ESPN. And we do this thing, man. And I'm telling you, man, we are headed for something here, man. Like I just saw my boy Chase Oliver in this chat, and he can tell you years ago we were talking about this, and we were saying, man, one day we will reach the promised land where you and me will be talking sports, and we'll be right there next to ESPN, whatever, or we'll be on ESPN or whatever. We'll be making a damn impact. And now we're closer than we've ever been. I see the path there. Let's get it. Because, boy, I ain't stopping. It's so sad. Well, it's not sad to me. Some people tell me it's sad. The amount of time that I dedicate to YouTube, and I'm not complaining. I'm just letting y'all know from from an objective point of view. Because I don't have much of a social life anymore. But I'm fine with that. The beautiful thing is a beautiful thing. I'm only 20. I got time to have a social life. I got time to get a girlfriend, to get a wife, to settle down, have kids, all that. Luckily, I didn't impregnate nobody in my high school years, in my college. No, I'm good. I ain't got no obligations for the most part. I have some, but not many. I can't wait to keep going down this road. And it's going to be a hell of a road. Man, we moving towards something. I'm telling you, man. I hope y'all remember this. And I will always be humble. Humility is so important to me. I sound like a Christian, but I'm really not. I don't want to get too. No, I won't. I won't even get into religion actually, because that's just. I have some of y'all right now, but that's why I'm gonna lose some of y'all. But basically, I believe, regardless of whatever religion you believe in, we can all hopefully agree humility is important. And even if you reach success or whatever, it's important to be humble, to never forget where you come from, never forget your friends, to just be humble. I mean, that's just, it's so important to me. And that's one of the things that I practice. And anyway, this is such a tangent. What the hell am I talking about? What are y'all talking about in the chat? Someone said ESPN, a social life is overrated, says the Black Sensei. To a certain extent. I mean, it's in. I mean, it's a little overrated. And I agree, it's overrated. By normal people, it's overrated. But I don't want to. What am I trying to say? I don't want to minimize the importance of a social life. It's very important because some people really need that. Luckily for me, I'm kind of an introvert anyway, and I'm fine with being alone. Like, I haven't seen anyone other than my mother today. I'm fine with that. I wanted to go to the gym, but that plan is now gone. Unless if I go right after this, and I could, it's 24 hours, I'll consider it. But there are times where I don't need to go outside. I can stay inside and grind. And that's what I've done today. I've been live streaming for 4.5 hours, and I should leave. But honestly, what the hell else am I going to do? I'm not going to do anything productive anyway. Well, I mean, I want to do NBA draft stuff. I'm developing scouting reports, mock drafts, other things for that. So that's the only thing I'm going to do. So it's just more YouTube stuff. I'm all YouTube right now. That's all I am. Now I'm going to start my summer job again, but it's going to be summer job and YouTube. And I still go to the gym. Really, those are going to be my three main things. And then at times, I'm also, reading certain computer science books that I do, learning more programming languages, developing some projects, and that's it. I grind. That's just what I do. That's what you have to do to me. And it's such an interesting transition for me because I was never this way growing up. I don't know what sparked this. Well, actually, a couple of things. There's actually many things that sparked this for me. My childhood, it wasn't terrible. I'm not trying to sound like I was like I don't know, LeBron or some NBA player that had to travel to the ghetto or whatever like that. But I had some trials and tribulations as a child, and I think those have molded me to who I am today, and who I will be. I would also like to think that I'm also able to recognize important traits to have, important characteristics, and I'm able to try to strive for those. Anyway, why am I talking about this? All right, any last questions y'all have in the chat before I leave? Because I should probably leave because I'm talking junk, and the people that are going to watch this afterwards, man, they're gonna be like, "What the hell, MJ, dog?" Someone said MJ's a Muslim. No, I'm not. I'm nothing. Well, no, I'm not nothing. I'm just not religious. I'm also not atheist. I guess you could call me an agnostic, but I do have my own set of beliefs. But I'm not trying to get into them really. Why not? I'll get into them. Let me be clear though before I say what I believe. I am not against religion. Actually, I think it's a beautiful thing, religion, because it allows people to have a sense of worth, a sense of belonging and importance in the universe, and that's a beautiful thing. Some people without religion would be, unfortunately, lost, and that could trigger some people to be not very productive to society. Now, yeah, let me start by saying that. I respect religion. Now, some people take religion overboard, okay, but overall, I think religion is actually good for us. Now, I'm a very fact-based person. It's probably one of the reasons why I'm in the damn school of engineering. So I rely on the facts. The facts have been good to me. Anytime I've looked at the facts, I use facts, I use data, I use this, I use that. They're good to me. I know them, I understand them, they make sense to me. Science, math, that's been my thing almost since birth. So that's what I buy into. I'm a man of science, you could say. However, there is something special that is going on here. The feelings that I feel, the feelings that you feel, the things that feel so significant to me, my consciousness, love, anger, and everything. There's something special there. And because of that, I think something, some energy, some God, whatever is behind that. And that is the extent of my belief. Okay, so I am prepared to, always look at science and to put that first. But at the end of the day, I do believe something had to be behind this because, man, I think this is special. I mean, the fact that I could sit down and I can have love for my girlfriend, which I don't currently have. But if you've ever felt that, love for your girlfriend, love for your mother, doesn't that just feel special? Doesn't that just feel like someone or something is behind that? The fact that we're all human beings, the fact that we can converse, and the fact that we can, we have these emotions and all that. I just think that there's something behind it. So that's the thing that I look at. So you can call me agnostic, I guess. But yeah, I think there's something special here. But beyond that, I don't know anything because nothing can be proven. Nothing will be proven, at least in our lifetimes. So yeah. Okay. People are talking about LeVar Ball. And I want to talk about this on my podcast, so make sure to check out the MJ Take podcast on patreon.com. But essentially, we are clowning him. The shoes to me aren't that bad. And furthermore, they're not great. I'm not going to buy them. But the price point, people say it's too high. There are a lot of price points that are too high. If you're setting yourself up for a luxury brand, you do need to have luxury prices, and that can work. In my experience with economics, man, I can tell you, studying some past businesses, some past, products and whatnot, there are products that have been way overpriced, but they freaking sell enough to where, they can make a lot of money because if you make your brand a luxury brand, this is something that the people with the most money or the big ballers can afford and get. People pay. It's sad, but people pay. So the question is, again, how will Lonzo Ball perform at the next level? If he performs, if he's a superstar, if he's Magic Johnson, people are going to be buying those damn shoes. People are going to be buying those damn shoes. And I'm not sure if LeVar Ball is a genius or if he's just a genius by accident. There are two people in this world to me, among others, but two types of geniuses, I should say. Geniuses and geniuses by accident. I think LeVar Ball is a genius by accident. That tweet that he let out about if you can't afford the big ballers, you're not a big baller, that's actually a genius tweet because it's setting up the product as a luxury item. Only a certain type of people can afford this. I can't remember the literary term for this, but there's a literary term for this type of propaganda. Maybe one of you guys know it in the comment section, but there's a literary term for this type of propaganda where you set something up as a luxury item. This was kind of seen with Grey Poupon Okay, those of you that know Grey Poupon, that mustard, they set themselves up as, yeah, we're overpriced mustard, but this is what, rich people can afford. With caviar, with Yeezys, with red bottoms, with Patek Philippe's, Patek Philippe, wait, how you Patek Philippe's, the type of watch, Gucci, they set themselves up as a luxury item, so people, even though they know, yeah, Gucci, it's nice material, but is it really worth that? No, people buy it. Patek Philippe, a damn $50,000 to $80,000 watch, people buy it. Caviar, most expensive food for like this small you could ever buy, people buy it. If you set your brand and your product up to be a luxury item, some people pay for it, man. So I don't actually mind the paying for it. I mean, I'm not buying it, but don't be surprised if people buy it. But it will rely upon Lonzo Ball being great. He's got to be great. But if he is great, and he's talking about, yeah, I'm a big baller, look at my big baller shoes, big ballers have this type of shoes, he's able to get like Migos to wear those shoes, all of a sudden, man, people are going to want those damn shoes because people want to believe that they're in that echelon. People have always been striving for that echelon. And people in that echelon, they like to remain in that echelon, to the spotlight, in the limelight. So they buy expensive luxury items. So I'm telling you, man, if he does well, this shoe, it will be nice. Now, I still doubt that this whole brand is going to probably branch out to be as big as he wants it to be. But just look out for that. What was it? Let me look up the propaganda term. Actually, no, my laptop probably won't allow me. Propaganda techniques. I learned about this damn like 10th grade with Miss Jackson. What was it? Glittering generalities? Was that it? I don't think so. Maybe it was. Let me look up what it was called again. No, that's not it. Not a testimonial, not plain folk, not bandwagon. I guess it's not in this article. I remember there was a name for it. Snob appeal. So this is the definition of snob appeal. So this technique involves making a claim that one should act or think in a certain way because of the high social status associated with the action or thought. For example, Felson's furs, the feeling of luxury for those who can afford the very best. This is one of the classic type of propaganda techniques in economics and marketing. And it's worked. Snob appeal has worked. So I look at this and I say, yeah, we won't buy those shoes, but some people will, man. Some people are stupid out here. Chase, are you busy right now? All right, man, just go ahead and come in this, man, because, again, I'm not doing anything. I'll send you a link in Twitter. If maybe you're at work or something. Yeah. But if you're not busy, I'll send you a link because I'm not doing anything. I'm just talking BS, and I'm not leaving. All right, I'm sending you the link to this. All right, so we're going to have Chase Oliver coming up in here to talk BS. I should – no, it's too late for that anyway. I was about to say I should end this live stream and begin another live stream. That way people won't be like, oh, what the hell is this 5-hour video? But at this point, it's already too late. My God. If I was going to do that, I was going to have to do that like an hour and a half ago. Yeah, so Chase, you can expect the link to this Google Hangout in your Twitter DMs as soon as my computer is willing to cooperate. And now it's willing to cooperate. So there you go. We're going to have Chase Oliver in here. And Chase primarily makes wrestling videos, WWE videos, but he doesn't make the occasional sports video. and you could be interested in that. So I would recommend you check him out. Chase Oliver 68. Someone asked, Kenneth Alexander asked, 24-hour live stream? Hell no, because I don't have time for that. So, I do, but no. The beautiful thing is that I do not have time for that. I do have time for that, but I refuse. But 6 hours, maybe 6 hours. But I do need to eat, man. I'm on a very regimented diet lately. I'm trying to cut down some pounds, probably 10, 15 pounds. See my abs pop out again. So I try to eat in a certain eating window. So I'm not trying to screw that up. So I should probably go get something to eat at some point, but whatever. All right, what other things we have to talk about here? People are still asking football questions. Wow. What do you think about Evan Ingram fit in McAdoo's offense? Do you think the Giants can actually contend for a Super Bowl with a crippled offensive line? He's a decent fit. Bad McAdoo likes to get the ball out quickly. Now, it was a question. My question is, did he do that because he had no faith in the Giants offensive line and he would like to press the ball down the field a little bit more? Or is that just his offense? That's the question. Like Odell Beckham, he really wouldn't go deep very much. He would turn shorter routes into big gains and whatnot. Evan Ingram in that type of offense would actually be a nice fit. So if they continue to run what they have been running, I do like Evan Ingram in that type of offense. And we do have Chase Oliver in the Google Hangout now. What's going on, Chase?
Nothing much, MJ. I was just surprised you were still on. I saw that you were on earlier at 6 o'clock my time. Went to go on a little walk, and then I came back and I saw you were still on. I was like, holy shit, you're still on? But finally, MJ, I want to say people are finally going to see the BS that we've been seeing for years on Madden 17. It's about damn time people see the BS that these all Madden CPU.
And I'm telling you, it's such BS. Because now I actually have the beautiful ability now to go back and watch my tape to see, okay, no, this guy was open. No, people just don't get open, okay? So this is some BS that, I'm sorry, I don't want to call people out, but this is some BS that this Chris Moves and these other Madden guys are like, oh, yeah, I'm so great. I'm throwing 5 touchdowns. This is some BS because they're just not getting open, dog. You never have a run game, ever. They fumble the football. They drop the football. It's ridiculous, man. It's BS. I'm telling you, it's BS.
Yeah, no, it's total BS. And the only complaint that I had with your last video was that on the drive out, my favorite play, because I played with Jeff Fisher a lot in our last Madden season. You threw it to Trey Mason instead. I was like, come on, dude, you had drive out. That's the number one play, because people don't understand playing the CPU is so much harder than playing the actual than the actual people. People in real life, they suck because they try to use the linebackers, they try to use their safeties, and they do stupid shit with their users and stuff like that. The CPU, they're disciplined. They're like, okay, I'm not going to leave that zone no matter what the fuck you make me do. So it's just you saw the one pick that he threw, the linebacker one, that should have not been a pick. Navarro Bowman tipped it in the air and caught it before it hit the ground.
Yeah, that's
I want him as my tight end. I want him as my tight end, dude.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, put that guy at tight end. This guy's gonna be a better tight end than Wes Kendricks. He had a nice touchdown though, but yeah, it's gonna be fun. Hopefully, I'll record the next video tomorrow to be uploaded Wednesday, but we'll see how that works out. Chase, is there anything you want to talk about?
I see that you have a lot of Charger fans here. There's a lot of Los Angeles Charger fans in the chat. I noticed that when I don't know if it was just because they I just saw that there was a lot of Charger fans. People were talking about Rivers. One person keeps asking, what's Melvin Gordon's ceiling? It's just weird seeing a lot of Charger fans in the chat. And if you guys don't know, I am a Charger fan, so that's why I just found it kind of weird. There was a lot of Charger fans, so yeah, there's a lot of them. A lot of them.
This Slump, I'm not sure if you know Slump, but he's a Charger fan. He makes Charger videos and other videos as well, and some other guys. And this one guy's been arguing for Mike Williams. You're gonna make the Chargers draft recap for this channel, but just to give us like a small preview, what were your thoughts on Mike Williams?
I personally liked the pick. It wasn't my number one. Obviously, I'm Jonathan Allen fanboy till I die. I wanted Allen and Bosa because to me personally, when you look at teams that have won the Super Bowl recently, what did they do to win the Super Bowl? They got after the quarterback. They got after the quarterback. They affected the game by going after the quarterback. You look at the first half of that Falcons and Patriots game. It was because Tom Brady was getting all this pressure. Like, the reason why Brady wasn't as good as he was in the second half is because Atlanta's defense was fresh. They were hungry. They were ready to get at Brady. And then the second half, you notice how the Patriots changed the game around because their defense was going after Matt Ryan. Like, the biggest play of the Super Bowl is not what James White did or what Tom Brady did. It was literally Dante Hightower's hit on Matt Ryan. That's one of the biggest plays of the Super Bowl. You look at the Super Bowl before that, Super Bowl 50, you can almost say Denver Broncos won that game after like the first defensive series when they fumbled the ball on Cam Newton. So like to me personally, I just feel as of late, getting to the quarterback is one of the most important things. And especially in the AFC West, when it's like the Broncos, their quarterback situation, you don't know what that's going to be. Is it going to be Simeon? Is it going to be Paxton Lynch? Are they going to find someone in next year's draft? Like, who is it going to be? We know the Raiders have an MVP type quarterback in Derek Carr. I mean, the only way the Raiders are going to suck is if Connor Cook somehow steps on the field ever again, which I think he should get cut after his playoff performance. Egregious. And then the Chiefs, Patrick Mahomes, say what you will about him, but he's with a good coach in Andy Reid. So it's like kind of, and Alex Smith is a really underrated, he's the white Michael Vick. Alex Smith is like a great mobile quarterback. So it's like, I want a Jonathan Allen. I'm fine with Mike Williams. I understand Mike Williams. But at the same time, I understand what you were saying and what a bunch of other people were saying. It's like, how the hell is this guy going to beat out the depth chart? There's so many receivers on the Chargers depth chart. And yes, Inman and Tyrell Williams, they're not great. But Mike Williams, is he better than Inman and Tyrell Williams? Is he really that much better? I mean, he hasn't even played a snap in the NFL, so we can't judge yet. Yeah, he's big. But really, to be honest, this felt like, oh, we're in LA. We need to make an LA move. We gotta make a splashy move. We gotta build the op because unlike the Rams, we have a quarterback. We have the quarterback. We're going to be a splashy offense. But that's just it. Like, Williams is a good pick, but I felt with Marshawn Lattimore, with Malik Hooker, with Jonathan Allen still on the board, and even then, there was other players too on the board that you could have taken over Mike Williams. It's just like, yeah, it was just kind of like it wasn't a pick that I hated. It wasn't like Bosa last year, right? And by the way, I was wrong on Bosa, but you got to keep in mind, I never had high hopes on him because I just felt that he was lazy sometimes the previous year. I was wrong about Bosa. So I'm giving Mike Williams an open chance, but I wasn't wrong about Melvin Gordon. I wasn't wrong about that fat piece of shit. You know how much I was like talking about Melvin Gordon. Yeah, everyone's going to be like, Chase, Melvin Gordon, all those touchdowns. Yeah, Melvin Gordon's great on the 10-yard line and after that, but before that, Melvin Gordon's just kind of he's just an average. He's Isaac Redman. That's what I look at when I see Melvin Gordon. He just reminds me of Isaac Redman, just a taller and a little bit faster version. That's it. But yeah, man.
Yeah, we'll see. But again, Jonathan Allen, man, he would have been nice opposite of Joey Bosa. Man, that would have been an incredible pairing right there. Real quick, some questions that I want to answer. Kmart TV asks, what's your favorite fast food? I'm not sure if you're talking about my favorite fast food place or my favorite individual food. I'll just say my favorite fast food place. I would say, first of all, I'm cheap, if you haven't learned already. And the beautiful thing about McDonald's for me is that it's only 2 minutes away. And they're open 24 hours. So that'd be my go-to. Now, perhaps one day when I move out to Texas or something and I get introduced to Whataburger and In-N-Out Burger and all this, and I'll have a different answer for you. But right now, for me, it's McDonald's. What do you think, Chase?
McDonald's. No, I agree completely. 2 McDoubles is just good enough for me. I just need 2 McDoubles. It's only $2. It's good. Like you said, it's 2 minutes away from that. Like, there's a McDonald's everywhere you go. You get off a freeway exit, there's a McDonald's right there. McDonald's is just like, it's just easy. There's like In-N-Out. I live in California, so obviously everyone's gonna be like, In-N-Out. Like, In-N-Out's good, but it's so overhyped You know, like kind of like you were talking about earlier with like the LeVar Ball and all those brands and stuff like that. In-N-Out's one of those brands. Everyone always talks about In-N-Out. And if you don't live in California, then yeah, you got to go for the experience. But if you live in California, man, dude, it gets overhyped too much, man. It's just not as good. It's all about McDonald's. It's McDonald's, Carl's Jr. / Hardee's. I don't know what you guys call it over there, but it's Carl's Jr.'s here in the West. And then Taco Bell, you know, or Del Taco, one of the two. Just depends on your mood. But I prefer Del Taco. I'm one of the Del Taco believers. They actually make good hamburgers, believe it or not.
Wow. I got to check that out sometime. 3 quick questions I'll answer real quick for me. What year were you born in? 1996. Weight loss, aren't you already skinny? Yes, but here's the thing, the funny thing about that question. You know, that question is often asked to me and people like me. But I think that's the reason why we stay skinny, because we're conscious of it. Now, some people are just like naturally skinny, like that random white skater kid, you know. But other people, like, they do have to have some sort of like maintenance plan for that. And then someone else asked, where did that go? I knew I had something. Oh yeah, what's your height? I am 6'1".
I am 5'8". I am short,
yeah.
Super short.
Marilyn Wills asked, do you think Allen will win Defensive Rookie of the Year? Chase, you can go first on this one.
No, I don't. I like Jonathan Allen, but in Tampa Bay system, he's going to be running into 3-4, so he has to transition a little bit. Yes, he's played some 3-4 under Alabama system, and yes, Ryan Anderson will be next to him like he was in Alabama. But at the same time, I don't think so. If I were to choose Defensive Rookie of the Year, Jamal Adams is an easy favorite. You know, I think actually Adoree Jackson could actually win it, James. I think that he has a good chance to win it. Since I actually like him, because the thing is, too, he has a chance to do punt returns and stupid shit like that. So, like, that's part of highlights right there for defense, you know? Like, he has, like, the punt return capabilities. You got to add that. Like, honestly, my pick is Jabril Peppers, because I feel like he's going to be like a Dejon Buchanan, Quan Alexander. He'll do whatever the fuck the Browns want him to do, and he'll have, like, these overinflated stats because Cleveland sucks and their defense is going to be on the field like 5 million times. And so he's going to like lead all rookies in tackles. And he's going to have like this stupid stat where we never heard of, like, oh, he's the first rookie in NFL history to have 100 tackles, 5 interceptions, 5 sacks, 2 forced fumbles, and 1 swat or some stupid shit. So I got Jabril Peppers, really, to be honest. Like, if he plays, that is. I think Jabril Peppers is a favorite, to be honest.
Yeah, I would go with. I mean, Garrett should have like 9 sacks at least, 9 or 10, maybe 11. So maybe him. They'll just like pick him. They'll be like, okay, I'm too lazy to look at other players. Yeah. Deion Jones ended up getting some credit this year, but I don't think he got enough. I mean, Bosa deserved the award. He got the award. He deserved it, but Jones didn't get enough credit to me. Ramsey was freaking good, but he wasn't good enough to win either. So I think they tend towards like defensive linemen who can get sacks.
Yeah.
Like or if you get like interceptions as a cornerback too. What'd you say?
Yeah. If Myles Garrett gets 10 sacks, he gets it this year. That's how it is with defensive player of the year too. It's like, oh, who got the most sacks? Let's just give it to that idiot. Like, when's the last time a secondary guy actually that had a good year won defensive player of the year? It's like, just get 10 sacks as a defensive rookie, and we praise you as like the next Michael Strahan, Reggie White type of character. Like, you're going to go and kill all quarterbacks for years to come. Bosa was different, though. Bosa got 10.5 sacks in only 12 games. Just imagine if he actually played 16 games, he could have maybe got a little bit more sacks.
Yeah, and if he was even there for the beginning of the offseason or just for the entire offseason.
Yeah, Myles Garrett getting 10 sacks, that would be pretty standard, average.
Yeah, so I'll go with him. Solomon Thomas, someone said him. You know, I don't think he's going to get enough sacks. You're going to need to get more sacks than Garrett, or the pundits won't care. You know, the people that vote, they just look at that. Even though Thomas could be like the better player, could make like the bigger impact, it would be tough. Someone asked, what's your 40-time MJ? I don't know. If I were to be honest, I was trying to think about this. Like, I want to say that I'm faster than like Paxton Lynch, who ran like a 4.7, but that may not be true. I want to say 4.9. I think that's a good, safe opinion or belief to have. Maybe in my heyday, maybe 4.7, but I want to say like 4.9. I'm not a football player. I know that. You don't have to tell me that. Chase, what would be yours?
Oh, in my prime, definitely 4.8. I was definitely 4.8 in my prime because we had like the whole Nike Spark camp come, and they were surprised how fast I could run. I've always had like quick feet. That's what you need as an offensive guard. You need those quick feet. So I always had that. But nowadays, I'm a little bit heavier. I can't run as much as I used to. I would say at least I could still go 5, maybe 5.1 in the 40. You know, I can definitely go 5 or 5.1. I feel like I could definitely push it if I had training. But right now, probably 5.4. If you ask me to run it right now, it'll be 5.4 for easy. I'll run as fast as most offensive linemen do in the NFL.
Yeah, by the way, for those of you that don't know, Chase Oliver played guard back in high school. Want to tell one of your funny stories during that time?
Which one? there's many of it. The famous one where I got high before a game. Is that one?
Yeah, that'd be a pretty good one.
Okay, so we were playing this one team. I'm not gonna say team names or anything like that, but we were playing this one team, and they're not very good. And I was a backup. I knew I was a backup. I wasn't good enough to start. It was what it was. I was just smaller than all my friends. I just had good technique. So I was like the main backup. So I smoked some weed before the game. It's not a big deal. You know, I was not going to play till the fourth quarter anyways. This team was bad. Then the first play of the game, my friend gets injured, tore his whole ankle up, and our starting running back hurts his knee. So we lose 2 of our top players in one play. And I just remember staying on the sideline, pretty blaze, and just hearing, Oliver! Oliver! And I was like, oh, shit. Get in there! I played that whole game high. I don't know what happened. All I know is that in the fourth quarter, it was a very crucial touchdown we needed, and they called this one play. And normally this play is also a screen. So I go up, first of all, I go on the line of scrimmage, and I turn to my friend looking at my opposing D lineman. I'm like, hey, is this a screen? And my friend's like, Chase, shut the fuck up and just block. So I was like, okay. And so then I go, and I block the linebacker like you're supposed to on the screen. Turns out it wasn't the screen play. It was actually a regular passing play. If I would have just stayed there, we would have gotten a touchdown, and it would have been nice. But since I was an idiot, we did not get the touchdown, and it was a bad experience. But yeah, football, fun times.
Yeah, I bet. Hopefully in the next lifetime, I'll have like RG3 type talent, but I'll actually keep my head on straight. Yeah, that wasn't the case for me this time, though. KMR TV asks, do you think Mike Williams will hold out like Joey Bosa? I personally don't think so. I think Bosa was like a special circumstance where he was just like, yo, dog, I'm good. I want my contract to be fully guaranteed. And people hated that at first, but he proved to be pretty good. Mike Williams. The interesting thing, though, the reason why teams are hesitant to just say, okay, Bosa, you'll get it, and then like move on quickly, because now Mike Williams can bring that to the table and say, look, y'all gave him that last year. I want that too. Because now the lawyer can say, hey, this team has, a propensity to kind of give in and give that to a player. So he might, but I would say no. What do you think?
Also, the thing that people forget, too, is that the Chargers, they haven't had a draft pick like that in quite some time where they were in the top 5. So they were used to doing this with guys like Jason Verrett and Melvin Gordon, guys and Corey Leggett, DJ Fluker, because those were middle round guys. Fluker, the highest draft pick out of all those guys that I just named. I mean, at pick 9 or 10 that he got selected that year in 2012 or 2013, yeah. I can't remember. The Chargers are used to doing this where they just say like, oh yeah, here, we're going to just undercut you on the contract and value and stuff like that, because the Chargers mostly bank their success on like, hey, we find undrafted talent. We got Antonio Gates, so we can find anyone that's undrafted and mold them to be like that. That's where the Chargers feel like their bread and butter is. Like the last time they had a pick in the top 5 was Michael Vick, a.k.a. that became LaDainian Tomlinson because they traded it, So it's just like, really, to be honest, I know they didn't select Vick, but Vick was like the number 1 prospect in that draft, and they traded back for LaDainian. So they didn't have that pick for the top 5 pick, so they didn't know. And plus, they had money towards Rivers. You forgot about Ken Dunlap's atrocious contract, Orlando Franklin's atrocious contract. I'm pretty sure there was someone else on defense that has an atrocious contract they were paying. I mean, of course they're going to freaking cheap sell Bosa. They thought they could do it, but they didn't realize that, hey, a number 3 pick is actually pretty expensive. That's why when people go, oh, it must be good to tank every year. No, not really, because that hurts your cap, because you have to pay that player more. Because people were talking about how bad they felt for Laramie Tunsil, Because remember, people were like, oh man, Tunsil's lost millions of dollars. He could have gotten paid this much millions if he was selected in the top 5 compared to where he got selected last year with Miami. So, really, to be honest here, it's a big deal where you get these players. That's why they call it a steal when you get a Jonathan Allen, because not only are you getting a good player, you're not going to have to pay that much for that good player. And then you can also give them those bullshit contracts that, the Chargers have been doing for so many years. Why do you think the Patriots always trade back? Yeah, they would love to have that 5th-year option on that player, but guess what? At the end of the fucking day, they'll find this player, give them bullshit money, and they'll find a way to win the Super Bowl. So, yeah.
Yeah. Oh man, some of you people in the chat are crazy. Someone said Eagles 0-15-1.
Oh God, who'd they tie with?
Yeah, exactly. That's a good question. Probably the Cowboys.
Knowing them, yeah.
Actually, I want to ask you, so it's early, but the NFC East, I think it's developing like really interesting right now because you can make an argument for each of these teams that they could win, except for the Redskins. I think maybe we can all agree that they're like the least likely to win. Who do you currently like to win the NFC East? I know it's early, but who do you like?
It's so hard because it's like the Cowboys I really like. Like, I feel like they could definitely do it. But, like, the thing is, too, with Dak Prescott, how much of that was just rookie magic? And, like, will he be able to sustain that success? I like Dak Prescott. I like Zeke. I like what they have on offense. But, like, to me personally, the Eagles, they have a bunch of underachieving wide receivers. Like, I don't know what the Alshon Jeffrey is going to do. You know me with Alshon Jeffrey. I have a love-hate with this idiot. I can't decide if I love the guy or if I hate the dude, to be honest. So, to me personally, I think the Giants have to be like the favorite perennial right now. And I know everyone's going to be like, oh, well, the Cowboys had a better record, but also the Cowboys had an easier schedule too. Now they won't have that easy schedule. They're going to be facing a lot more tougher teams. So I think the Cowboys will be kind of grounded to reality where they'd be like 9-7, 10-6 more than, 14-2 or whatever the record was last year. I mean, they're going to face the Panther effect, where they're not longer going to be the best team. You're going to have to see Green Bay, who was the best team in the NFC North. You're going to have to see the best team in the NFC West. You're going to have to, which is not really that big of a deal. You're going to have to see the best team in the NFC East. It's going to be hard. I think the Giants are, to be honest, because if Odell and Brandon Marshall psychopath connection and they don't ruin poor little Sterling Shepard's head, I feel like, they have a good offense. And then also with their defense, I feel like that's one of the best defenses in the NFL. So I think the Giants right now have to be the favorites, to be honest here, because they beat the Cowboys. Yes, they beat the Cowboys twice last year, but they have to be the favorites because just overall, it's up to Eli too. Because if Eli plays a little bit better, then they should be fine. Because like if Joe Flacco can win a ring with like mediocre talents, I feel like Eli Manning with Odell and Brandon Marshall. I don't know. Maybe Brandon Marshall curse because Brandon Marshall hasn't been to the playoffs ever in his career. So maybe the Brandon Marshall curse will hit the Giants, man, because that guy has never played in the playoffs. But I like the Giants. I think the Eagles are too young. And the Redskins, I feel like Kirk Cousins in the Redskins situation is just so hard for Kirk. I feel Kirk Cousins is just not – he's just not comfortable in that situation. You can just tell that he's just not comfortable because he doesn't know his future. Are they going to keep him long-term? Are they going to trade him to the 49ers, as everyone's reporting? I feel like for him, it's just not comfortable, man. He doesn't have any stability there, and he would like that stability.
Yeah, right now when I look at it, first for the Redskins, what really concerns me is the whole Kirk Cousins situation. And whenever we can all like head into a season and there's like a dark cloud that's hanging over our football team, like this Kirk Cousins situation, and we're all just like waiting for our quarterback to leave, essentially, things never quite go that well. It just starts with black cloud. And, looking at the NFL, teams that do like a little underwhelming, like go from like anywhere from 5-11 to 7-9, it's not always because of talent. Like some people think, the Chargers were 5-11 last year because they're not good. No, there are injuries there and there are some other problems there as well. There's always those 5-11 to 7-9 teams. They're teams that have talent, but things just held them back. The Redskins are looking like their prototypical team with this Kirk Cousins black cloud that's hanging over them and waiting for that, him not being comfortable. It just seems like an excuse for them to have a bad year. So I don't like the Redskins this year. Looking at the Eagles. Now, I like the Eagles. I like their roster. I like their defense. I like Jim Schwartz as defensive coordinator. Carson Wentz. I looked at it just a couple hours ago. 16 touchdowns to 14 interceptions. He's going to have to improve upon that tremendously. If you want to believe that he will, that's fine. He probably will. The question is, to what extent can he become like a 26 touchdown to 13 interception guy? If he can, they should compete. But the running game still probably won't be great, and that concerns me. Now we come down to the Cowboys and the Giants. The Giants should win. They have the better roster right now overall. When you combine the defense that they have, which should be a top 5 defense in the NFL, probably even top 3, they should be right there to do well. And then the Giants offense, they don't have to do much better than they were last season. They added in Brandon Marshall, but I really don't care about that too much. He is getting older at this point. I mean, I'd be shocked if he broke 1,000 yards. I think maybe like 800 he's due for, which is fine. And then ask Sterling Shepard, hey, this guy can still improve a little bit, become maybe an 800 receiving yard guy. And then Evan Ingram, be like a 600-yard tight end. And then our offense is pretty lit. So I like that dynamic. Don't ask Marshall to be too much. Ask him to be decent. Don't ask him to be great because he won't be that. And you still have Sterling Shepard. So I like that. But Eli Manning, what am I going to get out of him? And the running back position, what am I going to get out of that? Paul Perkins is decent. He's not going to be a 1,000-yard running back in the NFL, though. So right now I'm leaning Giants. But it's so odd to say, but I trust Dak Prescott more than I do Eli Manning to come out and be consistent for me. Like, I know what I'm going to get from Dak. Dak does not possess great upside yet, at least. He's not going to go off for 5 touchdowns and 400, 500 yards, but I know what I'm going to get from him. Eli Manning, game to game, I don't know what I'm going to get. So that concerns me. So I'm leaning Giants, but it would not shock me if by August I end up picking the Cowboys because, I like the consistency of Dak offensively. Ezekiel Elliott should be consistent as well, but it would not shock me if he had a down year. He will not get 600 yards again. I don't think that's going to happen, but anywhere from 12 to 1,300 is probably likely for him, and then we'll see if Dak can become maybe a 4,000-yard passer. That'd be nice for them offensively. So I'm leaning Giants right now. Everything says that the Giants should win it, but it would not shock me if the consistency of Dak proves to help the Cowboys win the NFC East. Anything else you want to add?
Yeah, no, it's funny because we're talking about like NFC East. We're like predicting what's going to happen there, and it's like the NBA playoffs are happening. We're not even like mentioning anything about that. We're not even talking about anything about that's how much interesting the NFL is. Like, there's so much pieces to talk about compared to the NBA playoffs or like NBA in general or other sports, to be honest, where you can just talk about so much. Like, because like MLB, it's always the same teams. NBA, and NFL to some extent, it's always the same teams and the same players. But there's always like a little bit more interesting drama and storylines and stuff like that you can always talk about, dude. That's why I feel like NFL is always the best because it's week to week. But yeah, I know Dak, it all depends on him. Like it's like if he shows up and he does well, like 4,000 passing yards will be a huge jump for him. Like that, I would give him the MVP award if he had 4,000 passing yards and a good touchdown and interception ratio. Like I know he can. I'll just give him the MVP because he would deserve it if he got that, man. I mean, do you feel like he stole the Rookie of the Year from Zeke, though? Because I felt like Zeke got robbed of the offensive Rookie of the Year.
Zeke definitely got robbed. To me, Dak really wasn't impressive until he was impressive, but he wasn't like the piece for them until like certain moments in the fourth quarter and the second half. So like the fourth quarter and overtime against the Eagles or another big fourth quarter overtime that he had. He had like a couple, like against the Redskins, he was very good. But Zeke was a driving force throughout the entire rookie year, and to me, he deserved to win it. Now, Dak, he was more valuable, but this is just rookie of the year. So it's not like if I were to pick most valuable, I may have picked like Dak over Zeke, but just in terms of rookie of the year, offensive rookie of the year, to me, that was Ezekiel Elliott.
Yeah, no, Ezekiel Elliott was rookie of the year because he was just so phenomenal to watch, man. There's games where he literally take over, like the Pittsburgh Steelers game, where that was his breakout party game, and then he just kept on seeing it, where it was just like, damn, this kid's good. Dak, he had like clutch moments, but yeah, I just didn't feel like he was like the best player on the Cowboys. I felt I felt without, like, if Alfred Morris was in there instead of Zeke, I don't think Dak would have the season that he had, you know?
Yeah, I want to shift gears really quick to the NBA. I want to hear your thoughts on the NBA, and I'm going to talk about this in my podcast this week, but I'm pretty sick with the NBA playoffs right now. The fact that, well, who won tonight, by the way? I'm not even sure who won tonight.
Golden State won. It wasn't even the Jazz fans, though. They were funny. They were like, when Gordon Hayward was announced leaving the game, they're like, yeah, Hayward, like, because they don't want him to leave. It's like kind of like, it doesn't matter if he's on your team next year or if he leaves. There's not going to be a fucking difference in the NBA. Like, it doesn't. Gordon Hayward, I think you said it best. Like, I remember when, because we play 2K a lot, James and I. We like every summer we do like an NBA 2K or NFL league with a couple of our YouTube buddies, and like we were playing NBA 2K, and I forgot who was trying to trade for Gordon Hayward, or we were just talking about basketball, and Jay's like, Gordon Hayward's nothing special. He'll get you your 20 points. He'll get you maybe 2 or 3 assists, but that's it. He's just a good-looking dude. He doesn't add anything to a team. He doesn't add any flavor. He just doesn't. And so, like, it was a blowout, dude. Like, not really a blowout. I think it was a kind of a close game, but I feel like the Warriors weren't even trying. It was just kind of like, there was like a couple shots where Curry was just chucking it up there. I mean, these playoffs have been boring, dude. Like, minus Washington, I don't like these playoffs whatsoever. The Wizards have been like the saving grace for me in these playoffs. I love John Wall. He's playing like the best player in the NBA. Fuck your Russell Westbrook. Fuck your James Harden bullshit. Harden and Westbrook have looked terrible in this whole playoffs. Kawhi has not looked good in this playoffs. Kawhi looks like this dude's on pop brownies right now. He's not looking good whatsoever. John Wall is looking like the best player in the NBA. Everyone's going to say LeBron and everything. Yeah, you know what? LeBron has Kyrie Irving to help him out. Who the fuck does John Wall have? Bradley Beal and Otto Porter and everything. Oh, no. John Wall is looking like the best player in the NBA in these playoffs, man. Minus Isaiah Thomas in that 153-point game that he had. Oh, fucking John Wall has been phenomenal. If there was like a playoffs MVP, you give that to John Wall, man. He's just been great. I don't know where this John Wall has been this whole season. Like, maybe he's been there and the media has not been showing it because it's like we got to jerk off to Russell Westbrook and James Harden stats. But god damn, dude, John Wall has just been so good. In the playoffs, dude, it's not even close.
Yeah, and as you said, man, these playoffs have just sucked. I mean, are you kidding me? The Cavs and the Warriors have not lost a game. I mean, what the hell is going on, man? And look, I was defending the Kevin Durant decision, and I still will. Like, to me, you can go wherever you want, but man, these two teams have not lost a game. I mean, we all knew it was going to be Cavs and Warriors, but you're telling me they haven't lost a game. I mean, we have a month of meaningless basketball from April 15 to May, really like late in May, like May 25th, whenever these damn conference finals will end, it'll be absolutely meaningless. It'll just be a waste of time, waste of space in the NBA. And even these other contests like the Wizards and the Celtics, they've only had one good game. Why are there so many blowouts? The Rockets will blow out the Spurs will blow out the Rockets will blow out the Spurs. Where the hell is the competitiveness in the NBA? I don't get it. I don't understand it.
It's just not fun to watch, too, because it's like the Warriors and the Blazers series, like they're trying to hype you up. You're like, oh, yeah, Damian Lillard and CJ McCollum, these two idiots are going to do something. And then they did something one game, and then the rest of the games, it was all blowouts. I mean, let's be real here. The Warriors won without Kevin Durant in that series, man. And then later on, you go on to the next series against Utah. Everyone's like, oh, Utah has this great defensive rating efficient. Shut the fuck up with your defensive rating shit, dude. That doesn't fucking matter in the playoff. Like, I don't care. Like seriously, Utah was starting Joe Johnson. You can't be I love Joe Johnson. He's a great bench player now, man. Had some great bench moments for Utah this year. But you can't be starting him against the Warriors, man. Like, this isn't like Atlanta Hawks 2007, dude. This is fucking Utah Jazz 2017. They're starting Joe Johnson. That's not going to change your difference. Like, that's the thing. These NBA teams, it's like, people are going to be like, oh, the Jazz could end up like the Warriors. How? You're going to tell me Rodney Hood is going to explode? And, like, trust me, they could be. Stephen Curry exploded out of nowhere and everything like that. But still, how? How are you going to tell me the Jazz are going to be like the Warriors? Like, there's no way Utah is going to get these lucrative free agents to come to them and stuff like that. And the Clippers too, man. They're like the most disappointing team every year, dude. They always get 50 wins. Chris Paul looks like he's a borderline MVP candidate. Blake Griffin improves every year, but then it comes the same story. There's always this rumor, DeAndre Jordan drank out of Chris Paul's sippy cup, so Chris Paul's pissed off at DeAndre, or Blake Griffin on accident drove Chris Paul's Kia. It's like they always have like these weird stories where they hate each other, but they don't. Like, it's just stupid. The Clippers are just dumb. They need to blow up that whole roster. Give Chris Paul all the money, make him your like Los Angeles Clipper for life, dude. But the rest of the guys, they need to go. That team is just so annoying. These teams are just bad. Like, the only team in the East that had a little bit of fun factor to them were the Bucks. Like, everyone wanted to see what Giannis was going to do against LeBron, and I think the Bucks could have gotten one game. But we got the fucking Raptors, dude. I don't know how Raptor fans are still living. I thought it was bad. No, I thought it was bad being a Timberwolves fan, but Raptors fans probably have it worse. Can you just imagine how much it sucks to be a Raptors fan? Where you're watching this, your team's considered the second or third best team in the East, and they struggle every fucking game to do anything. They're struggling. Like, they don't look like they're the third best team. They look like they're the eighth seed that just stumbled in. Like, the Pacers look better than the Raptors. The Pacers look better in the 4 games they got swept by the Cavs than the Raptors did this whole playoff series. They look terrible. Like, they were up on 25 on Milwaukee. Milwaukee doesn't have any jump shooters on their team to lead them back to the game, and they almost blew that lead. Jason Terry was shooting like he was Steph Curry. Like, goddamn, dude, Raptor fans must have heart attacks, dude. Like, they're gonna go extinct like the dinosaurs, man. That's what's gonna happen with them.
Yeah, you remember our old buddy Raptors fan Timran Ramkaran.
Oh yeah,
this guy was saying, "Oh yeah, the Raptors are gonna beat the Cavs, blah blah blah, go to the NBA Finals." And my dumbass, and maybe I wasn't too dumb, but I was pretty dumb, I guess. I thought the Raptors had the best shot. Just looking at their roster, but I forgot the fact that they're a bunch of punks. Listening to them after Game 4 saying, "Oh yeah, we would have won too if we had LeBron."
Look at DeMar.
Y'all are afraid of this man. Y'all are literally afraid of LeBron James. That's the saddest thing I've ever heard in my life. You're a punk. You're a freaking punk dog. I remember back in my basketball days, man. And I mean, come on, I was just a high school player, but let me tell you, anytime you had a player that was like a highly touted recruiter, whatever, coming out, every time we faced him, I'm like, man, this guy ain't nothing, man. I can't wait to come out here, show this guy what's up, show this guy he ain't nothing. I would talk trash to this guy. I say, yo, dude, you ain't nothing, man. You overrated as hell. I'd get in his face. I'd foul him. I couldn't wait to go up against guys like that. I couldn't wait. And watching DeMar DeRozan, hearing him say what he said, you're a punk. He would go 0 for 8. He went 0 for 8. He was in, I don't think he was in this series, but I think it was like in the last series, he went like 0 for 8 in one game. How does that happen? They're just punks. There's something wrong with these men as men, right? There's something intangibly wrong with these guys. They're punks. And look, they can look great in the regular season, but in the postseason, they're going to choke like dogs, okay? Owned by LeBron James and Cleveland Cavaliers, whatever team LeBron is on, because they're just afraid of LeBron. It's so sad. Yep.
Every team in the East is afraid of LeBron, man. Like the Celtics, they can put on this tough guy act of, oh, we're strong. You know, the Wizards can say they are, but really, to be honest here, every team's afraid of LeBron, dude. Like, let's just, like, skip, like, you know, the Eastern Conference Finals and the Western Conference Finals. What? Oh, so we can see maybe the Rockets and Spurs get one game on the Warriors, because that's cool. Like, what? Maybe the Wizards and the Celtics win one game against the Cavs? Ooh. Like, let's just get to the finals already. Let's just see the two best teams go at it. Let's see if the KD move was the best move. Let's just see if Kevin Durant going to Golden State was really all what it was cracked up to be, you know? Remember when like the Pelicans traded for DeMarcus? Everyone's like, "Oh yeah, the Pelicans are going to be the 8th seed and scare the Warriors." That shit didn't happen, man.
Yeah, you know, I said, look, they're not going to beat the Warriors. But I foolishly said they're going to make the 8th seed. If anyone would have just sat down and did the math, we would have said, "Oh wait, they have to go like at the time it was like the All-Star break, so they have to go like 20-10. They're not going to go 20-10." But we were too lazy to do the math. Oh, they're just going to catch up to the 8th seed, you know. They went like 500. Which is fine if they would have started the season with that, but since you traded for him under 500, going 500 won't get you to the playoffs. But it was so simple to see for me that they wouldn't beat the Warriors. Dear God. Look, they have DeMarcus Cousins and Anthony Davis and Jrue Holiday. That's literally it. The rest of the roster is so freaking ass. It's so ass. As they're starting this Hill, I don't remember his name anymore. This Hill guy, they have these losers coming off of the bench. These
Jordan Crawford
clowns. And people said they're going to challenge the Warriors with 3 players? No, come on, man. Now, next year, if you want to have a conversation when they add players, perhaps, but go back and watch my video there. I said, look, they're not competing with the damn Warriors. They have 3 players, and you're not going to win anything with 3 players. That's ridiculous.
So some guys want to know in the chat who you think the best young quarterback is. Like some guy wanted to start the Mariota and Winston debate. But
I want to make a video on this. Essentially, here's my thoughts on this. So I currently have NFL Game Pass, and I like to go back and I like to watch some performances from last season. And you know, Jameis Winston's stats are very deceiving. He had 28 touchdowns, 18 interceptions, and a pass rating of, I want to say, 86.9. And you look at that and you say, okay, he's not that great. And at times the Bucs wouldn't put up many points. Like they put up like 14 or 17. And you say, yeah, he's not that good. But he actually is pretty freaking good. I think their offense in Tampa Bay has serious issues. Number one, they couldn't run the football well. Doug Martin averaged about 2.8 yards per carry, one of the worst numbers I've ever seen. The offensive line is a little inconsistent, and their play calling is weak. Their wide receiver outside of Mike Evans weren't good. I think this year, man, if they can get the run game going, they get their wide receivers going, you could see Jameis Winston really pop off, and I mean really pop off. So if we're talking about Jameis Winston versus Marcus Mariota, number one, I'm a Tennessee Titans fan, so you would think that I'm inclined to go with Marcus Mariota, but I'll tell you this, you can go back and watch my old videos on this. I'm a huge Jameis Winston fan. Under ideal circumstances, I wanted the Titans to have Jameis Winston instead of Marcus Mariota at the time. You can go back and watch that. I made a prospect rankings video for my quarterbacks in the 2015 NFL draft in which I had Jameis Winston ranked as a future all-pro quarterback. And I had Marcus Mariota ranked as a future Pro Bowl quarterback. I've been high on these quarterbacks since the start. But something about Jameis I loved more than Mariota. Now, as we've moved to the NFL, thus far, Marcus Mariota has been better. And it's something that, to me, can't really be disputed. Even though I do look at Jameis Winston, and I like his performance, and I say that he performs better than his stats. Looking at Mariota, he just doesn't turn over the football, man. Had 26 touchdowns to 9 interceptions this season. Now, he can fumble a bit, but doesn't turn over the football. They have the same number of wins this season. Mariota had a couple game-winning drives this season, one against the Kansas City Chiefs, and he has some other ones as well. Right now, the answer is Mariota, but this discussion is not going to end anytime soon, and ultimately, to me, one of these guys will win a Super Bowl, maybe both. I think that may determine it. If Jameis, this is my question. So if we were to go back and I were to ask you, Chase, who has been the better NFL quarterback, Eli Manning or Phillip Rivers, what would you say?
Ooh, it would have to be Eli because he has the 2 rings. I mean, Rivers has better statistics, and he's had years where he's looked way more phenomenal than Eli. I can think of 2009. Where Rivers was I think 3rd in MVP voting and stuff like that. Rivers has had good years, but also you got to think of who was his running back in some of those years. I mean, he had LaDainian Tomlinson behind him, so yeah, he should be doing good with LaDainian Tomlinson behind him. But yeah, no, Eli has been better overall just because he has 2 rings, and rings do matter. I mean, they do matter. They are an important thing because it shows that you drafted this person, you put so much stock in investment, especially when you look at how much the Giants gave up to get Eli Manning. Like, everyone always likes to talk about who the Chargers got for Eli Manning. I mean, they got this player, that player, Sean Merriman, you know, all these other great players and stuff from these drafts and stuff. But really, to be honest, where's the Chargers rings? Sure, Drayden Florence, if he would have just taken a fucking knee and listened to Coach Schottenheimer, we probably would have had one by now. But that's another time for another video. But when it comes down to it, Eli has been better, really, to be honest. Like, Rivers stats-wise has been much more appealing and sexier, but Eli has been better overall, you know? He's won 2 rings. You can't dispute that. And also, he's beaten the GOAT 2 times in 2 Super Bowls. Like, he beat Tom Brady in 2 Super Bowls. That kind of has, like, a little edge on there.
Exactly. And I see some people in the chat, they disagree. And that's fine. My point was, and my point has been proven now, that means different things to different people. Some people prioritize the Super Bowl wins over the career statistics. Phillip Rivers kills Eli Manning in career statistics, but 2 Super Bowls. And literally, when you're looking at what the hell do you want your team to do? If you have a favorite team, what do you want them to do? You want them to win a Super Bowl. And if you're asking me who would I prefer to have been over the past decade, a Charger fan or a Giants fan, I'm going to tell you a Giants fan. Why? Because they won the 2 Super Bowls. That's what we look for. 2. Okay? So even though Phillip Rivers has had the better statistics, you can believe that if Phillip Rivers was on the Giants, he would have won the 2 Super Bowls too. You can't believe that. All we know is that Manning won the 2, Rivers didn't win 1, Rivers was in the playoffs, and yet, like you said, Marty Schottenheimer has some dumb crap and whatnot, but he didn't, bring his team to the Super Bowl and win it. Okay, and Eli Manning, the few times he's been in the playoffs, like 4 times, 2 out of the 4, he got it done. Okay, and if you go back and look at those Super Bowl runs, it was because of him. In large part was because of him. The defense did pretty well, definitely. But when it was time to lead some game-winning drives, that boy led some game-winning drives, and they ultimately, to me, won the Super Bowl. Majority of the reason because of Eli Manning. So if Jameis Winston wins 2 Super Bowls and Marcus Mariota doesn't, Jameis will be the better quarterback despite Mariota having better stats. That's going to be the thing that, to me, one of the things that determines who wins this battle ultimately between Marcus Mariota and Jameis Winston. I'll tell you right now, again, I do prefer Mariota right now, but Winston could pop off. Because let me tell you, and I love going back and watching Jameis Winston film. His first year in college was just incredible. He was even from the first game. I remember everyone was talking about famous Jameis. Everyone was talking about famous Jameis after his first game. He had 40 touchdowns to 10 interceptions as a red shirt freshman and won a national championship with Florida State. That's the upside we're talking about.
Remember that
accesses that. Look at
Auburn team. He was facing that Auburn We Believe team, and that team. I remember too. I was to blame for this too. When Auburn was blowing the fuck out of Florida State in the first half of that game, how many tweets that I tweeted this to? Alabama versus Auburn was the real national title game. Even though Alabama, they lost their bowl game. It don't fucking matter. Who cares? Oklahoma, Samaje Perine. But whatever. Trevor Knight, whatever his name is. Fuck him. Everyone was saying Alabama, Auburn was the real national title game. Auburn was the national champ. And Jameis Winston looked at it, like he said, looked at his boys and said, you strong because I'm strong. I'm here to win this game. And dude, he was phenomenal his freshman year. His sophomore year, a little dicey.
Yeah, definitely. He had the whole crab leg situation, the effort right in
the going up saying fuck around in the pussy when he went up to the table. But the quarterback thing that you're bringing up, it's almost been 10 years since these guys been drafted. Who would you rather have now, Joe Flacco or Matt Ryan? Both been drafted in the same draft class.
Again,
yeah.
And that's a good question to have because, and Flacco, he's better. He's legitimately better in the playoffs. That boy's better because Flacco, that Super Bowl run, that Ravens defense was booty. That Ravens defense was booty. Some people try to come at me saying, oh, no, that defense was good. No, they had Ray Lewis and Ed Reed, but they were old and they didn't do anything, dog. They let up 35 against the Denver Broncos in the divisional game. They let up 31 in the Super Bowl. They weren't good. But Joe Flacco, man, he tossed that rock. 10 touchdowns to 0 interceptions in that playoff run. They won that Super Bowl because of Joe Flacco. They won because of Joe Flacco. Matt Ryan had a chance to get it done, couldn't score a point, or maybe he scored like one touchdown in the second half. I can't remember.
Yeah, it was that little dump off to Coleman. Coleman stole whatever his name is, Freeman's touchdown.
Yeah, exactly. So, but he didn't do anything in the fourth quarter when it's time to do something. Okay, and he fumbled the ball away to Dante Hightower. So, it sucks, but I might say Flacco. And if you ask me again, would I prefer to be a Ravens fan or a Falcons fan in the last 10 years? I'd prefer to be a Ravens fan. So, that's the thing to me that we can disagree on that, but that's going to determine the Mariota versus Jameis thing, because they're going to be around to where I think one of them will win the Super Bowl at least.
Yeah. Like the AFC South, you got to feel like the Titans will have that huge leap eventually over, especially if your biggest competitions, the Texans and the Colts. Like Andrew Luck has been great, but also shitty at the same time. He's just he's so inconsistent. He's so hot and cold. There's some games where it's like, oh yeah, I see it. He's the next big thing. And then there's other games where it's like, the fuck is this overrated piece of shit doing? He sucks. You know, so it's like, you gotta think like the Titans can make the jump. And especially in the NFC South, like I feel like the Buccaneers could easily make the jump, because that division, I feel like they could easily win too. So it's like, you got to think one of those two teams has to make a jump, and one of them will make a deep playoff run eventually. So, like, I would love if they both met with each other. That would be really cool if they actually somehow found a way to meet each other in the Super Bowl and stuff like that. I know that's only happened, with Cam Newton and Von Miller 2 years ago, but hey, who knows? It's the NFL. Anything can happen. But I feel like Mariota has a better chance at winning a ring before Jameis, because I just feel like the Titans organization will surround Mariota with better pieces. I feel like they already have like good pieces around Mariota. It's just more of like tightening up that defense and cleaning up what they can do on defense, so that way that defense is like good enough to last you in the playoffs. Because when I look at the Titans, I don't see the Jaguars getting good anytime soon. James, I always call him James. I'm too used to it. But MJ, you know me. What did I say before? I'm not on this Jaguars hype train. I don't understand why everyone's always hyped about the Jaguars. Yeah. Blake Bortles sucks, dude. This guy is just the worst. Next to Blaine Gabbert, the worst quarterback I've ever seen. And look at that. Both of them played on the same team. Like the Jaguars, they don't know what they're doing, man. Like those guys are just full of morons. The Texans, I'm sorry. You can give me all the Bill O'Brien sap stories all you want. Minus their defense, that offense is never going to start moving, dude. I don't care what Deshaun Watson magic you have, dude. Unless Dabo Swinney's dabbing on the sidelines, there's going to be no Deshaun Watson magic happening. And then, honestly, this is how bad the Colts, they're kind of like the forgotten stepchild, man. It's just like they were cool when Peyton Manning was there, and yeah, they got Andrew Luck, but it's just like everyone always makes excuses for Luck. Oh, he doesn't have this. Oh, he doesn't have that. Blah, 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 this, blah, blah. Like, there's been times where Peyton Manning didn't have weapons, and he still did well. Same with Tom Brady. Same with a lot of good quarterbacks. Like, we were talking about Joe Flacco in his Super Bowl run. Who the fuck was Joe Flacco throwing to again? Jacoby Jones, Torrey Smith? Oh, what? Are those elite prospect wide receivers and stuff? Like, oh, he doesn't have an offensive line. Joe Flacco, when he won the Super Bowl, Michael Orr was playing for him. Michael fucking Orr. And we knew he was rated one of the worst left tackles that year. They had to move him to right, and he still sucked. Yeah. And he was starting. So, like, I don't want to hear, like, oh, Andrew Luck doesn't have all this help and stuff like that. He's supposed to be a game changer. It's just, I feel like Andrew Luck, especially when you watch, like, sound effects and stuff, you can tell this guy overthinks everything. Yeah. He just overthinks it, man. So, yeah, I think the Titans have a better chance, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, I remember back. I mean, he's been awful in the playoffs. I mean, he threw too many interceptions against the Patriots in their game. He was awful against the Ravens in that 2012. That was his rookie year, but he was awful. He's not been great in the playoffs. And, yeah, at times he can be great when he just stops thinking so much, but I think his head does get in his own way. and he overthinks too much because you can say that he doesn't have much help, but people keep forgetting that T.Y. Hilton is legitimately a top 10 wide receiver in the NFL.
Yeah, he's good.
He even produced when Matt Hasselbeck was at quarterback. He was producing well, like having 100-plus yard games. T.Y. Hilton is a top 10 wide receiver in the NFL. He has a production to back it up. He has a play ability to back it up as well. You can say, oh, yeah, look at Andrew Luck throwing that great deep ball to T.Y. Hilton. Dude, T.Y. Hilton keeps getting open. Okay, so that's impressive right there. And winning despite being like 5'9" or whatever he is. And one other thing, so people want to talk about Carson Wentz versus Dak Prescott. Now, I understand why Eagles fans want to say that Carson Wentz is better than Dak Prescott. There's a beautiful thing. Well, it's not really that beautiful, but it's a beautiful thing whenever people watch their own team every Sunday. And they become enclosed in a space where they know their own team. Yeah, they know Carson Wentz. They've seen every throw Carson Wentz has thrown. And then they watch parts of other teams. So they'll watch Carson Wentz, and they'll watch him throw a beautiful deep ball down the field to Jordan Matthews, a beautiful deep ball to Josh Huff, and say, wow, look at that throw. What a great throw. You can hear the press conferences, everyone talking about Carson Wentz. Oh, Carson Wentz is so great. Oh, he's so great. Oh, he's so great. You look at Dak Prescott and you think, oh, no, it's because of that run game. It's because of this, because of that. Look, at the end of the day, Dak Prescott threw 23 touchdowns to 4 interceptions. Carson Wentz threw 16 to 14. Dak Prescott is better right now. That is better.
It's not even
he threw 7 more touchdowns. So before you say he's a game manager, yeah, he's such a game manager to where he threw 7 more touchdowns than Carson Wentz. Carson Wentz threw 1 touchdown a game, okay, averaged. So he's such a game manager to where he threw 7 more, and he threw 10 less interceptions. And then, how dare you, when you can look at Dak and look as he led the damn Cowboys to beat your team, the Eagles, okay, in that overtime game, led them back in the second half. What was Carson Wentz doing? I don't know. And then, yeah, you guys beat the Cowboys week 17. Dak wasn't playing. So right now, Dak is better. If you want to say Carson Wentz was a better prospect or Carson Wentz will be better down the road, that's fine. But their rookie years, Dak was better. You just have to embrace that. You have to be honest with yourself and just recognize that because that's just a fact. Okay, Dak was better his rookie season.
Yeah, no, Carson Wentz, like, if you want to go off the first 4 games, he was better than Dak Prescott, just the first 4 games. But the whole year was better, man. Just overall better. And really, to be honest, Carson Wentz, I feel like Dak can end up being better than Carson Wentz eventually. You know, like, it's funny how we're comparing Dak and Carson, and we're not even comparing Jared Goff.
Jared Goff. We already know he loses all the arguments.
Like, the thing about Jared Goff, though, and I call him Jared Goff because that's like the little nickname everyone Rams fans have for him. I like it a lot, Jared Goff, but because they goofed up with that pick, man. Like, I feel like one of my friends actually had a theory, James, about the Jeff Fisher. Jeff Fisher secretly was sabotaging the Rams ever since he lost to them in the Super Bowl. Like, that was his main mission. After he got fired by the Titans, he was like, you know what? I'm going to go to the Rams, and I'm just going to sabotage them. I feel like that was Jeff Fisher's main goal. And he broke down this whole theory. It was really hilarious. I got to ask him to send me it again. But he broke down this whole reasoning behind picking these players and, like, the reasoning they signed these players. Jeff Fisher was trying to sabotage the Rams from day one for costing him his only chance at a Super Bowl and stuff. It was actually pretty funny. But, yeah, no, Jared Goff, I feel like he's been screwed because he didn't get the start eventually. But I don't know. I feel like he just doesn't care about being an NFL quarterback, man. Like, it's kind of like an RG3 situation. You know, like, I feel like that's the thing that hurt the Rams too. Hard knocks can hurt any team, and that's why I'm afraid for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers this year. Because I feel like hard knocks may hit them hard, man, where, you know, people are going to expect way too much from them. And, you know, some of these players, man, they just get, once they get into that camera, it gets bad.
Yeah, and one thing someone said, oh, don't you know that there are so many drops? Now, drops are a little overrated statistically. Like, let's talk about drops real quick. So Carson Wentz, I'm not sure exactly how many pass attempts he had, but he was in the 500s, I'm sure. Let's see at 550. I can go in and check. I can check right now, but I'll tell you right now, the Eagles drops total this year was 10 to 14. How does that 10 to 14 drops matter to that 500, 50 pass attempts? It barely scratches it. It barely scratches it. Drops are so overrated. They dropped literally. I mean, honestly, not literally, but close to what? Maybe 2% of his passes. Well, the other 98%, it doesn't make up for that. I mean, if they would have caught those 14 passes, does that then, elevate him to the level of Dak Prescott? No, drops are so overrated. I mean, they could take off a couple interceptions, maybe add a couple touchdowns, but it's not going to make up for the 7 more touchdowns that Dak Prescott threw and the 10 more touchdowns that Carson went through. Drops are overrated. And
I know everyone likes to say with Dak, the only reason why he had a better season because of offensive line and he had a running back and receivers. And yes, that helps. Having a Des Bryant, having a Zeke, having guys like Zach Martin, Travis Frederick, and Ron O'Leary making holes for you and everything like that. And Tyron Smith as well. Sorry, Doug Free, you were just bad last year. But the thing is, too, you still got to execute with those good players. Like, if we put Jared Goff in that situation, do you think Jared Goff would have done what Dak Prescott did? No. And I've known watching Dak Prescott from Mississippi State, he's always didn't have the best talent around him at Mississippi State. And he's always got the best out of those players. That's what game-changing and franchise quarterbacks do. They get the best out of their players. That's why I always defend Rivers, because Rivers will throw a bunch of stats and stuff like that, and you look at the best receivers on his team, sometimes it's not even like the Malcolm Floyds or the Vincent Jacksons or even the Keenan Allens. It'll be guys like Malcolm Floyd used to be like that guy where it was just like we had Chris Chambers and Vincent Jackson. Malcolm Floyd came out of nowhere because of Rivers. Vincent Brown because of Rivers. Seyi Ajera-Tutu because of Rivers. I mean, you got to elevate your receivers. You got to elevate the offensive line. There's games where he does that, and then there's other games where he doesn't do that whatsoever. But Carson Wentz, his first 3 to 4 games, I saw that out of him. But then the rest of the games, I didn't see that out of him. So you can complain and say all you want, like, oh, well, Dak had more help and had more talent, but you still got to use that talent around you. It's like the Alabama quarterbacks. They have all this talent around them and shit like that, but it doesn't matter if they don't use that talent. You got to use the talent around you, to its expert. Good quarterbacks know how to make their teams better and use people around them. Like Taylor Gabriel. Who the fuck was Taylor Gabriel this year? Just a good slot receiver. But it was because of guys like Matt Ryan elevating the play. Same with Joe Flacco in the playoffs. Shit on Flacco all you want. But Torrey Smith, he was supposed to be this deep threat wide receiver burner. Where'd his deep threat and his speed go when he went to the 49ers? His hands disappeared. It was because he wasn't getting balls thrown to him like Joe Flacco threw them. Joe Flacco threw them like a pro. Joe Flacco knew where Torrey Smith liked the ball being placed. There's some elements that people always forget when it comes to quarterbacking and just football in general. Like, there's certain things that players like. Dak Prescott made players around him better. The team, because the guys like Jason Witten and Des Bryant, they could have easily turned their back on Dak, knowing that their good old boy Tony was coming back. They could have easily just been like, oh, screw this young kid. We'll make him look back so Tony can play. I mean, so to me personally, I feel like people don't look into that with the quarterbacks all that much. They always like to say, like, well, he has this, he has that. Same with Zeke. Everyone goes, oh, well, Zeke has the best offensive line. Well, it's good then that he got 1,600 yards off the best offensive line, because I'd be worried if he didn't get 1,600 yards. If he only got like 1,000, that's a disappointment to me. Sure, that might be a career highlight to some running backs, but for Zeke, that's a disappointment. That's why people need to sometimes with the Dak and Carson, Winston, and always like kind of dismissing Dak Prescott was like, just think about it where it's like Dak, yes, he had talent, but he also made talent better. Like, who was Bryce Butler without Dak Prescott this year? I know Bryce Butler didn't have like the best stats, but there's times where Bryce Butler looked good. I feel like Cole Beasley had his best year because of Dak Prescott. So yeah, that's just me, man. Like, I just feel like some people don't think about that aspect of quarterbacking and stuff, or just being a leader in general. It's like, how do you make the team better? How do you change the team and make it better, A couple of things real quick. So someone
Black Sensei's been defending Andrew Luck. Look, Andrew Luck's good. No one's saying that he's bad, but he has to take some blame and ownership for what's going on. And he said, name 3 bowlers on defense. Dude, no one has 3 Pro Bowlers on defense. Only like a handful of teams, maybe 5 max, like the Seahawks. For some reason, I think maybe the Titans had 5 this year. Actually, no, they didn't. Like the Seahawks, and then maybe a couple more teams like the Giants or something. Like no one has 3 Pro Bowlers. Who's 3 Pro Bowlers on the Green Bay defense? 3 Pro Bowlers on the Falcons defense. 3 Pro Bowlers on the Patriots defense. I don't think they had 3. Yeah, like maybe Malcolm Butler, Devin McCourty, and then maybe one more. They just traded Chandler Jones, so he didn't make the Pro Bowl. Maybe Hightower made it, I'm sure. So 3's a lot. If you want to say 1 or 2, that's fine. But I mean, there were plenty of games this season where the Colts defense didn't let up 40. I mean, I think if I check up statistically right now, the Colts were probably around middle of the league, middle of the pack in terms of points allowed. I can't remember plenty of times where they let up 40 or 30. So Luck, this year was much better. Last year, like 2015 NFL season, he was just bad. Okay, Luck was just bad. I know that was the year he got injured and that affected something, but he was just straight up bad in 2015, and he got better this season, so that's good. But Luck, he's a guy that if we're ranking quarterbacks, he's definitely top 15 to me. But he deserves some more ownership of what's going on. I mean, there's a reason why
he gets protected too much, man. He gets protected.
Yeah.
People
he gets protected too much.
They defend him too much, man. It's like it's the same shit that he did in Stanford. It was never Luck's fault. It was always something else's fault. It was like, oh, well, the Stanford defense didn't play well. It's like that's the only annoying thing about Andrew Luck, where like not a lot of quarterbacks get that kind of protection. Like if Joe Flacco and Andrew Luck are really comparable to some extent because they kind of do like the same shit. There'll be weeks Joe Flacco looks amazing, then there's weeks Joe Flacco looks bad. And Joe Flacco, he'll get most of the blame. But with Andrew Luck, it's like, man, that Colts defense, they need to step up. It's like, what the fuck? Like the Colts defense didn't have to put up 21 points to win the game. Like, why do they have to step up? Just because they let up like 14 points or something doesn't mean that the offense can't like step up at the same time. But he just needs to take more ownership to what he does. He's not bad whatsoever. Like Andrew looks really good.
Yep. Let's see what else we could probably talk about. Probably for like 15 or probably like 10 more minutes, and then we're out of here.
Someone asked if Alex Smith can win a Super Bowl.
I don't think so. Now he probably won't because he's probably going to be out of Kansas City again. Look, I'm telling y'all, man. I'll go on record. Patrick Mahomes is playing this year. The universe has a way of working, man. And if you take a quarterback in round 1, that guy's playing. Like Paxton Lynch played last year. All right. Trevor Siemian, a guy who doesn't run around often, has not had an injury history, whatever. The universe said no. He's getting injured because I got to throw Paxton Lynch out there for one game. And every time you have a first-round quarterback, they're gonna play. Like, that's just the way the universe has been working lately. So I'm looking out for Patrick Mahomes to play this year.
Yeah, no, I like look at the Alex Smith and Colin Kaepernick situation, man.
Yeah.
You know, same thing, man. Like no one thought, like Dirk, because Alex Smith gets injured, dude. He does get injured, and remember that was Kaepernick's breakup game. It was against the Bears, right? Like he had that one good game against the Bears, and then it just changed. Went Kaepernick mania and stuff. Same thing can happen, man. Because soon, like it'll be all like, oh wait, we actually have someone that can throw the ball 40 yards deep. Holy, Jeremy Maclin can actually be a deep threat. Tyreek Hill can actually be a really good sort of utility player for us. Travis Kelce can use that big body against safeties. Oh, shit. Yeah, man. Let's go deep with Patrick Mahomes. Like, Alex Smith, his arm is just a noodle at this point, man. Like, he's just a white Michael Vick. He can run better than Patrick Mahomes, but he ain't better, you know? Like, Patrick Mahomes taking that job.
Real quick, in response to the Black Sensei, so he says the Colts were dead last in points allowed. No, I just checked. So they were 22nd. More than them were the Atlanta Falcons, the Carolina Panthers, the Packers gave up just the exact amount as them. So there are teams that are under them and about their level. The Raiders were just over them at 20th. There are teams that are around them and below them, where those quarterbacks elevated their teams. And Andrew Luck is at a point now where no more excuses, bro. You should be on the level of Aaron Rodgers, Matt Ryan. and those guys that elevated those teams past their level.
Like,
okay,
if you
so yeah,
that Matt Ryan would have won an MVP before Andrew Luck, that would have been like kind of like I don't know about that because Luck seems to have more love. But like, yeah, Colts fans, James, though, man, those guys defend that team like it's nothing, man. They're the most diehard crazy fans, dude. Like you say one critical thing about them, and they'll pull up like the biggest analytical stats and stuff. Like, calm down, Colts fans. You guys won your one Super Bowl with Peyton Manning. You guys have a crazy owner and GM. Just relax. We're not trying to say you guys suck. I mean, you're in a division with the Jaguars. I mean, that's just saying enough, man. At least you get guaranteed 2 wins every year if you're lucky.
And I'll tell you right now, I think the damn Colts are going to be competing with the Titans for this division for probably like the next 5 years. I mean, I think the Texans. I know the Texans are still good, but I don't know. Something tells me that their window's starting to fade a little bit. And with the way the new Colts GM has been on their team, man, I'm afraid. I think it's going to be Luck and Mariota battling, man, and that concerns me.
Yeah, at least good games, man. Let's just hope Blake Bortles could step up and be a part of it. Because that's a good young quarterback core that they have, the AFC South. Like if Bortles ends up actually like, saying like, oh, maybe I should watch film and not suck. Like, I swear to God, Blake Bortles doesn't do shit in the offseason. I've seen him going on these podcasts and dicking around and talking about book club. Like, what the fuck are you talking about book club for, son? You better grab a football. You even said in your draft, my name is Blake Bortles and I like slinging the rock. Go sling the rock then. Call Allen Robinson and be like, hey, you dropped too many balls last year, dumbass. Let's throw footballs together. Call Allen Hurns up. Call, like, I don't know, Marquise Lee up. Say, like, hey, let's get better. Let's be good together. Let's do shit. Because I feel like we have something special. Like, if Blake Bortles just one day waked up and be good, oh, man, the AFC South, it's up in the air with Deshaun Watson. But, man, dude, that would be, like, great quarterback battles for years to come with Mariota, Luck, Bortles, and stuff like that. But too bad Bortles will never do good.
A couple things. So first, KMR TV asked a couple questions. Number one, he asked, do I play FIFA? Yes, I do. And if you play Xbox, I will face you and I will beat you. The thing about me in FIFA, even though I don't watch soccer, football, whatever you want to call it, I'm really good at FIFA for some reason. I think because I grew up with some Hispanics and some FIFA players, some Africans, and I was able to develop my FIFA skills. And he also asked, damn, what else did he ask? I can't remember what he asked.
Yes, about the Chargers. I saw his Chargers.
Oh, yeah, do you think the Chargers will make the playoff spot this year? Now, here's the thing about the Chargers. I'll tell you right now, I'm not going to pick them too. I've already decided that, but they easily can. But my problem is I'm starting to think, well, I don't know. Something with this team is just not breaking through. Like, I've overvalued the Chargers for 2 straight years now. I had them going either 8-8 and 9-7 before 2016, and I had them going like 10-6 before 2015, and I was overshot both times. I keep overshooting them, and I'm tired of that. So I think I might go for like a safe 8-8, and which isn't even that safe as they've gone 4-12 and 5-11 the past 2 years. But it would not shock me if the Chargers went like 11-5, and then they're really good, and Bosa's getting sacks, and Ingram's getting sacks, and you freaking Mike Williams is better than I thought he was going to be. He has like 1,000 yards. It would not shock me at all. I just don't think I'm going to go there because I'm tired of overvaluing the Chargers.
Honestly, I feel like what will make the Chargers, I feel like what will make them have like a big time playoff spot is honestly if Melvin Gordon has a huge year. I mean, Melvin Gordon having a huge year will help them out. Like, and I'm not talking about just like, oh, he gets 1,000 yards. No, I'm talking about like a huge year, like one of those like, holy shit, this guy's great, like 1,400, 1,600 yard type of years and stuff like that. That's where I think the Chargers, that will make or break them. And if Keenan Allen and Jason Verrett, if we can keep them in bubble wrap long enough so they won't get hurt and stuff, like as long as they don't get hurt, the Chargers have a good chance of making a wild card. I don't think they're going to win the division, but then again, Derek Carr, that guy likes getting hurt too. So then maybe the Raiders want to invest in their new stadium having cushion turf or something so that way he don't get hurt when they go to Vegas and stuff. But I don't know, StubHub has a nice little feel to it. It's small as shit. So cheap seats are even great seat in the house. maybe, I don't know, maybe it'll make the Chargers feel like they're in a college environment. Who knows? Maybe it'll be harder for people to play. I honestly can't tell you, man, because like I don't know, because like it's hard for the Chargers because they don't have home field advantage anymore. Like that's the one thing is like that's the reason why one of the main reasons why they left San Diego is because San Diego just none of the fans showed up. They just didn't care anymore because they were mediocre. And now you're going to Los Angeles. You're going to try to tell me they're going to outbeat the Raiders. We have a lot of Bronco fans here in LA. They bandwagon all these Bronco fans. They're like, yeah, man, Peyton Manning and shit. They act like they know the team since like Jay Cutler was quarterback or something. Chiefs have no fans. Let's be real here in California. In California, there ain't no Chiefs fans. Like if you say you're a Chiefs fan in California, I don't believe you. You bandwagon off the Kansas City Royals winning the World Series or something. That's hard, man. And then not to mention, we're playing a lot of NFC East teams this year. I forgot which ones are home games, but Eagles have a huge fan base. Giants, we know, have a huge fan base. I mean, it's going to be so hard, especially in LA, because I can tell you in LA, the top three teams are Raiders, Cowboys, and Packers when it comes to football. Those are the top three teams in LA. It's not even dispute. The Rams got a bunch of bandwagon fans, but even then, if you look at the jersey sales in just the Los Angeles area, it was the Raiders 1, the Cowboys 2, and the Packers number 3. I think the Rams were number 4, and then the Falcons were 5 because people bandwagoning, of course, because they made the Super Bowl and they were going against the Patriots. But yeah, man, they can make it. It just all depends if they get the home field advantage.
Yeah, and I forgot this funny Blake Bortles story that I want to tell. I was watching this check out my house, check out my cribs, check me. They're like some local Florida news team did on Blake Bortles, and there was this like female reporter that was in his house, and she asked him, "So, what's the first thing that you do when you wake up in the morning?" And here's Blake Bortles' answer: "I don't know, maybe just piss." And I was like, "Are you kidding me, dog? There is something wrong with Blake Bortles up here, man." That's the answer you give when you know people will be watching this. And he wasn't even joking either. Like, that was like a legit answer. Like, you know those stupid people that you talk to and they say like stupid stuff and you're like, oh, it'd be funny if he was joking, but he's really not. He just has no idea how stupid the thing that he says was. Like, he's legitimately serious when he just said, I don't know, just piss. Like, he's not even like sarcastically joking like this is The Office or something. Like, he's 100% serious. So something's wrong with Blake Bortles in terms of his damn skull.
Who do you think is worse, Bortles or Tannehill? Because Tannehill's pretty stupid too, man.
Yeah, like, Tannehill's actually pretty dumb too. Well, what happened to these white quarterbacks? I thought these white quarterbacks are supposed to be, you know, the good choir boys, the smart players, blah, blah, blah. Now these black quarterbacks like Dak Prescott are better than them. Ryan Tannehill, and they have hot wives. I mean, Lauren Tannehill's hot. Blake Bortles' wife or girlfriend's hot, but they're a bunch of idiots. And then I already ranted about Chad Kelly, Swag Kelly, Machine Gun Kelly.
Oh, yeah, Chad Kelly, dude. Mr. Irrelevant. Choke Kelly,
yeah.
I like to call him. He loves choking.
I don't know what's happened to these prototypical white quarterbacks.
I feel like that's just the white people wanting to try to live a different life or something like that. Like, you know how like they have gender identity? I think people are now having race identity issues. That's going to be like the next big thing. Is we're gonna have race identity talks and stuff like that. Like, that's the next big thing in life. Trust me, guys, it's gonna happen. Everyone's gonna be like, I was born a different race or something like that. But yeah, no, like Blake Bortles, man. Like the reason why you laugh so hard too is because you see it happening. Like, you know it's true and stuff like that. Like Tannehill and Blake Bortles probably like the most stupidest human being. Like, the thing about Blaine Gabbert is I actually have talked to Blaine Gabbert. He's not that stupid. He's just bad at football. He's just bad at football. There's a difference and stuff like that. I didn't say that to him when I talked to him. I just said, oh, yeah, your career hasn't gone as what you thought it would be. He'd be like, yeah, you know, but can't do anything about that. You know, he's just one of those guys who just accepts shit. You know, that's just how he is. But like Blake Bortles and Tannehill, and I don't know, do you think Stafford's on that level? Like, I haven't heard much of Stafford saying stupid shit, but do you think Stafford's on that level?
No, I think Stafford's actually a good one because he actually does show some emotion during the game. Unlike those other guys.
Cowboys fan wants to know what the Tannehill said. Just that whole Hard Knock season, he was just kind of stupid. Like, he didn't know anything about his divisions. Like, he was just really stupid at Hard Knock.
Yeah.
He was just dumb. He just didn't know anything. Like, and then like there was this picnic episode. I forgot what he did during the picnic, but I just remember like Lauren was trying to ask him stuff, and it was just like he was just kind of like zoning out. Like he's just not a smart dude. Like he's just not smart whatsoever.
Yep. So with that said,
minus luck, who do you think the smartest white quarterback is?
Yeah, probably Rodgers. Rodgers is pretty smart. He went on Celebrity Jeopardy.
Okay, mine is still elite. But let's go with like no Rodgers, no Brady, no Luck.
Like
who's the smartest one?
The middling quarterbacks in the league.
Yeah, the middlings.
Yeah, Sam Bradford. I mean, I think he's actually an idiot. I don't know about Sam Bradford. So I don't want to say Bradford. He went to Oklahoma too. Like I don't think that's very impressive. Yeah, I don't think Flacco's that smart either. Dalton, I want to say Dalton, but he went to TCU. TCU isn't great.
I don't know. I like what Dalton brings. I feel like Dalton doesn't say stupid answers, man. I feel like Dalton's a smart dude.
He's decently smart. He's like one of those I say he's actually decently smart. I mean, I remember though when JJ Watt called him out and he was like so offended by it. You remember that a couple years ago?
Yeah. Yeah.
And for those of you that don't know, so Andy Dalton likes to call himself the Red Rifle, and then JJ Watt was like, "Oh yeah, we turned that Red Rifle into like a red water pistol or something like that." And then Andy Dalton was like, "Look, that was very inappropriate. What JJ Watt said. Oh, you have kids that watch, and that's not a very nice thing to show to the media and blah blah blah." And I'm like, Jesus. But yeah, I think he's actually pretty smart. Carr, I don't think Carr's that smart. I just think that he's a great leader. But I don't think he's that smart.
Yeah, I can see Carr saying stupid shit like Blake Bortles, but he's more football smart than Blake Bortles because there's people. I've played with people. I have coached people. I have seen people. They are dumb as bricks outside of football. Like they don't know anything else. They like. They'll walk around flat-footed. Like everyone's probably seen Last Chance U, that one defensive end. He's like the perfect example of someone who is just terrible at everything else. But for whatever reason, their brain clicks with football. I feel with Derek Carr, he is just like he's total bro. Like this dude's totally a bro. He has to be. Like there's no way you're gonna convince me otherwise. Because if he wasn't like, if there weren't concerns about his character, he would have gone in the first round. You would think, right? Like I feel like there may have been some little character concerns with Derek Carr, maybe like they felt like he didn't take shit seriously or whatever. But yeah, no, I feel like he's definitely sports smart.
Yeah.
And stuff like that.
Yeah, he'd probably be like on the Wonderlic, they probably ask for like a question on the Wonderlic, like, hey, how do you do 12 times 84? It's like, man, I don't know anything about that, man. I just know how to play football.
Well, can you see what Derek Carr's Wonderlic score was?
Yeah, I'll look it up.
It's Wonderlic, because that's how you can tell. Like, oh, Tannehill's has to be terrible. Like, I want to know Ryan Tannehill's Wonderlic score, man.
And I can tell you right now, like I took the Wonderlic, and everyone's saying Ryan Fitzpatrick, and yeah, Ryan Fitzpatrick's pretty smart. Like he got a 48, he went to Harvard, but yeah, he's just one of those guys that are like smart, book smart, but not street smart.
Didn't Greg McElroy, Alabama great, national champ? He has like the highest score, or whatever.
Wow, so surprisingly, Tannehill got a 34 out of 50. Wow. I don't know how you got that.
Andy Dalton, who we thought was smart, he got 29.
Okay, yeah, that's decent.
29 for
Andy
Dalton.
The lowest of lows for quarterbacks is like Vince Young, who was a complete moron. I mean, that guy was a moron, man. Yeah, everyone knew Vince Young was just dumb. Like, just take race out of it, dude. Vince Young was a moron.
I love like the Vince Young thing where you like remember the rumors they went bankrupt. He's like, "I would not go bankrupt. I had all this." I'm like, "Dog, you're bankrupt. Shut the fuck up, man." Like, you're not telling me you're not bankrupt. He's like, "I would not go bankrupt." Like, you're living in this big old house and you're walking around like underneath the pier in this video. Like, oh, you're stupid, man. Someone wants to know what's Mariota's Wonderlic. Mariota got a 33.
Yeah,
on his Wonderlic.
By the way, for those of you that
good.
want to know, it was just an online test. It's not the official test, but I got a 41. And I mean, personally, I don't care about the Wonderlic because, again, I'm ass at football, and I got a 41. It just shows like, hey, like, yeah, you're smart, but obviously more than just smarts go into being an NFL quarterback.
Yeah, the Wonderlic is like the thing is just like it's kind of like testing where it's like how smart are you in these key situations? Like how quick are your decision making? Like it's just more of like how fast does your brain process certain information? So maybe I don't know, maybe that's what some teams thought.
Yeah.
Oh god. Vince Young. Jamarcus Russell. I don't remember when Jamarcus Russell was gonna make a comeback.
Yeah, actually, the good thing about too low, but none of them are too low that currently play in the NFL.
Tyrod Taylor's the lowest with 15.
Yeah.
But he doesn't seem like do you think Tyrod Taylor's actually secretly like he's a dumbass? Like Tyrod Taylor doesn't really know what he's doing on the field. He just kind of like
a little bit. Like whenever he just throws like these stupid deep balls and he just like and then like the offensive coordinator would talk to him saying, "Oh, why would you throw this?" And he just like, "I don't know. I just threw the ball, man. I don't know what to tell you."
Rivers got a 30 on the Wonderlic. Someone wants to know what Rivers got. Rivers got a 30. Someone's like saying, "Don't get political." We aren't talking about politics. We're just talking about how smart football players are. We just want to know if they're dumb or not. Like that's really important. Like character concerns are a big thing in football. Like Clowndiche, for example, James. Like did Clowndiche do anything this year?
No, he literally did nothing. Like they literally didn't play him. Like every single press conference, and someone would ask about Clowndiche, he'd be like, "No, we're not playing this guy until he cleans up his act."
Clowndiche. Man, if he would have just went to my Panthers, like I said he would, if Riverboat Ron would have just gotten him, man. James, once again, I was correct on the Panthers pick. I knew Riverboat Ron was going to choose McCaffrey. I love my boy Ron Rivera. I feel like I'm like his soulmate or something. Like I know what he wants, man. Like Riverboat Ron.
Like, I want to let everyone know right now, just so everyone can be on the record and everyone knows what went down with Robert Clowndiche last season. So these were his official stats. Dichi last season. Okay, I want everyone to get ready for this because you're not going to hear this again. Okay, 1 tackle. That's it. I'm not even kidding. I'm not joking. I'm not kidding. Let me go ahead and screen share these ESPN stats. What the hell does this say? 1 tackle. 1. And what game was that? Against the Panthers in week whatever.
Oh.
1. And it wasn't even a damn solo tackle. It was an assist. Clowndiche.
Clowndiche, bro. Goat.
And I have Pro Football Focus up, and they say that he actually played 82 snaps. So he only got 1 tackle and 82 snaps.
82 snaps? Really? That's bad. And remember, people had him like he was going to be like the number 1 prospect of that draft class. Remember?
Yeah.
We got to do this for Clown Kelly next year when we figure out what Clown Kelly does. Like, I know it's different, but we got to see what Clown Kelly does with Clowndiche and shit.
Yeah, man, that would be interesting.
Remember Sam Decker from the Rockets? We were like making fun of him last summer about not even playing and shit, and he actually played this year. What happened to him? Like he just disappeared. Like the Rockets, I know everyone's
just not good enough, man. They can't afford to play this guy more than limited minutes, but he's okay. All these white boys from Wisconsin, you know, they were just gonna do like little things, and then they're gonna be out of the league in 5 years.
Yeah, Brett Kaminsky actually did pretty good for Charlotte, but then again, Charlotte sucked. So what's that really say? Yeah, Bosa. How many snaps did Bosa play? Bosa, like obviously more than 89, but like you gotta think like that's pretty bad for 89 snaps. Like, can we like compare how many snaps he played to other players? Like, because I think some players even playing with 89 snaps probably did a lot more than Clowndiche.
Okay, I'll look at some other players that had that many snaps.
Yeah, because I want to know because that has to
I'll tell you right now, if you extrapolate that, because the a very good defensive lineman will play. But I mean, if he's on the field a lot, at least 800 snaps, and if you extrapolate that's like 10 tackles. That'd be the equivalent of J.J. Watt getting 10 tackles in the entire season.
Yeah.
Which is absolutely pathetic. 10 assists, not even a damn solo tackle. Because 82 snaps, I mean, that's like playing an entire game and a quarter. So like a game and a quarter. So only having like one tackle, and that's pretty sad. That's
pretty bad. Yeah, I know. Against the Panthers too. The Panthers had a bad offensive line too, and it wasn't even like a big one. Someone saying Larry English. What about Larry English? He didn't do shit. I think people want to know everyone's Wonderlic score. They're just trying to name random people with their Wonderlic scores.
You guys, if you really are interested in that, you can look it up.
Yeah, they're just name this player's Wonderlic. It's I don't know.
Pretty good with that.
These NFL Wonderlic scores. Oh, Larry English. She wants to know. This girl wants to know how many snaps Larry English played in his career. He's played a lot, to be honest. More than.
I don't know about his career. I can find you for this season. I don't know about his career.
Where did he play for this year? Tampa Bay again, or was he gone from that team?
Did he retire?
He was. I know he was on Tampa Bay last. Obviously, Larry English, Charger legend, didn't do shit for us. But if you had him in Madden that one year, his rookie year, Madden overrated him. He was the greatest of all time. If you had him in Madden,
Larry English retired. He retired back in 2015. So I don't know why she's asking for Larry English.
Oh, she wants to compare Larry English to Clowndiche.
For their rookie seasons?
I guess so.
Oh, well, I'm not doing
Larry
that.
Did not play a lot of rookie season. I know Larry English did not play at all his rookie season.
Well, I can tell you this. English, okay, he had 36 combined tackles, which, by the way, is 35 more than Robert Clowndiche. And then I can't tell you, he started 2 games. He played 16. And by the way, how many games did Clowndiche actually play? Let's see if we can get a number on that. I'm sure it was at least 8.
Yeah, 36 tackles his rookie year, and then after that, he didn't play much.
I can't even find his NFL stats profile because his draft profile is more meaningful. Okay, he played in 5, which I mean, it's still very concerning though when I look at 82 tackles and I have 1 assisted tackle. That's just bad. I'm sorry, that's just bad.
So someone wants
let me look up some Bruce Arians quotes. I want to look up some Bruce Arians quotes. That way you guys can hear what I heard as it pertained to Robert Clowndiche throughout the entire season.
Okay.
Were you going to say something?
You to compare Kevin Dodd's stats to Clowndiche. Kevin Dodd actually got at least 1 sack and 5 tackles. So
yeah, he had 2 sacks and then maybe 12 tackles. So
no, I'm looking at stats now. Kevin Dodd had 5 tackles and 1 sack.
Okay, well, still more than Clowndiche, man. Kevin Dodd's in trouble, man. Golly, that's why I caution these Titans fans before praising John Robinson, man. I think we have a serious bust in Kevin Dodd, and it's cute because we can say, okay, he's a 2nd rounder, but he was the first pick of the 2nd round. That was a 1st rounder. Okay, if they had the 32nd pick in that draft, they would have selected Kevin Dodd. Okay, so that concerns me. I'm not happy about that. Busts are going to happen, though, so I'm not going to say, okay, John Robinson's bad because of that. But let's not forget that Kevin Dodd, he's headed towards Bustville.
Mm-hmm. I like that.
So here's Bruce Arians. This was an article November of 2016. Bruce Arians unhappy with Robert Clowndiche. Quote, talent, not an issue, Coach Bruce Arians explained Wednesday via the team's official website. Maturity is. It's just maturing. When asked if Robert Clowndiche's situation is similar to that of DJ Humphries, the rookie last year, Arians said DJ worked harder. Abruptly. He also said, no, that was it. And then he said no more questions about Clowndiche. So, not impressed, am I or Bruce Arians with Robert Clowndiche?
Yeah. Clowndiche, man. It was great at Ole Miss with the Land Sharks, but it's the NFL. It's different. I'm just surprised, MJF, how many Charger fans you have. Like I said, like there's always like a Charger question every other question. Everyone asking about the damn Chargers.
Yeah, and it's so odd because I mean I know I have fans of every team, but the Chargers, they're like one of the most vocal and they vote. Like I had a poll to like just rank your favorite fan bases, whatever, and the Chargers were like top 7, I want to say. So yeah, I have a lot of Chargers fans. I don't know how.
I feel like the Chargers are super vocal on they're like the wrestling fans, James. They're super vocal on the internet and shit. But then when it comes to real life, they don't do shit. Like, they don't attend the events. They don't spend money to go to the games. Because like my Joey Bosa video, still to this day, so many people hate on it and stuff. I'm like, dude, I didn't feel like the Chargers. Like I'm like, dude, what the fuck? Like this was a year ago and you guys are coming on. You guys just say, oh, you're stupid. Like, what the hell? Like, come on, man. Like, why don't you ask me what I thought about Joey Bosa this year? But yeah, man, Charger fans very, very loud and vocal on the internet. They're like the wrestling fans, man. Won't shut up. Won't pay.
Isn't it incredible? We're going to talk about WWE for a little bit, people. So this is when the ratings go down. Isn't it incredible that a product where maybe 3 million, maybe 4 million people watch Raw, but so many people are online talking about it? That's pretty. I mean, that's nice for them. I mean, it's a shame the company is headed towards hell, but that's impressive.
It's bad, dude. It's bad though. It's just sad because like none of these wrestlers are cool anymore, man. Like you can't show anyone any of these guys. They're like they're all jobbers, man. Like they're all. That's just how it is. Like I like some of the, and don't get me wrong, I like some of these wrestlers and stuff. Like I'm not trying to say like they all suck, but just some of these wrestlers, man, they're just not appealing to watch, dude. They just don't look good, man. They don't look like big time deals, or they don't even talk like big time deals. They just look like, I don't know, they look like goofs, like that they're holding their hands and stuff like that. So I don't know, man. Wrestling's just bad nowadays. And that's why I don't really upload on my channel. Minus other issues going on with me, but it's just so hard to really want to be motivated to talk about the same shit with no results and stuff like that. You know, it's like it's really hard to want to do that. Like. And then UFC's boring as fuck to talk about too, man. Like, the fuck's going on in UFC? Like, everyone's gonna be like, "Oh, 211 this weekend." Who gives a fuck? No one gives a fuck about JDS versus Stipe Miocic unless you're like the biggest fan. Oh, I can't wait for Joanna to go 5 rounds with that dumb bitch that she's fighting this weekend. Oh, I can't wait for a 5-round boring fight fest. I mean, Eddie Alvarez, who main evented against Conor McGregor, he's on the prelims for this next UFC card. That just shows how stupid this shit is. How's a guy who main evented against Conor McGregor, your former lightweight champion, on the fucking prelims? So you're trying to tell me that Conor McGregor fights nobody's then? You're devaluing like who the fuck McGregor fights. And now, and did you hear that bullshit that Dana said? Like, oh, we lost our date to Triple G and Canelo. What kind of bullshit is that? You're trying to tell me that Floyd Mayweather and Conor McGregor lost their date to Saul Canelo Alvarez and Gennady Golovkin? That's bullshit, dude. First of all, who the fuck has Triple G ever fought in his life? Kell Brooks? Nobody's. He's fought bums. At least Canelo's fought people, but he's fought people past their prime. I mean, honestly, dude, you're trying to tell me they beat out one of the biggest pay-per-view money-making guys ever in our lifetime in Floyd Money Mayweather, and the UFC's only cash cow next to Ronda Rousey and the notorious Conor McGregor? No, that's bullshit, man. That fight ain't happening until next year, dog. We're not going to see Conor versus Floyd until 2018, man.
Yeah, again, but the WWE, I can't. I mean, they man, someone just put them to rest, to sleep for a little bit, man.
They need an off season, don't you think? Don't you think an off season would help wrestling a little bit?
Yeah,
like after WrestleMania, you take a fucking break because it's like your biggest wrestler, Brock Lesnar. He's not there. He's your champion too. He's the Universal. I know you haven't watched wrestling, but have you seen the red belt that they have now, the Universal belt?
Oh yeah, I saw it. Yeah, I saw it.
I mean, MJ, how bad is it that Goldberg and Lesnar fought for that Universal title?
Yeah.
When was Goldberg like you watched Goldberg back in 2004, and now like all of a sudden in 2017.
Yeah, and let me tell you, Goldberg. I like Goldberg, but man, first of all, at that time, wasn't he already like 40?
Yeah.
At that time. Now you're telling me 10 years down the road we're bringing this guy back. He's just too old, and who cares? Like, it's just so bad. He was never. I mean, he was a great WCW star, but he was never a great WWE star to the point where I can't wait for this guy to come back to the WWE. Like, so that's just dumb right there already to me. And having him and Brock Lesnar still fighting to this day. And, you know, I'm tired of these rugged baboons that they keep putting on television that people like Daniel Bryan and what's that other baboon? Dean Ambrose.
Dean Ambrose, yes.
There is an aesthetic part to this wrestling thing. Like, you know how many girls annoyed me growing up saying, "Oh, I love Randy Orton. Oh, he's so hot, blah, blah, blah." You know, there's something to that, though. Like, it brings in the female viewership. Females don't care about Dean Ambrose. So you're missing out on that. You're also missing out on great characters like The Undertaker, like The Rock, like Stone Cold Steve Austin, because no one has that personality or that type of gimmick behind them. So you're also missing out on that. And then you combine just so many other issues like with storytelling and other things that they're doing wrong, man. It sucks. Now, I don't want to say like just absolutely kill wrestling forever, because I mean, I think there's still a need in people for this. I think there's still interest in this. There's a market for this.
I mean, look at the Hardy's return. The Hardy's return was like one of the biggest things that like there's people who like, you know, whether they admit it or not, they've watched wrestling at least once or twice in their life. Whether you liked it or hate it, you've at least seen it once or twice in your life. Like, you cannot deny it. But like with Undertaker retiring and the Hardys returning, I remember I went to work the next day. I was having people ask me for the next 3 days about those events, man. Like, the Hardy Boys returning, like, there's so many comments where people are like, "Oh, time to watch wrestling again. The Hardy Boys are back." I mean, there's a need for it. There's people who care about it. It's just like, there's just not enough interesting people to make you want to watch wrestling, because like, it's been so many years where you just seen John Cena, like, and Cena's a good guy. Like, I like Cena, like, unlike most people. I don't think he's like the scum of the earth like most wrestling fans, but I don't think he's like the greatest of all time. But it's like with Cena, it's like he just like always wins, shoved down your throat. That gets boring. You don't want to see fucking Cena win all the time. Like, and he's not interesting Cena. Like, what's interesting about John Cena? Like, he's just kind of like a good old dope, you know? So that's the problem. And they're doing the same thing with Reigns. Like, with Reigns, it's like Reigns could be an interesting dude, but they just make him like some big old, like, oh, he kind of looks like The Rock, so he's Rock's cousin, so we kind of have to push him. But at the same time, they don't really need to push him. Like, but there's no one else. There's literally like no one else like to replace Roman Reigns, though. Like Finn Balor, like, and James, if you screen share some of the guys to the chat, they would even tell you, man, these casual fans would even tell you, like, who the fuck is this Finn Balor, dude? They try to paint this fucker as a main event. Bray Wyatt, like, these goofs, like Bray Wyatt. Finn Balor, Bray Wyatt, Seth Rollins, and, you know, AJ Styles. If we showed AJ Styles in TNA, that's a main eventer looking guy right there. But you show AJ Styles now with the soccer mom haircut and the Grizzly Adams beard, it's like, the fuck,
yeah,
man.
Why did he change his look, man? Why?
Because he had this one, and this is TNA. This is where we will kill the audience because no one knows what the fuck TNA is. But good. TNA were pretty much like reject WWE guys, and like a bunch of indie guys go to get some publicity. It now sucks. Now they have an owl flying in the arena. That's like their new gimmick. But
oh my god,
yeah, TNA has changed a lot. But yeah, AJ Styles went emo. And so he grew out his hair. And then ever since going emo, he just was like, I'm going to keep it. So, yeah, that's the reason why he has his hair all grown out and goopy looking.
Yeah, man, like his old look, he had a good look to me. I don't know why he changed it. I don't know why. I don't like it. I don't like it at all, man. And it's so disappointing. I mean, I'm not that disappointed because I don't watch anymore, but it's just sad. I mean, this whole company, the way it's devolved, It's just so sad to me. But anyway, that's it, guys. I'm tired. We've been going for 6 hours, almost 6.5 hours at this point, I think. I'm going to go eat because I haven't ate since 5:30.
Oh, shit.
And I'm going to go watch Game of Thrones, and I'll work on my NBA draft content for you guys. And that's pretty much it. Chase, do you want to plug your channel, your Twitter, anything?
Yeah, follow me on Twitter at ChaseOliver68. To Ramona, I am a Chargers fan. Just because I'm more harsh on my team does not mean I am not a Chargers fan. I just want to see them do well, and I love my San Diego Chargers, or now Los Angeles Chargers, whatever. Los Angeles Chargers of Anaheim. But yeah, my YouTube channel is just Chase Oliver. I talk about wrestling and MMA on there, and I do the occasional NFL and NBA videos, but mostly pro wrestling. So if you guys like pro wrestling discussion, come to my channel because I do like 2-hour live streams a lot. So yeah, come on there.
It sounded like a lot of you guys in the chat were actually talking about WWE. So
Yeah,
apparently some of y'all are interested in that. Like there's a good amount of people, like 10 people having a conversation. So go check out Chase Oliver's channel if you want some more of that, because you ain't getting any of that over here. Content coming up in the upcoming days. I have a Slum TV video coming out tomorrow. He's going to talk about Lonzo Ball. I'm going to have Foul Sports Talk. I think he has a video coming out tomorrow as well. I'm not sure what it's about yet, but he just sent me something I'll look at in a second. And for me, I want to make a first NBA mock draft, but I'm thinking maybe I should wait till after the lottery. The lottery is going to be a week from today, Tuesday.
Honestly, I would wait till the lottery because you can predict the worst teams are going to get the record and like who could go where. But I feel like the lottery is like the safe bet to start making the draft.
Yeah, so I'll make a mock after the lottery. And I also, depending on if I have my job by then or not, I probably won't. It's just going to be on the edge, just on the edge. I might actually go live for the NBA draft lottery because it's a big lottery for me as the Titans have only a top 3, not the Titans, wow. The Lakers have only a top 3 protected pick. So I'm very intrigued in that. I also want to come out with the Lakers video talking about the Lakers a little bit. So we're going to have some content coming out, guys. That's all I know. Thank you guys for sticking around. If you stick around, if you come in and out, whatever, I don't know. If you're watching this on playback, are you nuts? What the hell is wrong with you? Thank you for sticking around and watching. And I'll be back for a live stream maybe next week, but that'll pretty much probably be it in terms of live streams for the upcoming week. If you enjoyed the video, make sure to like, comment, and most importantly, to subscribe. And until next time, this has been the MJ Take on Sports Fan Entertainment. And I'm out. Peace.